What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast, coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Sunny and yet so cold California, Los Angeles. We are live once again. Boys, girls, NBs. We are live, but I, on the other hand, am sitting on borrowed time, if you will. Now, you might say, why, Hasan? Why are you on borrowed time? Well, that's because, as you can see, I got a laser red dot directed at my forehead. I might, if they pull the trigger, if the sniper pulls the trigger, I'm dead, folks. I am almost certain that this is not a zit, by the way. I am almost certain that this is not a zit. Anyway, Biden is live signing executive orders right now on racial equity, so we're going to get to that quickly. But Biden is signing executive orders as always. That's what we're going to get started on with. It could just be an infected pimple. I have been touching it, yes. And I've been touching it. I've been picking at it. It's my third eye opening, folks. That's what it is. So he did it. He did it, boys. Biden did it. He officially signed
groundwork for progress.
He officially signed an executive action to end the CEO of racism. That's it. There is literally no reason to continue going forward with broadcasts like this. It's over. He signed. He's live signing. I'm gonna welcome the Normans into our home immediately because there isn't much personal news. I hung out with my mom last night. I ended a little bit earlier than usual. I only did a 10-hour boy. Most of yesterday was spent. Stop playing like me. I didn't teach Drake everything Soldier said. Okay, thank you, Soldier, for the $3 dono. Last night I ended after Hitman. After finishing Hitman, I ended stream because my mom came back. So I hung out with her as always, which usually is us disagreeing on what to watch. We sit there on the couch, okay, and it's like an hour and a half of me trying to pick something that she will also enjoy, okay, and most of it is just her being like, that's not good. I want to watch Bridgerton. I want to watch Crown. I want to watch Jane Austen, okay, like. And then it's like an hour and a half of me being like, no, I can't watch any of that stuff. That's really boring. Okay. I literally cannot watch any of that stuff. Accompanied by me finally coming to a point of compromise, like we're the goddamn Senate. Okay. Like this is, people say the Senate is the world's greatest deliberative body. No, it is the HasanAbi couch. Okay. It is the family couch. That is the greatest deliberative body on the planet. Okay, there is so much back and forth going on. There's filibustering. I'm trying to remove the couch filibuster option. Okay, and she's like, no, we're gonna, I don't want to watch like anime, which is understandable, like, and her going, I don't want to watch this, I don't want to watch that, and then ultimately me coming to a compromise and like finding something to watch so that she could fall asleep immediately after it goes, as soon as I press play. Like, literally, it is insane. Every single time, dude. Every single time. It's an hour and a half to 2 hours of us going back and forth, trying to find a specific thing so we can both enjoy it and watch it. And then literally as soon as I press play, As soon as I press play, my mom falls asleep. which is incredible because, okay, well, now I'm watching the show. She's falling asleep. She's going to wake up in between. Okay. She's going to wake up in between and ask some questions. She might even wake up by her own snoring. Okay. And then ask questions about like what's going on in the show. And it's like, Mom, I know you've been sleeping. I've been telling you you're sleeping. I keep waking you up to pay attention. But no, you're like very clearly asleep. What is this battle? Like, who are you lying to? Okay. Are you lying to me? Are you lying to yourself? It's just us two in this room right now. Why do you have to keep up appearances as though you are literally awake the entire time? So basically, it's just her lying about watching. So now I'm like an episode deep into the show. So now I have a new show that I could watch with my mom, but she's going to fall asleep every time. Okay, that's exactly what happened with Lupin. Okay, that's exactly what happened with Lupin. It's exactly what happened with The Last Kingdom, but I just blew through it regardless. I was like, I'm watching this because I'm really into it. And then after that, she's just like trying to catch up, but you know, she never has time. So Lupin is really good. Yeah, it's great. So basically that's what happened last night as well. I started watching Spycraft because I thought like maybe she'll be into it. And immediately she fell asleep. Like literally like five minutes in, she fell asleep. And the show overall is like really bad, but the stuff that they talk about is so interesting that it keeps me going, I guess. Did you finish Flight Attendant? Yeah, I did. It was pretty good. Anyway, so that's where we're at. Yes, we will watch the new Johnny Harris. There's a CNBC video on why people are leaving California. We're going to watch that as well. There's a lot of news to go through. So I am welcoming the Normans into our home right now. I didn't go to the gym this morning, so because it was very cold out. But, you know, let's bring in the Normans. Yeah. Daniel's Gaming, What Face, Normans are here. Y'all are all Normans anyway. So here it is. That's it, folks. Biden did it. He's live signing in executive order to end racism. We are live watching it. Y'all, let's go. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. So yeah, let's do it. Let's see what Biden has to say about ending racism, folks.
Actions to continue this vital work. Housing, for example. Housing is a right in America, and home ownership is an essential tool to wealth creation and to be passed down to generations. Today, I'm directing the Department of Housing and Urban Affairs and Urban Development to redress historical racism in federal housing policies.
You're going to talk about Kellyanne Conway too? Here's what I think about Kellyanne Conway and George Conway. They should be in jail, okay? That's it. That's my only thought on the issue. I think it's fucking weird as hell that so many like 30-plus-year-old motherfuckers have been like obsessively following Kellyanne Conway's daughters, TikToks and shit. I said it before. I don't know why people are so into it. It's very clear that this is like an underage person going through a fuckload, okay, by their abusive family. And I just don't understand what the fascination with it is. Please stop being weird, okay? Just, you know, call Child Protective Services and move on. That's what you got to do, all right? That's what I think about the Kellyanne Conway shit. Like, it's so weird. It's so fucking weird. And the latest part of this, like, saga is even weirder because now it's like, there's like child porn and shit involved in it. I don't know what the fuck is going on, okay? I don't know what's going on. It's gnarly. It's nasty. These are all these things that, like, these are all the things that people care about that I do not care about, such as Kellyanne Conway. Jimmy Dore farted into the microphone or something and is now defending Boogaloo Boys. Like, these are things that you care about because you literally only look at like trends on Twitter, and you only care about it because, you know, politics is a fun game to follow. And for a lot of people it is like entertaining, but I find it really weird. I find it really weird to like consistently obsess over Jimmy Dore did this, Jimmy Dore did that. I think it's like, it's basically you're allowing him to win when you do that. And the same with like the Kellyanne Conway stuff, but of course no one is winning in that situation. Everyone's just fucking losing. Yeah, so that's it. Okay, let's get back to our fucking decrepit, dying, old man president defeating the CEO of racism. Old man defeating the CEO of racism by literally signing an executive action on racial equity.
Incarceration that is less humane and less safe, as the studies show. And it is just the beginning of my administration's plan to address systemic problems in our criminal justice system.
Dude, you're very wrong this time.
There's another thing we need to do.
Yes, dude, you're right. I'm very wrong this time. It actually, talking about like some fucking YouTuber hyping up a Boogaloo Boy, very clearly showing his ass, is actually precisely the kind of thing that we should be talking about. Endlessly improving the, endlessly giving, thank you Popcorn Boy for the list here. Endlessly fucking offering coverage to that is the right thing to do.
The truth is, our soul will be troubled as long as systemic racism is allowed to persist. We can't eliminate it. It's not going to be overnight. We can't eliminate everything, but it's corrosive. It's
yeah, I know Biden is signing.
Costly. It costs every American.
Biden is signing an executive order to end the private prison contracts as a part of the racial equity push, which is good.
Not just a nation.
There's a bunch of other stuff going on as well.
Deprived because of systemic racism. We're also less prosperous. We're less successful. We're less secure. So we must change. And I know it's going to take time, but I know we can do it. And I firmly believe the nation is ready to change. But government has to change as well.
That's what happened already with Obama as well. Obama did this last, and then Donald Trump
today, tomorrow, and every
literally was like, "Fuck that."
I'm going to sign these executive actions to continue the work.
Only federal ones? That's the only thing that he has jurisdiction over with an executive order.
Again, I'm not promising we can end it tomorrow, but I promise you we're going to continue to make progress to eliminate systemic racism, and every branch of the White House and the federal government is going to be part of that effort. Thank you.
So that's a really good executive order. The Obama administration did that as well. But Rice noted in the briefing that Biden's order to the DOJ does not apply to private prison contracts with other agencies such as U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE. That's bullshit. That's absolutely fucking bullshit. That is not a carve-out that is acceptable, okay? Not utilizing private prisons for federal, for anything that falls under the jurisdiction of the federal government is a good thing, but ICE is a big part of that. ICE is a gigantic part of that. As a matter of fact, that's their big fucking earner. So this is like a really wishy-washy, really sneaky way of continuing to use for-profit federal prisons while saying you don't want to use for-profit federal prisons. Democrats are more progressive than Bernie. Their new minimum wage reaches $15 an hour 2 years faster and will peg the minimum wage so itself increases per we ended socialist MMA and Bree. What? Democrats are more progressive than Bernie? What are you talking about? Part of the reason why Democrats are on board with the $15 minimum wage is literally because of Bernie. He's at the forefront of every fucking minimum wage argument, minimum wage increase argument. That's so weird. Like, part of that is, of course, a big part of that is, of course, like the community push from labor organizing. But another gigantic part of that is the $15 minimum wage increase. Now, the funny part about it is, of course, we're going to talk about that in a little bit. But the funny part of that is, of course, people are just now realizing that the $15 minimum wage increase isn't immediate, and it is in the next 7 years, basically, or it's an increase until it's an increase for until like 2025, but it's like it's going to only adjust in the next 7 years. It's 15 by 2025, and then a potential increase, right? Not 7 years, sorry. Now, 2025 also happens to be a different administration. It will turn it into an election issue for the upcoming election. But the irony, of course, is that $15 minimum wage at that point, and even at this point, is when adjusted to both inflation and also productivity, is already low, is lower. The minimum wage, if adjusted to inflation and productivity, should be even higher than that. Will the Republican administration be able to push? Will the Republican administration be able to pass that? I mean, stop that in 2025? No. The only thing they can do to the people who are saying like, oh, it'll be an election issue. It will be an election issue, except the reality is that Republicans can't. If Congress passes this legislation, Republicans can't just turn around and be like, all right, we're president now. It's no longer happening. You can't do that. It's legislation. So the only thing that Congress would be able to do at that point, which would be a deeply unpopular move to do, is decrease the minimum wage from $15 to like what, back to $7 in 2025. They're not going to fucking run on that shit. No one would want that. So it's not as scary as people think it is. It's not as scary as people think it is, as far as like what Republicans can do. Like, and even then, that psychotic bullshit that they do would only apply to federal contractors. Okay? You understand? So like, even if a Republican administration came in and they were like, all right, we're no longer doing $15 minimum wage, which would be insane. But let's say they did that successfully. If this legislation passed successfully, they would not be able to overturn it with an executive order. They would have to literally go back to the drawing board and try to remove federal minimum wage. They would only be able to remove it at the federal level from contractors that work with the federal government. Okay, just like Joe Biden already increased the minimum wage to $15 already. Do you understand? Like, think about it this way. Joe Biden already increased the minimum wage to $15 for federal contractors, okay? Because that's something he can do right now with an executive order. Whereas increasing it to $15 minimum wage across the board is going to be a legislative agenda item. It is impossible for him to do so with an executive action. It's still so low, and the minimum wage varies by county. Yes, of course it's still low. Here's the main pick of the $15 minimum wage bill: $9.50, $11 up on each year until 2025. Yeah, here it is. Remember, there's a difference between the federal minimum wage, which is what this bill is doing, and the minimum wage increase for federal contractors, those who work with the federal government. So the second part has already happened with an executive action. Except otherwise provided, not less than $9.50 an hour beginning of the effective date under Section 7 Raised Wage Act of 2021, $11 an hour beginning of 1 year, $12.50 an hour beginning 2 years, $14 an hour beginning 3 years after such effective date, $15 an hour beginning 4 years after such effective date, and beginning on the date that is 5 years after such effective date and annually thereafter, the amount determined by Secretary under subsection determination based on increase in the median hourly wage of all employees. Section 6 of the Fair Labor Standard Act of 1938 is amended by adding the end to the following: not later than each date that is 90 days before a new minimum wage determined under subsection is to take effect. The Secretary shall determine the minimum wage to be in effect under this subsection. So it's not automatically adjusted to inflation, which isn't good. Some countries do that already, but it gives the power to the secretary to potentially increase it in a periodic basis. So that's not bad either. Hawaii already has $10 minimum wage. Guys, here's the thing. The minimum wage is already higher, right? In some places, in some states. It doesn't matter, because a federal increase of the minimum wage to $15 an hour is good for fucking Alabama. It's good for Kentucky. It's good for places that will never, ever in a million years ever give people that kind of money. It's good for West Virginia. But that will also be good for California, for Illinois, for Colorado. It'll be good for places like Seattle, specifically, where the minimum wage might be even higher already than that federal minimum wage. But now you have more of a bargaining power as workers to be able to advocate for more. Workers groups will be able to push for higher wages now by pointing to the federal minimum wage and saying, look, this shit might be living wage for Alabama, but it certainly isn't for Los Angeles. Do you understand? That's the point. So looking at this and saying this is bad legislation is not accurate. Okay, you can say that it's not enough, and that's understandable because it's not enough. It's barely making ends meet. Okay, it's barely making ends meet. It's barely lifting up people that are currently making $7.25 an hour to a point where they can actually at least kind of survive in a lot of states, which is it's gross. That's just straight up fucking gross. Okay, But having said that, this will allow people to advocate for even higher wages in other states where they already have higher wages. You get it? It's not good enough for California. Yes, I know it's not good enough for California, my friend. I know. I understand. But Californians and California organizers can now use the increase in minimum wage and the popularity behind it to already push for higher wages, like Florida already did. You understand? On a ballot measure, Florida already passed their minimum wage to their minimum wage hike to $15 already, and that's fucking Florida, brother. Like, currently, the California minimum wage is $12 an hour. Okay? The California minimum wage at this moment is $12 an hour already. Not enough. But with an increase of a minimum wage increase going from $7.25 to $9.50, for example, or $11. No, minimum wage for employers with 25 employees or less is $12 an hour. Minimum wage right now, like literally right this moment in the state of California, minimum wage for employers with 25 employees or less is $12 an hour. Minimum wage for employers with 26 employees or more is $13 an hour. Next year, it's going to increase to $13.14. And then the year after that, in 2022, it's going to increase to $14.15. And by 2023, it's supposed to be $15 an hour across the board. Okay? That's what it's supposed to, that's how it works in California, because these initiatives have been pushed for already. Do you understand? But that was before, when the federal minimum wage was much, much lower. Do you understand? Oh, wait, we're in January 2021. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Dude, my brain is so fucking dumb. I'm still... Oh, wow, I had a brain fart moment. Oh, Jesus Christ. We are in 2021. Okay. Oh, my God. Okay, last year was a mulligan, so it doesn't count. Okay? Last year was a mulligan. It doesn't count. I totally forgot that we're in fucking 2021. For a second, I was thinking we were still in 2020. Okay. Shit. All right. The zit's just taking up so much of my brain power right now. So anyway, so you have to look at it. So you have to look at it from that point of view. It's not, if you live in a state where your minimum wage is already higher than this, then it's clearly not for you. but it does have a secondary impact for you. What? Biden, Peter Ducey says, Mr. President, what did you talk to Vladimir Putin about?
Mr. President, what did you talk to Vladimir Putin about?
You.
Oh, God. H. Bizzle, of course this is what you would fucking send. Dude, classic, dude. Oh, look at him. Look at he's so funny, dude. He got him. Okay, dude. Yeah, we got it, dude. We're back. Liberalism is back, baby. Liberalism is fucking back, dude. If you got some dad jokes up in that, if you got some dad jokes under those sleeves, dude, you're good. No $15 until 2025. Dems getting fucked in the midterms. So I don't know what the best implementation strategy for minimum wage increases has been. I'd have to look into it a little bit further. But the reason why they do a price hike, a slow price hike, instead of an immediate $15 minimum wage that they slap on, is so that like small businesses have time to adjust. It's not for big businesses. If anything, if you have a 25 employee barrier, for example, you could literally do that for 25 employee, less than 25 employee businesses will be able to get minimum wage increases in a slower capacity, or put like a fucking like a revenue cap on businesses, maybe not even just by employer, but by like how much revenue they generate, or not profit, but how much net or how much gross revenue do they generate, right? And then say, you know, businesses that generate $1 million with a specific amount of employees will get an immediate hike. Businesses that generate less than less than $1 million fucking dollars in revenue. I'm making these numbers up right now, but you can tie it to something. If you want to do means tested policy as it pertains to small businesses, this is one area where you can do that, where you say, boom, immediate $15 minimum wage hike for big companies like fucking Subway and you know, Amazon, which already has done that regardless, but like Amazon, Subway, Walmart, like McDonald's, boom, you're done. $15 minimum wage immediately. But if you are a smaller business, then you can get subjected to the price hikes or minimum wage hikes and adjust it in accordance to what your revenue is. But I do think, I mean, I know for a fact that the real reason is because they are worried about potential implications that an immediate increase in minimum wage will have on small businesses. Will shock the economic system because a lot of small businesses operating on small margins. Increasing wage with inflation is best. Source, I study eco only, an MS Andy, not a PH Andy. Does this bill permanently keep the minimum wage below what it should be, since after $15 is back, it will only be increased every 5 years when inflation will erase the gains in minimum wage? Dude, I understand why you would be worried about this right now, but like in comparison to where we are at right now with where we are going with a $15 minimum wage up by 2025, that's an incredibly good thing that is happening. I know that it's not enough. I understand that it's not enough, but it's a good start. It's what you do with that start is what matters going forward. If a business can't survive on $15 an hour, it should not exist. I mean, I understand that argument because you're basically saying like, okay, if I can't starve my fucking workers, like I can't have a business, then it's like, all right, well then it's time for you to fucking be a worker yourself, bitch. You know what I mean? That's basically what you're saying. What you're saying is, hey, small business owner, guess what? If you literally can't fucking pay your employees a living wage, then it's time for you to be an employee yourself. Now, the problem with that, though, yeah, welcome to worker land. The problem with that, though, is that you're eliminating small businesses. You're basically eliminating small businesses from the equation entirely, and then all of a sudden you have only big businesses, which is already happening regardless of whether the fucking minimum wage increases or not. So on top of that, everyone and their mother in finance thinks inflation will increase in the next 10 years. So if wages aren't tied to inflation, this is pointless. Merely just lowers chances of severe depression rather than doing something truly good for the working class. I mean, doing something truly good for the working class does not revolve around minimum wage increases. Doing something truly good for the working class revolves around allowing workers to be able to collectively bargain for their benefits and for their wages. Look, we've had a tight labor market for the past fucking 5 years before COVID, and even then the increase in wages and benefits was nowhere near the gains that you're supposed to have in a tight labor market. Like, you're supposed to, by regular like Econ 101 standards, if you have a tight labor market, it's supposed to be a labor market that benefits the workers, right? They have more bargaining power if there are more jobs available than there are fucking workers. And yet, for some weird reason, it didn't happen. It's not that anymore, regardless, because of COVID. But again, that theory does not fucking hold for some weird reason. My dad asked to watch news with me, and when I told him I'm watching you, he said, "Nah, I'll watch MSNBC." Yeah. RIP to your dad, but I'm different. I get what you're saying, that it agrees to step in the right direction, but don't you think including a delayed start to the policy allows politicians to put the issue back on the back burner? Doing this way makes it seem to me that this will make getting the minimum wage where it should be take that much longer. I don't know what the hurdles that they can place in front of this, but once this is fucking legislation, it's going to be very difficult to push back. Now, some things make this harder, like the fact that it is an adjusted rate increase rather than an immediate hike. If you don't get something immediately, it's a little bit fucking harder to it's a little bit harder to advocate for it. Obamacare is a great example of this. There were certain parts of Obamacare that were immediate, and those parts were incredibly popular. You know, the elimination of pre-existing condition discrimination, incredibly popular. Why? You got it immediately, right? And people knew this is a protection that I have now, okay? This is a protection that I have now, and anyone that tries to repeal this will take away that protection, and I don't want that protection to go away, because when you give people something, it's very hard to take it back. Republicans know this. Democrats know this as well. That's why Social Security, for example, will be advocated on, like people will advocate to cut Social Security all the time, but, you know, old people who vote and love Social Security will say, fuck off. Same with Medicare, for example. Republicans originally ran against protecting pre-existing, didn't they? Republicans before Obamacare very, very loudly, very boldly advocated against protecting pre-existing conditions. They literally said it's like getting insurance right after you were in a car crash. It is the most psychotic argument when you think about it now with today's like normal standards. But back then, there were people that were debate lords on the internet who were very serious thinkers, by the way, who are still around, by the way, who are making that fucking argument. One day, I dream that we will look back at Ben Shapiro's couch argument about how buying healthcare should be like buying a couch argument as the most idiotic, cruel, inhumane, psychotic nonsense that's ever fucking happened in the history of political debates. Hopefully, one day we will look back at it in that regard. We would look back at it in that regard if we had socialized medicine in this country. The worst part is motherfuckers like Ben and all of these other dipshits who argue against progress would literally take it as is and would move further because they know that it's impossible to fucking advocate against. And they would just, you know, they would move on to the next thing. I remember you just saying if you can't pay your workers poverty wages, then your businesses shouldn't exist a couple days ago. Now you pity for small business, shaking my head. My pity for small businesses exclusively revolves around what it does to the marketplace. That's just the reality. I don't give a shit about like small businesses beyond the fact that I don't want everything to be a virtual monopoly. I don't want everything to turn into an oligopoly. But I still think it's rather funny, as I've said already, that the biggest fear that small business owners have is becoming a worker once again. That's what they fear most. Like their biggest fear is losing the capital, or losing the money that they put in to their business and then having to fucking become a worker once again. It's not like you die when your small business goes away, and there are plenty of protective fail safes built into the system that protects businesses over protecting workers themselves. Okay, I did steal that line from the chatter. Do you think that raising minimum wage requirements for only successful companies will lead to further monopolization? Also, by the way, what I was trying to say is, I apologize if this was misunderstood. What I was simply trying to say is explain to you why the immediate increase does not happen, and trying to describe to you what the political benefits are of an immediate increase versus the economic consequences might be of an immediate increase. Understand? Yes, we get it. I have a zit. It looks like a bindi. Okay, everyone has made the joke already. Aren't a large portion of small business owners are workers as well? My dad owns his medical practice, but there's one other employee besides himself. Yeah. I don't know what the exact number is, but yes, a lot of small businesses are just employed by an individual. You made it onto the new Vice QAnon documentary? Yeah, we'll look at that later. Have you seen the video exploding Putin's palace? 10 million views in like a week? No. But I've learned a lot about how Russians assassinate dissidents and whistleblowers and shit. And it's fucking crazy. Specifically, the polonium thing is like the most insane assassination I've ever fucking heard of. It is absolutely wild. No, not the umbrella one. They just put like a little fucking grain, like you can't even see. It's a little grain of like this nuclear substance that they threw into this this dude who said Putin was a pedophile, like wrote a book about how Putin was a pedophile, and also how like Putin actually did he's like fucking Russian Alex Jones. But they put it in his fucking green tea. It is crazier than exploding cigars. And the reason why polonium is so fucking crazy is because they were able to track Alexei Zhonzunov. Yeah, like there's no way to save that person. No, there is no way to save that person. Once you fucking drink that tea with like that little grain of fucking polonium, it's over. Not only is there no way to save that person, the people that person touches is radioactive. Like that dude immediately was like cancer all the way, fucking done. Like you become a radiating substance yourself as soon as you drink it. They were able to track the polonium and how it traveled, specifically by looking at like the fucking the radiation on the seat that the Russian dudes emitted. Like they looked at radiation in this like German fucking apartment that they stayed in. There was radiation once that dude drank the polonium green tea. Once that dude drank the polonium green tea, He takes a shit, that's nuclear waste. He touches a fucking bathroom stall, nuclear waste. Like, there's literally radiation in every moment. Once it goes through once you ingest it, it's over. It's completely over. It's one of the most psychotic things I've ever fucking heard, dude. It is one of the most psychotic things I've ever seen and ever heard. No, I'm not talking about Navalny. The guy who killed that person got a medal from Putin. Yeah, it's not surprising. Yeah, I was just looking at like the craziest assassinations. North Korea's assassination is the wildest one. Kim Jong-un assassinating his brother, his like half brother or whatever, is one of the wildest ones, where they hired this Cambodian woman and this Vietnamese woman and basically told them, because Kim Jong-un's brother was like a fucking idiot. Like, he was literally rolling around the entire world with his regular passport, like everybody knew. So they intercepted him in Malaysia. Okay? They intercepted him in Malaysia. North Korean spies roll up on this Cambodian and Vietnamese woman and say, hey, we are going to do a YouTube prank show. We're going to do a YouTube prank show. This is your target. All you need to do is rub his face with this like substance that we're going to give you. So this Cambodian woman, this Vietnamese woman run up thinking that they're on a fucking prank show and just grab the dude's face with what they thought was just like a fucking funny meme, but turns out was immediate poison. Boom, dead. Like, he realizes he might be poisoned, goes up to the cops before he can fucking describe what happened to him, dead. They, of course, catch the two women immediately, and they're like, what the fuck? You just literally assassinated the potential fucking North Korean heir to the throne, I guess, but who is no longer going to be heir to the throne because he embarrassed the North Korean dynasty by getting caught going to Disneyland. All of this is real, by the way. It's fucking nuts. And they're like, what? We thought it was a fucking prank. They literally thought it was a fucking prank. How do the women not get poisoned by it? So there's two theories. One is either that they immediately washed their hands, which they did right after the prank, apparently. Or the other argument is the other theory. There's two working theories. The other theory is that this was a substance that only became poisonous when both of the they had like two separate concoctions basically, and only when they mix together does it become poisonous. So one person had one part of the concoction, the other person had the other part of the concoction. So when they both like rolled up on him and like rubbed him on his face, then that's when it became poisonous. So neither of them were poisoned. So that's what the theory is. The funniest thing is Kim Jong-un and the North Korean government never admitted that they were the ones who assassinated the other Kim. I forget what his fucking name is, whatever, the brother. But they did apparently apologize to the nation of Vietnam for having one of their nationals, having one of their citizens get caught up in this assassination. How fucking funny is that, dude? Yes, I've been watching the spy show on Netflix, the Spycraft one. That was the best episode. The bug stuff is not as fun, but the assassination episode was insane, dude. Vietnam threatened to cut diplomatic ties? Yeah. All these countries have mad cool ways of assassinating people. U.S. just drone strikes dudes in their car, shaking my head. Oh, that's literally how. Yeah, they even briefly touch on that. They're like, since the 1970s, the CIA does not officially have methods of assassinating leaders, so they just drone people. Like they're literally like, yeah, we don't like assassinate them the old way. We just drone strike them. Literally, that's what they do. They don't do like the whole fucking blowing smoke in someone's face or, you know, any of that spycraft. They just literally just drone you. It doesn't matter. Boom, droned. Ever since Castro fucked his assassin. Yeah, they talk about that too. They were like looking at methods in how to assassinate Castro. And that's actually why they stopped. And we're talking goated assassination. Can you mention ETA blowing the Spanish PM's car over a building in 1971? Absolutely crazy. I'm unfamiliar with that one, but there's really crazy ones, man. There are really crazy assassinations out there. How millennials killed the spy industry? Yeah. There was the show is called Spycraft on Netflix. But yeah, the polonium one is just like insane. There's also, I mean, Russians like literally nonstop assassinate. Like they're just straight up still holding on to those traditional cultural values of assassinating political dissidents and stuff. So they're still doing a lot of that. I mean, Navalny had an attempted assassination which failed, but the polonium one is like by far the craziest one. There is a Ukrainian guy who was running for president, and he was the attempted assassination on him was done with like a fucking Agent Orange, like a proprietary chemical in Agent Orange or some shit. And he actually survived it, and he's like super fucked up. And then he became president apparently afterwards. But yeah, a bystander got killed by the Novichok in England. Yes, that's true. Russia and Israel competing for the world record. I feel like Israel's assassinations are more old school though. They just like shoot you, you know what I mean? They just roll up on you and just fucking spray you. Whereas Russians are like trying to fucking poison you still. I read reports that there's a list of people and it doesn't matter how you survive to 65. I read reports that there's a list of people and it doesn't matter if you have survived to 65, you're gonna be assassinated. Wait, what? Yeah, Israeli assassins, they blow your car up or they just fucking shoot you. Whereas with Russian assassins, there's like poison and like they do go for style points for sure. And it's like way more old school. Someone trying to assassinate, there's a laser on your head right now? Yes, I know. Russia throws you off the hotel balcony? I mean, that's old school as fuck too. Russia killed that spy by knocking him out and putting him in a gym bag to die. Another insane thing about like spycraft that I found out was Theremin, Leon Theremin, who invented the Theremin, musician and scientist, also found to this day, one of the only methods of like bugging people without any sort of electronic equipment whatsoever. This thing called literally The Thing. That's what it's called. It's called The Thing. And for 7 years in the American embassy in Russia, this fucking the Russian Boy Scouts had gifted the ambassador this like U.S. figurine. They placed it prominently, and they obviously scanned it for bugs, but because there's no electronics in it, they never knew that there was literally a fucking, there's literally a fucking small little microphone that is connected to, I guess, I don't even know how the fucking science behind it works, but as long as you beam fucking microwave, like radio frequencies at it, it's just like the Theremin. If you've ever seen a Theremin, you know how like you can use radio waves and shit to make music. Basically, someone would just beam radio waves at it and fucking hear everything that's going on. What's a Theremin? Here, I'll show you what a Theremin is. How do you not know what a Theremin is? This is a Theremin. I'm sure you've seen it before.
The theremin is an electronic musical instrument. It was invented in 1919 by a Russian physicist, Leon Theremin. Besides its unusual appearance, the theremin is also unique in that it's played without being touched. The theremin typically consists of a box with two metal antennas which create an electromagnetic field. The musician stands in front of the instrument and moves his hands in the proximity of the two antennas, which forms a capacitor between his hands and the antennas. The capacitance of the electromagnetic field varies by the distance between the player and the instrument. The upright antenna controls the pitch. When the right hand approaches the antenna, the pitch gets higher. When the hand moves away from it, the pitch gets lower again. Small, rapid movements of the right hand can create vibrato. The loop antenna controls the volume. Approaching the antenna makes the volume softer, so the left hand is responsible for dynamics and articulation.
Anyway, it's like hella nerdy, but very cool at the same time. But yeah, it's the same principle that Theremin applied to create The Thing, which is a microphone bug without any electronics whatsoever. I'm just like, I'm already talking about all this shit. I mean, but yeah, here it is, The Thing, the listening device. And that's the replica of the Great Seal, which had the Soviet bugging device on it. And it's on display at the NSA's National Cryptologic Museum. It was a gift. It was a gift given to the by the Soviet Union to Avril Harriman, the United States ambassador to the Soviet Union, on August 4th, 1945. Because it was passive, needing electromagnetic energy from an outside source to become energized and activate. It is considered a predecessor to radio frequency identification technology. It's the same kind of technology as the RFID chip. Yeah, Russian Boy Scouts gifted it to him, and these fucking clowns placed it prominently, thinking, well, we scanned it, there's no electronics in it. Now, do you respect crypto? Yes, the Netflix show is what I've been watching about it. In this world, wherever there is light, there are also shadows, as long as the concept of winners exist. Oh, Jesus Christ, why am I reading a fucking Madara Uchiha copy pasta? The U.S. went, that's so impressive, I'm not even mad. I wonder how they found it out. Oh, they discovered it accidentally by a British radio operator by the British Embassy. Bro, they discovered it in 1951, by the way. By a British radio operator at the British Embassy who overheard American conversations in an open radio Soviet Air Force radio traffic channel as the Soviets were beaming radio waves to the ambassador's office. An American State Department employee was then able to reproduce the results using an untuned wideband receiver with a simple diode detector demodulator, similar to some field strength meters. Like, they wouldn't have even known It was there for fucking, it was there from 1945 to 1951, dude. How nuts. That's so sick. Anyway. No, the US government didn't place the bug. The Russians did. The Soviet did. Americans are so stupid. You say that, but like they're very good at fucking, they are very, very good at spycraft as well. Like they've done some psychotic shit too. Anyway, we briefly touched on the executive actions here. They're aimed at combating discriminatory housing practices, reforming the prison system, respecting the sovereignty of tribal governments, and fighting xenophobia against Asian Americans, especially in the light of the COVID pandemic. Before I continue further with this, it's top of the hour every hour, okay? It's top of the hour every hour, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs. Which means it's time for a 60-second ad break, the first of today. So I'm about to run that 60-second ad break right now. All right, then. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 with a subscription or for free with your Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the fucking 1-minute ad now. There it is. You just talk about how Biden ends racism, yet you engage in patophobia. Sigh, be better, Hasuni. No. Yeah, we'll watch the new Johnny Harris as well later. We'll welcome Johnny Harris back into our homes. Don't worry about a thing, brother. Anyway, one of the funniest takes so far that I've heard on the racial equity and all this other stuff, like all these other executive actions that Joseph Robinette is signing, has been the lack of self-awareness displayed by conservatives who are saying this is incredibly authoritarian in nature. And it's like, dog, the only reason why Biden can do this is because Donald Trump did it before, and because Obama utilized it or expanded on it a little bit more than the predecessor. But Donald Trump really fucking, knocked it out of the park with executive orders. And that's why it's so easy to fucking sign him away and overturn him. That's it. Biden has banned for-profit prisons at the federal level, but that jurisdiction should cover ICE facilities, and it's a big fucking industry earner for the private for-profit prison industry, and yet it does not, from what we understand. So that is fucking bullshit. So it's nowhere near enough. Remember that the private prisons have increased their, like, private prisons have had a judge's, oh shit, this is fresh off the presses as well. A judge apparently barred Biden from enforcing the 100-day deportation ban. Now that America is raising the minimum wage to $15, when will you raise your mod wage to $1/hour? Every time I remember the separated immigrant kids, I cry. Yeah, well, don't worry. You won't actually remember the immigrant kids in cages especially because we are not talking about the immigrant kids in cages anymore, regardless of the fact that it's still happening.
Nor does
Now,
he claim to be.
not only
Not
only is the immigration thing that we something that I wanted to talk about, but apparently Senator Rand Paul is the only person who is refusing to fucking wear a mask in the Senate impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump right now in the swearing-in ceremony. Rand Paul is refusing to wear a mask, ladies and gentlemen.
Under the precedents of the Senate regarding constitutional points of order.
But this is ongoing. We're going to get back to that in a little bit when there's like when there's more shit going on.
Question to the Senate: is the point of order well taken?
Mr. President,
the Majority Leader.
The theory that the impeachment of a former official is unconstitutional is flat out wrong by every frame of analysis: constitutional context, historical practice, precedent, and basic common sense. It's been completely debunked by constitutional scholars from all across the political spectrum. Now, the junior senator from Kentucky read one clause from the Constitution about the Senate's impeachment powers. He left out another from Article 3, Section 2, quote, "Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification."
They're saying it's unconstitutional, and that's fucking bullshit, by the way. Just because something hasn't happened doesn't mean it's unconstitutional. It's literally not unconstitutional.
Intended impeachment to merely be a vehicle to remove sitting officials from their office, they would not have included that additional provision, disqualification from future office.
Yeah, it's total bullshit.
The Constitution also...
I hate this sort of stuff. I hate this, like, precedent. Oh, it has happened before? Okay, well, then there you go. I didn't even fucking know that. But it's literally in the Constitution. It is not unconstitutional. And Republicans are just saying, oh, it has happened, just not to a president. Okay, sorry. Well, I'm learning as well today. But political science major, KW, I'm sorry that I didn't know that someone who wasn't a fucking a seated representative was impeached in the past, dude. I'm sorry that the fucking insanely obscure trivia fucking Andy knowledge was something that I was unfamiliar with, and I just learned just now. My bad, bro. You're right. I should have literally known everything that has ever happened in the history of the United States across the board, always. Anyway, the point I was trying to make is that, yeah, it's so dumb. First of all, if this was like common fucking knowledge, Republicans wouldn't literally consistently use like precedent from 1878, like, or some shit like that. No, they literally are looking for something to justify their ridiculous worldview half the time. And in this instance, Democrats can do it as well, because apparently there is precedent for it, just not for the president. But it doesn't fucking matter ultimately, okay? It does not fucking matter, because it is absolutely constitutional. You can absolutely fucking use the impeachment proceedings against someone who is no longer in office. It's so dumb. Otherwise, there wouldn't be additional power on top of impeachment beyond like removing someone from their seat, okay? Impeachment doesn't just mean removing someone from their seat. There is additional powers that go beyond that. For example, not being able to run again for office. If Donald Trump is convicted, now he will not be able to run for office again. That is part of the reason why these Democrats, I think, want to impeach him. But the biggest reason why Democrats want to impeach him is because they want to fucking enforce accountability. So it's idiotic to go against that, especially when a week prior, you as a Republican were literally stating that you think Donald Trump should be held accountable.
Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins.
Anyway,
Mr. Coons.
yeah, I'm gonna mute the roll call. Obviously, it's fucking who cares? But as I was saying, the reason why they're doing this is because they want to make sure that this is on the fucking record. Okay, I think it's actually a good precedent to be able to impeach presidents after they are in office. I like that. Impeach them all, motherfucker. Put it on the record. I dream of a future where every single fucking previous American president is impeached way, way, way after their presidency as in an effort to make America understand the crimes that they committed. So I find it so stupid that people are like, oh, this is bullshit. It's bullshit because, yes, it is a largely political trial and Donald Trump is no longer in office. So it's easy to just say, it's easy to point the finger at it and say, this is so dumb. Why are they doing this? Well, they're doing it because it's fucking unacceptable. Enough is enough. There needs to be a fucking measure for accountability. Okay? Bush wasn't as bad as Trump, though. No, of course Bush was. No, Bush was worse than Donald Trump still. Sorry. Pound for pound, as far as like the amount of human suffering that George W. Bush's administration caused is significantly worse than Donald Trump's. I'm sorry. We are literally still in numerous wars in the Middle East as a consequence of the George W. Bush administration. Just because you were not aware or just because you don't care, 400,000 Americans dead. I know. I understand. Again, Bush's wars are still going on, folks. You can say worst take ever all you fucking want, bitch. Doesn't matter. No, liberals love saying Trump is worse than Bush because liberals love whitewashing old administrations because the new one is worse. Like, people be like, abolish ICE, and then turn around and say Trump is worse than George W. Bush. Bitch, who created ICE? The Patriot Act. ICE, Department of Homeland Security. Trillions of dollars spent on the war on terror. Millions of people in the Middle East dead. Even more millions destabilized. Pushed away from their homes. Countries damaged to the point of no amount of repair could fix their infrastructure. Katrina domestically. Like, George W. Bush was a fucking horrible, horrible administration, dude. Millions, tens of millions displaced, millions dead. There is no way that calculation works. Yeah, destabilize the housing market. Bush played a significant role in that. I mean, you could definitely point the finger on Democrats on that one as well. Anyway. So, the George W. Bush administration, the Dick Cheney administration, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Yes, Dick Cheney had more power or more authority over that administration, but who gives a fuck? It's still George W. Bush's administration. He was the president. McConnell votes not to table the motion to proceed, siding with Rand Paul. But funny old man hugged Michelle Obama. Yeah. Reagan and Clinton were much worse for the 2007-2008 crisis than W. They were the ones who set the wheels in motion. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Okay. So can we just do like corporate media does and both sides of this debate, i.e. Bush is worse, but Trump is really bad, so they're both the worst? I mean, they're both fucking horrible. They are. Donald Trump, George W. Bush, and Ronald Reagan are historically bad presidents for the United States. Like, some of the fucking worst. They're definitely the worst in contemporary American history. So they are straight the fuck up like some of the most damaging presidents that we have ever seen. Bill Clinton was fucking horrible too. Barack Obama wasn't good either, but they do not touch. Well, maybe Bill Clinton does, but like you're saying Nixon, dude, again, Nixon was bad as well, but like Ronald Reagan and his actions have caused so much economic inequality. Like the Reagan administration's actions have absolutely destroyed any chance America ever had at like reaching a honorable and dignifying experience for workers. It's over. It's done. Starving the beast and trickle down economics is brain cancer that will never go away. They will literally reshape it, reform it, and act like they're not doing that when they know that it's no longer a favorable thing to advocate for, and still continue with those with that mentality. Isn't it great that American presidents are such fucking scumbags? That the argument never is like, who was a good American president? And instead, the argument is like, which American president was like comparable to Hitler more? It's great. It's great that like the way we approach politics is like, who is literally the fucking worst? Who has killed more people? Each president, like fucking Pokemon, have their own unique set of skills. George W. Bush's foreign policy is absolutely worse than both Reagan's, who is a close contender, and Donald Trump. Okay? George W. Bush's foreign policy, his administration's foreign policy across the board. Ronald Reagan's deregulation and tax cuts, so his domestic economic policy, his neoliberal domestic economic policies, absolutely worst out of all of them. Historically bad, okay? And then Donald Trump comes in at the last fucking second with his acceleration towards fascism and his increase of dog whistles adjusted to what is normal at the time, of course, because in comparison to Ronald Reagan, what Donald Trump is saying is like, you know, still worse, but Donald Trump comes in with the acceleration towards fascism and increased dog whistles. So there we have it.
Is there a sufficient second? There is a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett.
Okay. Okay, where were we? Since Democrats got the majority, can't they pass a bill that will fix minimum wage to inflation? They could with budget reconciliation. I think they could do that. But I mean, this minimum wage increase is not going to be a bipartisan bill either. I think that's going to be a budget reconciliation bill as well. So I wanted to talk about something else here. I want to talk about Mitch McConnell. McConnell relents in Senate filibuster fight. Here is why. Because yesterday McConnell decided, you know, all right, it's done. We're not going to hold up the. This trial,
though, is within the Senate's constitutional authority. The impeachment power
what is happening?
Is designed.
Yesterday, Mitch McConnell relented on his demand that Democrats promise they won't ditch the filibuster in a power-sharing agreement in a 50-50 Senate. And the reason why he did it, of course, is because Democrats don't have the votes. Democrats simply do not have the votes to push for a filibuster. Or to pass a way to abolish the filibuster. Okay, so that's why he was only acting like this was a big deal for him, just to hold up the proceedings as best as he could, to make it seem like he's putting up a fucking fight. It doesn't really matter ultimately. Okay, and he admits as such. McConnell's willing to deal now because he knows Democrats and Republicans, for that matter, lack the votes to eliminate the filibuster. We knew last week it was unlikely that there were ever the votes to get rid of the filibuster, but failing to eliminate the filibuster simply presents Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer with a problem. Left wing of the Democratic Party will come for Schumer when the Senate fails to pass big ticket items important to progressives, ranging from climate change to DC statehood. Schumer could only do that by extinguishing the filibuster, but he lacks the votes to do so. The converse is true for McConnell. He has the power in a 50-50 Senate, but none of the responsibility. With question, McConnell may emerge as the most powerful minority leader in Senate history. Budget reconciliation. You're going to hear a lot about that over the next couple of weeks. Schumer and liberals may not be able to advance much of their legislative agenda due to filibusters, but they still have one annual option to advance certain legislation with fiscal impacts. It's called budget reconciliation. It's the same gambit Democrats used in 2010 to pass the final version of Obamacare when they lacked the votes to overcome a filibuster. Republicans also use the same tactic to repeal and replace Obamacare, but could never come up with enough votes. Yeah. I wonder why. Why can't they nuke the filibuster? Because there's not enough Republican votes. There might not even be enough Democratic votes. Plus, you still need Republican votes to overcome the filibuster. The overcoming the filibuster is the same level of majority votes that you need to also abolish the filibuster. So you won't be able to do that. Wait, they only need 50 to nuke it? I thought it was, no, you need 60 votes. You're wrong. Oh, I thought you needed, oh, I didn't realize that you needed 51. Okay, well, I was wrong. My bad. Damn, I'm swinging and missing all day today. Rule vote's always 50. Can't filibuster a filibuster? Yes, you can, by the way. You can literally filibuster you can filibuster, or at least McConnell was like kind of doing that to even start the conversation around Senate rules. Majority leader overrules the chair decision by simple majority. Anyway, let's watch Chuck Schumer on Rachel Maddow, because he had a bunch of takes. I want to hear what he had to say. I didn't watch this yet, but I want to see it.
Filibuster. There is definitely a diversity of opinion within your caucus on that. Senator Sinema, Senator Manchin have, for example, expressed reservations about getting rid of that. But lots of other senators and lots of people who are strong stakeholders within the Democratic Party say that there's too much to get done right now to let that get in the way. And there's no reason to expect that any Republicans in any significant numbers, let alone 10 of them, will cross the line on anything. Where do you stand?
The caucus is united with the belief that I have. We must get big, strong, bold things done. That's a bottom line. If we don't, I worry about the future of this democracy. If people continue to be disillusioned that this government can't do a thing to make their lives better at a time when so many are angry, so many are sour, so many think they don't have a chance to get ahead, I worry about the future. So we have to get things done. That's point one. Point two, we will not let Mitch McConnell dictate to us what we will do and not do, period. And these first 5 days have shown that. And as I said, my caucus is totally united from one end to the other that we're not letting him go forward. Our hope is, now we have tools that we can use. Reconciliation, we can get a lot of the COVID bill done with reconciliation. And that's something we certainly will use if they try to block this immediate COVID bill. We can even use reconciliation for...
If I'm a Republican, what I do is act like I'm going to come up with a bipartisan compromise, constantly cry about how divisive the Democrats are being, hold up the impeachment trials as best as possible by saying this is unconstitutional. Why are we even doing this? Democrats don't care about the American people. Like, literally be in a holding obstruction pattern for the next 2 years until the midterm elections, and then fucking eviscerate the Democrats in the midterm elections, okay? Eviscerate them. And that's precisely what they're going to do. They're going to hold everything back. They're going to say, oh my God, we want to deal with them, but look, they don't want to deal with us. They don't want to deal with us. And then force them to go with the budget reconciliation route regardless, okay? Force Democrats to go with the budget reconciliation route regardless, kind of like Obamacare in 2010, literally by first diluting the bills, making sure that the final form of that bill is literally just fundamentally something different, okay? Filled with fucking pork and totally neutered across the board, and then turn around and still not vote for it so that you have to literally fucking push for the budget reconciliation. But originally, the bill you had was much stronger, and it could have been passed through the same fucking proceedings regardless, but now you have a neutered bill full of idiotic poison pills and fucking bullshit pork spending and just a neutered bill overall, and now you're passing that with a budget reconciliation. You've already lost a shitload of political capital because everybody hates gridlock. Everyone fucking hates gridlock. And then, boom, you lose all that political capital for passing a worse bill overall. Okay? A nerfed-ass bill gets passed with budget reconciliation, and ultimately everybody hates the Democrats.
A much broader proposal, Biden's Build It Back Better, which obviously would be modified and changed. So we have some tools we can use right now and will not hesitate to use them if Republicans continue to just block. As for other issues, what we're going to do is we are united in the view we need to bring change. We are united in the view McConnell is not going to dictate what this Senate does.
Shush. Oh my God. Chuck Schumer's a political beast. He's not Harry Reid. He will just nuke the bird rule or have the Senate parliamentarian president ignore any bird objections. You doomers are so useless. Ugh. Are you fucking brain dead? Chuck Schumer's literally worse than Harry Reid. God. What kind of, like, the new neoliberals are so fucking stupid. Like, Chuck Schumer is a political beast. Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? At least, like, if you stand Nancy Pelosi, I kind of understand where you're coming from because, like, she at least is good at whipping her fucking caucuses. This motherfucker has no power, dude. He can't even get his whip Dick Durbin to fucking come to terms with his policy agenda. What the fuck are you talking about? Chuck Schumer is a beast, bro. I'm soy facing so hard for Chuck Schumer right now. Oh, no, he sucks ass.
And we will come together as a caucus and figure it out. But I can assure you, we will bring real change here, real dramatic change. We have no choice.
You need 60 to formally change Senate rules, so you're partially correct, but only 51 to do the nuke option, which just sets a precedent on no filibuster for specific things like judges. They could do this for statehood. Yeah. I wonder how many Matt Iglesias articles that guy has retweeted. So many, bro. There's another Schumer clip. Let's watch.
When President Obama was first elected and there was a number of there were a number of big legislative lifts on the table, I feel like as an observer of that process, as somebody reporting on that process, I learned a lesson.
I got to peel.
I watched with Obamacare, with the Affordable Care Act, the Republican.
No, you didn't. None of you did. Your entire goal is to literally fucking do the surprise Pikachu face when Democrats talk a big game and then demonstrate that they did not learn those lessons at all. That is literally all mainstream media does, is, that's crazy. I thought that we could work with the Republicans this time. Surprise Pikachu face.
Republicans insisted that there not be any single payer option, there not be a public option,
Right.
Had to be based around the private insurance companies. And they insisted on all these changes that were made for them, and then they didn't vote for it anyway.
Right.
And on the immigration bill, they insisted that their priority, deportations, all that be done up front. President Obama did all that up front, and then they still didn't vote for it. We saw it in the Recovery Act as well. They insisted that the Recovery Act be made smaller and significantly less effective, and then they didn't vote for it anyway.
10 years it took to get, because it wasn't deep enough and strong enough. 10 years. We're not going to make that mistake with COVID.
But isn't the lesson there that it's not worth trying to get bipartisan legislation because it will weaken it and make it worse, and they're never going to vote for it anyway?
Our North Star has to be the legislation itself. It has to be big and bold and strong. If Republicans work with us to get good, strong legislation, yes. But I agree with you. I've made these arguments in numerous places. Look at 2008, where we spent 1.5 years trying to get something good done, ACA, Obamacare, and we didn't do all the other things that had to be done. We will not repeat that mistake. We will not repeat that mistake. You are right. I think of just what you think all along. And it's a different time. I mean, we've had the most authoritarian president around. Look how close he came on that awful day, January 6th. And the antidote is constructive, strong action by us, by the government. That's the answer, so that when the appeals to bigotry and nastiness and divisiveness are thrown at the American people again, which Trump did, and there are many of his minions who want to do it, people will say, no, we're making good progress. Let's stick with this. But if we don't make progress, bad, bad, bad. We can have really bad solutions, really bad outcomes, rather.
I think Rachel Maddow watches your stream, bro. She literally just said the same shit you did. No, they're saying all this, but it doesn't mean anything. I'm sorry. They're not. They have to act like Republicans are normal, okay? That is the primary function of the Republican Party, or the Democratic Party, is to literally fucking act like the Republican Party are normal when they're not. And the primary function of the media is to normalize the back and forth going on between these two parties. It doesn't matter. What she's saying right now is nowhere near as important as what she will say a year down the line when they're fucking still compromise prone. Okay? Unfollowed you everywhere. Ugh, he literally just said the exact same thing you did. You're just another Jimmy Dore, huh? Okay, dude. Here. Oh, fuck. Can one of the mods get this? I can't. Not on this one. I have other Chatterino is the one where I can ban people. I just don't want to look through it. You can permanently ban them. Fucking idiot. You're just another Jimmy Dore, huh? Okay. Messaging is good so far. Surprisingly good, I will admit. We shall see where this goes. What matters not is what they say currently. What matters is going to be what they end up saying when they go through the same fucking motions over and over again. Damn, he wrecked you considering you banned him, lol. Okay, I'm just gonna fucking swap out my... Hold on one second. Okay, first of all... secondly... No, I banned him because he is a nuisance. He is an annoying... fart-smelling fucking liberal nuisance in the chat that I don't want to fucking consistently get trolled by over and over again and derail the conversation. And so are you, which is why you got banned as well. There you go. Sorry. Just be less fucking annoying. Biden banned private prisons. Is this a good move for the left or a hollow victory? It is a hollow victory. Two reasons. One, because of the tiny fraction of private prisons that are federal prisons. Okay. And two, because it does not cover ICE facilities, which is a big chunk of where the private prison industry is making their money currently. So you have county jails and shit that are still private. Okay. The only power that you have over private prisons, the only power that the federal government has over private prisons is federal prisons and also ICE facilities. So if you don't ban ICE facilities as well, it's still a minuscule victory, is what I'm trying to say. Way to take control, classic Pinko. Okay. I realize that I haven't really banned a lot of people in a while, and I only I spend a lot of time, you know, answering people as though they're being serious and stuff, and I think I should probably ban more people. So I'm gonna do that now again. It's been a minute. Yeah, just gotta throw out the trash a little bit today. People think that they can fucking talk shit. Anyway. Yeah, it's 1987, George Orwell. It's George Orwell Redenbacher. Goddamn commie. They can still watch if banned? Oh, yeah, absolutely. You just won't be able to fucking have your idiotic, moronic takes in the chat. Unless you make a fucking sock, in which I'll ban you again. Yeah, this is cancel culture, man. All right, anyway. Not gonna lie, Biden's executive orders have been good. Yes, they have been. They have been very good. So far, so good. I joke around, but it's not the end all be all. Obviously, the way that this works is the legislative agenda is, of course, going to be far more significant, far more important, and far more and long lasting than the executive orders signed into law by Joe Biden. Not signed into law, but the executive orders that he signs that can immediately be overturned by the incoming Republican administration. So it is, what is more important is how those executive orders turn around and guide the Republican or Democratic Party's legislative agenda. Out of all the ones he signed, I would like to see him repeal. I would like to see him abolish more student debt, or any student debt at all. So that's definitely one area, one remaining area that he could be doing more in, and he hasn't yet. But that dude wasn't giving a brain dead take. He was just saying that they were literally saying the same shit as you. Sometimes you just can't take criticism, man. First of all, no, I banned him not just for that one take, but for numerous takes leading up to that. And he literally said, "You're just as bad as Jimmy Dore." I should go back and actually ban you permanently for how fucking moronic you are, that you couldn't even fucking comprehend whether or not he was saying just whether he was making like simple criticism. You know what? I'm going to ban you permanently as well. I don't give a fuck how many months you've been subscribed to me for. Suck my dick. Anyway, get fucked. $50,000 forgiveness is in the works? No. No. We'll see what happens. Imagine if you had an ego like you, lol. That's just a one day because you're probably a delusional juicer. But, you know, maybe one day off will restore some sanity in the remaining functioning part of your fucking brain, dumbass. Cleansing the chat of idiotic takes sometimes is good for the content overall because I get derailed too easily. And I don't want to get derailed. I want to have a productive back and forth conversation with the chat. And sometimes when you want to have a productive conversation with the chat, you got to ban some people. You know, restore some order in the chat. That's what this is.
Rejuvenation are quite in vogue right now in the wake of President Trump's.
Keeler calls out Dr. Birx's post-Trump reputation rehabilitory. I don't care about this. This is not interesting to me. Teen son speaks out after telling FBI about father involved, how the U.S. stole Iraq. Former FBI agent breakdown interrogation techniques. Damn, no. These are kind of mid today, Popcorn Boy. Yeah, we got the QAnon 101 video that I will be watching. We already did the Biden remarks, executive orders. We talked about McConnell. What else is there to talk about today? You don't need 60 to change Senate rules. The move is called nuclear option because it only requires a simple majority, and therefore invoking it is seen as a last resort because it can be used against the majority if the Senate flips. Usually it would take 2/3 to change Senate rules, but the majority leader can overturn the vote by a simple majority. But you can do it for specific votes, I thought. Like judges. And then you can expand on it if you want and move it from lower coin appointments to lower coin appointment confirmations to like the Supreme Court appointment confirmation. That's by saying it's precedent. Something added to the Biden schedule. The White House has added presidential remarks on the pandemic this afternoon at 4:45. So that's actually one thing I wanted to talk about more a little bit today. The thing that is deeply disturbing to me, the thing that is like deeply disturbing to me so far, and I'm experiencing this in California, is how fucking horrible the California COVID response has been. The California COVID response has been disastrous. Our ICU capacity is at, it's completely maxed out. There are no vacancies left, okay, in so many different counties. Each county, of course, has a different way of dealing with COVID. The vaccine distribution has been a massive problem as well. I wanted to show you a video. It's a like fucking funny meme video, but it is literally how, this is exactly how it feels like to be in California and try to comprehend what the state is doing in an effort to, engage in COVID recovery. Here, let's watch this real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, Los Angeles has become the epicenter of this horrible disease. But if we work together with my new plan, we can make sure it doesn't get worse. So that's why I'm calling on you to stay home if you want to. It's good if you stay home, but you should go out. But you should support local businesses, but safely at home unless you want to go. And if you go to the mall, don't. But you can, but you shouldn't, but you won't. But if you work at the mall, go there. It's open. You're still in business, but no one's there because they should stay at home because they're here. They're staying and they're out. And if you're out, go home. But if you're here, wear a mask when you're out, but don't go out. Stay inside. There's parking tickets now. Move your car because the street's sweeping, but you shouldn't be on the streets because you're at home if you want to, and restaurants are closed, but you can't go to them, but you should stay inside, but go out. Thanks for doing your part.
This is literally exactly what the COVID restrictions are. Like, he might as well have just opened up the latest, not the lift on the restrictions, but the latest, like a month ago or 2 months ago, the latest like lockdown, not lockdown, but stay-at-home orders. Literally read like this, where it was like, you need to stay at home. It's literally illegal for you to be in county and traveling from one place to another. But also at the same time, like, you can go to nail salons. And it is so fucking psychotic. I don't understand. Like, and no one understood back then, and no one still understands. And now we have lifted those restrictions, apparently. As though we are over the hump. And it is so fucked up. It sounds like everywhere, because I think that a lot of Western nations are too pussy to take actions that are deemed authoritarian. Okay? And because of that, they have to still take like authoritarian actions, but then simultaneously turn around and be like, but you can also go out and do stuff. Come on, we need to support small businesses. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, what? Just fucking tell us if we can go out or not, okay? Like, this half measure shit is worse overall than just like full complete open or full complete shutdown. It's so dumb. It's so insanely dumb. So now, Gavin Newsom lifted the restrictions, the stay-at-home order restrictions, yesterday. We don't even know who the fuck was following those restrictions to begin with. But let's say some people were following it like me, a bunch of suckers, I guess, who were stupid enough to be afraid. Gavin Newsom himself was not following those fucking restrictions, by the way. Literally, after he implemented those stay-at-home measures that were already confusing to begin with, he then was caught on camera hanging out with fucking friends at like a winery, okay? Having a goddamn dinner party, like an indoors dinner party. Yeah, caught in motherfucking 4K, dude. And this is where we're at. Like, this is where we're at. I don't know. And the same problem exists with vaccine delivery and distribution as well. Okay? Who the fuck is supposed to be able to get vaccines? Like, I feel like the first phase vaccine distribution in places like California and New York have been so narrow on just healthcare workers themselves, some of which don't even want to fucking take the vaccine to begin with, that no one's getting it. I feel like, who the fuck is able to get the vaccine? Just healthcare. Like, I have old people in my family that I need to vaccinate. I need them to get the vaccine. My grandparents are both over the age of 65. 65 plus is supposed to be first phase. Okay, if you're 65 plus, then you're supposed to be able to get the vaccine in the state of California. Some places say you can. Some places say you can't. And I haven't been able to get them vaccinated because I don't know where to do it. We can't fucking figure it out. $65 plus is phase 1B here in New Jersey, which is what's going on currently. Yeah, we're still at 1A. When is it your turn to get the COVID vaccine? CA launches notification website. California launched a new pilot website for residents to find out. The site is called My Turn. Lets users schedule vaccination appointments as well as register to be notified via text or email when they become eligible. I think the reason why they're so restrictive with who gets the vaccine is partially because of logistics, because they don't think that there is enough to vaccinate as many people as possible. In some places, 65 plus is 1A. In other places, 65 plus is not 1A. I'm glad you're not in charge of my care, lol. Yeah, as though these motherfuckers are doing a better job with your care. Good luck when your grandparents get fucking annihilated, dipshit. I personally think Newsom is going to get fucking annihilated. There's like 8 different recall Newsom movements happening in California. Everybody hates him. The last time he was popular was back in September. Since then, his popularity has definitely decreased. And they're doing a fucking horrible job. They're doing a horrible fucking job. Just because the CDC federal government doesn't have the power to make governors obey, so 50 states do 50 different things and buck the CDC. I find it... Wait, what? Fuck? Uh-oh. That was weird. My my main monitor turned off and on. It's more than 50 because different counties operate differently. Yeah, I know. And now there's like a bunch of fucking rando billionaires and shit that are running against Gavin Newsom. They're gonna turn this into like the Randian the Randian fucking techno ANCAP utopia that they want to turn it into. And that unpopularity that Gavin Newsom has is only going to allow California to have an even worse fucking governor than Gavin Newsom. Okay? Yeah, can't wait for California to be ANCAPistan. That's why federal guidelines and distribution is so important. Right now, states are just making shit up with no guidance, and now we have another strand from Brazil. Hawaii did healthcare workers and old people with conditions. Now it's essential workers and anyone over 65, period. Ours is the federal recommendation. The California one is supposed to be the federal recommendation as well, but I think their distribution has been fucking awful. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. It's very confusing, and it's very frustrating that it's so difficult to fucking figure out how to do it. Get it at Dodger Stadium? No. You have to literally fucking go and first of all, you have to go and you can't just like roll up to Dodger Stadium and be like, hey, I'm here for my vaccine. Like, is that what you want me to do? You want me to get my grandparents in a fucking car, make them leave the apartment the first time in like years, in the past 2 years, and make them sit in the car for 3.5 hours in fucking traffic and shit at Dodger Stadium only for them to turn back home and go home without any fucking vaccine because they're like, well, you didn't actually sign up for it, so you can't get one. That seems like a good idea, dude. Thanks. There are literal lines of people out in LA outside of vaccination clinics getting extra vaccine that isn't used, and these people are not priority groups. So many people are already doing the Dodger Stadium thing you just mentioned, which is insane. Yeah, I just want my grandparents and my mom to get vaccinated. Okay, that's it. I want my grandparents and my mom to get vaccinated. I don't care if I fucking die after that, all right? Like, if I get COVID and die, then GG's, all right? I have COVID in my country. I can get arrested if I leave my house. Literally yesterday, the Ministry of Health of my country called me to give me instructions, tell me not to leave my house. I'm from Costa Rica. Yeah. Best bet is probably to sign your grandparents and mom up in that app since it's only piloting in LA and SD County. Best to sign up before they expand to more counties and the system gets more pressured. Yeah, my goal is to send my mom, have my mom take my grandparents so she can get, if there's any extra doses, she can get one as well. Because a lot of people apparently sign up and don't even get the dosage. So that's what I'm trying to do now. Anyway, what about your dad? My dad's in Turkey, man. Do you even have fines for people not using masks at public places, or is this bullshit believing in the empathy of citizens still going? Yeah, we don't have fines, as far as I know. Okay, let's see what Joe Rogan had to say about Wuhan.
The Joe Rogan experience.
It's weird, man. It's like, I wonder what's going on. I wonder if, like, there's a... a thing that happens to a virus when it goes through a number of hosts, that it sort of dies off, that it becomes weaker. And that's part of herd immunity. Part of herd immunity is a bunch of people develop antibodies for it, and also like the Spanish flu. Like the Spanish flu kind of just died off. And there's a thing about Fauci the other day. He said the virus plateaued. The problem is, like, you don't know with these motherfuckers how much of what they tell you is political. Like, how much did they not tell us while Trump was in office, and how much are they telling us now? Like in terms of what's safe and what's not safe, opening businesses, what you can do for your health. Like, it's weird. It's such a fucking weird time.
I guess the UK has a new version that's more deadly, not more contagious, but more deadly.
Another new one?
Yeah, it just came out yesterday or today.
It's like fucking mixtapes.
I know.
Oh God. Yeah.
And China's wide open.
Is it?
Yeah, or where it started. I saw this whole thing where they're just like nightclubs are all open. Everyone's like going crazy.
I don't know about that.
Motherfucking water parks are open. Oh, you don't know about that? Yeah, dude. Oh, Joe doesn't know about that, dude, so it's probably fake.
If that's real, that might be propaganda. You might get there.
Come on, bro. This is, oh my God. The level of American exceptionalist copium that motherfuckers are on is so crazy. Like, there's certain metrics that you literally cannot fake, okay? Like, can you imagine thinking that an entire country is just like, with North Korea, you could say some shit like that because there's so much, there's so little travel happening in and out of North Korea. You literally cannot do that about China, man. It's fucking nuts. Like, it's nuts to say that, like, this is happening in China. And then there are metrics that you cannot fake, like your the growth in specific sectors, how much your economic recovery, how much your economy is recovered. Like, it's so dumb.
Fucking everybody's welding inside their homes, you know?
Yeah.
Like, who knows?
Yeah.
But I do know New Zealand, which has 0 cases at all. Like, Dan Hooker just fought on Fight Island, and he can't go home. He's from New Zealand. He can't go home until he's quarantined until February 21st. So if that means maybe if he goes home, he has to just sit tight and can't go anywhere and can't leave the house till February 21st before he goes outside. But they have like very strict quarantine laws when you get outside the country. I think they have that in America too, right? What is this?
Oh yeah,
this is Wuhan now.
Look at that.
Yeah, but is that real?
Yeah, these pictures are just like from the a couple days ago.
They do kind of have masks. Some of them.
Is that even real? He says.
That
But
one
they
lady's
always
like,
wear masks, right?
She pulled out her mask to smell that dude. Look at her. I had to smell you. Wow, February 2020. Yeah,
It's March, I guess.
and here we are in 2021, and they're buck wild. So what has happened? They've gone through. It's gone through the city. They haven't been vaccinated, right? Do they have a vaccine?
I wonder. I wonder if everyone just got it.
It can't be the other thing, guys. Hey, guys, you know there is one other thing that happened, but it cannot be that. And that is rigorous, aggressive lockdown measures to stop the further spread of coronavirus from happening in the country. That can't be it. That is completely beyond the pale. So it is probably they vaccinated everybody, right? Or it's fake. Dude, look, I'm literally watching someone have the wheels turn in front of their eyes to justify their worldview that, like, lockdown measures don't work. It doesn't work here in America, so it doesn't work anywhere, obviously. So it's impossible that is the reason why they've been able to return to normalcy for a very long time. It's just denial. Like, he is denying and trying to cope with the reality that is in front of his eyes.
Look through and see if they have a conclusion in here.
Finally, people are accepting the idea that this might have come from a fucking lab. It's hilarious. I brought it up once with Brett Weinstein and some fucking ridiculous liberal smear website was saying that I'm promoting a dangerous conspiracy that it emanated from a lab. Like, the fucking lab is right there. That's not a conspiracy theory. The lab's right there.
That's literally how conspiracy theories work, brother. Come on, dude. That's literally how conspiracy theories work, man. That's how it works. And I can't even shit on Joe Rogan too much for this because, like, the American State Department originally wanted to go along with that conspiracy theory, and a lot of mainstream media outlets also kind of lightly nudged on that conspiracy theory in the beginning. And then the scientific community came out and said that, nope, that's not what happened. We have ways of figuring out if this virus is man-made, and that is not what has happened in the organic structure of this virus. And it's been a fucking year, and this dude is still saying, like, well, there's a lab there. Well, no shit, there's a lab there. Of course there's a fucking lab there. It's a gigantic area with millions of people living there with a fucking virology institute. Of course. Yeah, there's one in fucking Georgia.
There. Like, it's not like we're making up the fact that there's a level 4 lab right there. It's fucking right there. There's 2 labs there, by the way. Like, what are you talking about? Is that a dangerous conspiracy? Because they thought it was because of Trump. Because Trump.
Motherfucker, it is a dangerous conspiracy because you are going against the scientific consensus and claiming with no evidence whatsoever other than the fact that, kind of like how flat earthers do it, there's a lab right there. There's a level 4 lab right there. Okay? Which, at the end of that conspiracy, is an implication that China somehow nefariously fucking spread this virus onto the planet. Hasan, I love you, dog, but you wrong on this one? Wait. Oh my God. And this is why it's a dangerous conspiracy, because I have fucking absolute baboons in my audience, 3-month subscribers and gifters on top of that are just baboon brained, okay? This does not mean anything, you dumb fuck. This is not proof that the fucking virus was built in a lab, you stupid moron. Why are there still people who are straight up fucking talking about idiotic articles that don't prove anything? From motherfucking April in 2020. Isn't the argument not that it was man-made, but that it was... First, the argument was that it was man-made. Then the argument was that it was in the lab and it was accidentally released. Neither of which... It's both of which are speculative. Okay? And neither of which is true. There's also additional evidence that COVID might not have even fucking started in Wuhan anymore. That there were cases of fucking COVID... that there were cases of COVID previously found in fucking Europe. Far before what the fucking, far before the first documented instance of COVID in fucking Wuhan. I'm not saying that that's the case. As far as we know, it started off in Wuhan, and the working theory is a relationship between a fucking pangolin and a bat. All right? Most likely in the wet foods market. Viruses travel and mutate. That's why it's stupid to call them shit like China virus. I know, but it doesn't matter because it's the America virus now, ironically, and not the fucking China virus. No, there is no like fucking of animals. It's just like if animals that are diseased, that have, especially bats, that have a super fucking, they're run super warm, and they have like really weird immune systems, are diseased and are around another animal that somehow gets that disease to jump from one to the other, and it mutates, And then again, another separate mutation to jump over to human beings, and you have GGs. Chad, I love you, but this shit is sketchy. That's all I'm saying. Love you, dude. Dude, don't say fucking I love you and then send me like an article that does not prove what you're trying to say. Like, there's no... It's not weird that a fucking epidemiologist was spending American dollars in an area that requires international cooperation from virologists in every fucking country. Okay? You are doing, or what this article is doing, and what many conspiracy theorists do, is look at something that is normal and try to make it seem like it's nefarious or suspicious. This is, of course, how this works. Epidemiologists cooperate globally because that is how you're supposed to deal with pandemics. Okay? Of course they are going to be looking at bats in that fucking center of research as well, because bats notoriously have insane immune systems that make them incredible fucking vectors of spreading mutated forms of the same disease to other animals. They travel and they have crazy immune systems. Obviously, China was researching coronavirus after SARS. Nothing to see here. I mean, and also coronavirus already was a problem with cattle too. It's not like it was fucking new. Just saying, I love you, but you're wrong on this one is not a good enough counter, and it's really fucking annoying and stupid. And it's frustrating to me in particular because this is something that I've had to combat this kind of misinformation for a very long time, and almost the entirety of this past year. So having to relitigate some of the most idiotic fucking conspiracy theories that have been disproven time and time again is really frustrating, and actually is yet another testament to how much impact Joe Rogan has and other bimbos like him have in spreading misinformation. Literally just educated guess is not misinformation. The science is not settled. It's an educated guess versus an uneducated guess. If you are saying it's really suspicious that there's a stage 4 virology lab in the middle of one of the most crowded fucking places where there are, where there's routinely like animals interacting with one another and potentially hubs for new diseases, and that international cooperation is a necessity amongst epidemiologists, and therefore America is funding global programs all around the world, including this virology lab, and that is enough to be suspicious, then that's not an educated guess. That is an uneducated guess. You do not understand how the normal protocol works, and this is the first time you have access to information, so it comes across as very weird to you, and all of a sudden you're like, well, it is really weird. It's not weird. It's literally not weird. This is, of course, that's going to happen. There are these sorts of labs in Georgia. I think there's one in fucking Houston. I looked it up before. Like, is this like Donald Trump's weird fucking... Yeah, I don't give a fuck, dude. This is Donald Trump's Department of State. Like, Donald Trump's State Department continuing the fucking conspiracy theories. This is why I say I don't even fault Joe Rogan all that much, because the Donald Trump's State Department is absolutely trying to, or did absolutely try to fucking lie. People clearly have no understanding of how hard it is to get even in a level 1 virology lab, let alone level 4. The idea of a virus being broken out is almost certainly the word of a lunatic. Anyway, it's funny how chuds are quick to believe that China welded people into their homes and stuff like that, but as soon as they say positive things like the fact that they've opened up again, they can't believe it. Also claim to not understand how they could do it. The welding fucking shit is real. The Chinese government in certain areas, in certain fucking hotbeds, absolutely did weld certain exits to make sure that everyone was only leaving their apartments from one fucking doorway. Okay? They did. They welded doors shut in an effort to make sure that people were not leaving apartments from 11 different exits, and it was only one exit that they were leaving the apartment from. So, and it fucking worked. It literally worked. They weren't welding people into their apartments to murder them in the way that Americans try to, in the way that Americans are trying to fucking make it seem like. They weren't like, sorry, we're welding you into your apartment and you're gonna fucking die now. Like, that's not how, that's not what they were doing, dumbass. We're being pretty pro-China today, are we? Yes, I am super pro-China. That that I have to correct people that think that, you know, China was just like lining up people with COVID and like executing them in front of a wall or some shit. Isn't that a fire hazard? It of course is a fucking fire hazard. It's China, motherfucker. They don't have that. They don't have fucking shit like that. I mean, they do, but they don't really follow the zoning and ordinance violations that we do here in the United States. It's part of the reason why they can like literally fucking build roads like that. You're fucking embarrassing, dude. LMFAO. When you have no argument, just fucking toss in an LMFAO so that, you know, you can come across like you're above it. Yo, I fucking got you, bro. You so dumb. I'm clever, dude. Yeah, I'll get back to you on a counter, but dude, you're bad. Fucking owned. Anyway. Let's finish this Joe Rogan video, but before we do that, it's the second time we're going to do this today. It's top of the hour every hour, 6-second ad break. It's time, folks. It's top of the hour every hour, or is it a 6-second ad break? You no longer want to see the ads. All you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free with your Twitch Prime. Here it is, folks. Here the fuck it is. Why is Joe Rogan dressed like a baked potato? Because he is a baked potato.
For so many people. Any theory that you had, if Trump was like anti-China, you couldn't say anything that possibly would connect China to making a mistake that caused this virus to be released. You would be you'd be alt-right. Catch new episodes of the...
Damn, that was a good line to wait to end it on. Yeah. Yeah, liberals are definitely scaling back on their anti-Chinese rhetoric because of Donald Trump. Oh, wait, no, they're not. We literally watched the Democratic Party try to fucking outdo the Republicans on how much they hate China more. So, you know, that's completely false. I used to really like Joe when he was just a comedian. Once he had Alex Jones, Tim Dillon, and Ben Sharpie on, I had to stop melting my brain. The funny thing is, like, I still love Joe Rogan. Like, I do. I love Joe Rogan. I think he's very entertaining. I think his podcast is great. I will go so far as to even say that I like his comedy. I think his comedy specials are not as bad as some other people make it seem like. But having said that, he is a fucking ape. He is a self-described ape, and he is undeniably an ape. Cav, you're just trying to get on a show. Let's be fucking real. First of all, I've known about Joe Rogan and have been a fan of Joe Rogan and have met Joe Rogan since before you were even fucking born. So suck my dick. Don't make me pull out the fucking Instagram. Don't make me pull out the Instagram photo. So that's one. Two, I will never be able to go on the Joe Rogan show regardless of my bona fides because of how much I've said that he's an ape and he has like terrible fucking takes on certain issues. And he's not the type of dude who likes having people who fucking shit on him aggressively on his show. You met Joe Rogan? Yeah, Joe Rogan used to be a huge fan of the Young Turks. So, and was a huge fan of Anna, and me, Anna, and Anna's husband literally went and watched his special. He invited us to watch his, like, not his special. He invited us to go watch him test out his material for one of his specials. And then we hung out for like 3 hours after it. Like, but it was way back in the day. July 3rd, 2014. There it is. That's the photo. And not only am I a fan of Joe Rogan, but like, this is embarrassing to admit, but like Joe Rogan has been influential in my development as well, because what he did with his influence that he had, with the money that he had, was something that I always wanted to do, and I've been able to do now because of Twitch. I always loved that he was like, I have a lot of money from fucking the UFC and from whatever the stupid show that he had where people ate scorpions and stuff. And Fear Factor, and he took that money, and instead of like going even more Hollywood route, he was like, I'm going to make something of my own. I am going to use the influence that I have to make people listen to me on my own platform. And when I was younger, that was a big deal for me. I saw a person develop his own autonomy, and this was before. I mean, this was before he started like having people like Milo Yiannopoulos and shit on. You know what I mean? Like, and then in the beginning stages of the alt-right, like he did a huge favor to that far-right movement by literally fucking building careers for all of these dipshits. Finding from a clip you roasting Joe Rogan that went viral. Holy shit, your uncle's pretty connected? That's not my uncle. That was fucking Anna. Joe does not like jank. Sam Harris ruined that relationship. Sam Harris was instrumental in breaking that or burning that bridge between Jank and Joe, because Joe is ape-brained and super susceptible to pseudo-intellectual rhetoric, and Sam Harris has that locked down. So ape-brained Joe was like, oh, well, yeah, this guy, he's smart and he's saying stuff about Islamophobia that I agree with. Like, I mean, that's crazy. You know, tickled his biases against Muslims and shit. And that like big argument between Sam and Jank kind of further created a rift between the left and progressive spaces on the internet that originally were aligned, and it created like a r/atheist Islamophobic subsect that then literally turned to like Dave Rubin and shit. And some of those guys actually became like right wingers, you know? You think someone who ran on Republicans are evil and I will do whatever I can to destroy them and implement things like universal health care be successful? Or are liberals too obsessed with civility politics? I think liberals are obsessed with civility politics, yes. Okay. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, everyone's favorite woman lit, repeatedly indicated support for executing prominent Democratic politicians in 2018 and 2019 before being elected to the Congress. A CNN K-File review of hundreds of posts and comments from Greene's Facebook page shows. Of course she did. Do you want to know why? Because she's fucking QAnon. And hey, guess what? This is what QAnon is. No matter which way you cut it, this is literally what QAnon supporters believe, okay? So if you are QAnon, and if you believe in QAnon, then of course you believe in executing Democratic politicians. Because that's what QAnon is. A day of reckoning coming, inevitably, where the end game is Democratic politicians and Republicans who have stood in opposition to Donald Trump get executed for their crimes against humanity. That's literally what they believe in. So it is not shocking that she said this shit. Anyway, I'm going to move on to this. I want to watch this Vice documentary on QAnon instead because they did a fucking fat one, and I'm even in it. So
QAnon is the single greatest information operation in the history of humanity.
Our kids are not for sale! Our kids are not for sale!
You know, currency of the elite basically is babies.
Drinking children's blood, adrenochrome, this stuff has been going on.
Where we go one, we go all!
There was a new phenomenon this week, something called QAnon.
What exactly is QAnon, and why is it making headlines now?
On Saturday, October 28th, 2017, an anonymous post on the message board Calm Before the Storm on 4chan,
4chan, which is an anonymous online
message board,
claimed the arrest of Hillary Clinton was scheduled for the following Monday.
The anonymous user claimed to be a high-level government insider, but
the funniest part about this is that, like, it's like that never happened. You know what I mean? Like, the first ever lie that they told also never happened. There has never been a thing that happened that QAnon was able to predict.
Find the post only Q, a nod to Q-level security clearance granted by the Department of Energy.
An army of digital soldiers quickly began to research the questions that
digital
Q posed.
Soldiers.
Here we go one, we go all. God bless America.
And Trump began retweeting accounts associated with Q.
Our president just gave the most damning Q proof ever.
The president condemns and denounces any group that would incite violence.
This is a militant group. There's been 2 murders tied to this group this year alone.
QAnon is a military operation. That's why they're not allowed to talk about it.
As Q supporters started running for...
That's the funniest QAnon murder, by the way, which is a very weird thing to say in and of itself. But like once you find out what I'm talking about, it's pretty funny. That fucking mobster guy that got executed by some like psycho QAnon dude. It is so wild that like my dude survived the fucking treacherous mob. Like, the ranks of the New York mob. And then got murdered by some fucking psycho. Who thought that he was executing pedophiles.
For Congress. And headlines about Q invaded everyone's social media feeds. Millions around the globe began asking their family and friends, what is QAnon?
Not climate change.
We have an army of digital soldiers.
You're dealing with one of the most experienced spies.
Of course, HasanAbi's defending a fucking mobster. Wait, what do you mean? I just said it's funny that he got executed by a QAnon supporter. Like, what part of that seems like a defense of a fucking mobster, dude? I'm so confused, dude. Yeah, this guy, Anthony Comello, executed a Gambino mob boss. Okay? It is one of the most high-profile mob killings in decades. That was, for the longest time, that was like the only kill that the QAnon people had. It's so crazy, dude. It's so fucking nuts, dude. Anyway, let's keep going. Sorry.
You're ever gonna meet.
It was meant to be kind of like a big joke.
It's called QAnon, a fringe conspiracy theory that some have likened to an online religion.
Well, I don't know much about the movement other than I understand they like me very much.
As long as these drops are still continuing, it matters a lot.
Because
who's writing them? Who's having all this influence?
What exactly is QAnon, and why is it making headlines now?
Where is it? Turn off.
Which gate are we in? We're right there.
Hey, you made it. Hi.
Can't see
My
it.
entire
Oh, here
life,
it
I've been
is.
a bit of a political nerd.
Green names are back,
unsurprisingly,
baby.
I've spent my career on campaigns or working on public policy at think tanks in Washington, D.C.
Growing up in Israel, I saw what it looks like to be at war with your neighbor. I became a filmmaker to tell stories that positively address ideological divides. Back in 2012, I helped launch a YouTube channel,
Soul Pancake.
where our mission was to make videos that inspire deeper conversations than you can typically find online.
After the 2016 election, a friend talked me into quitting my stable job and spending a really weird couple of years making a documentary with him.
Active measure?
Yeah, no.
You've seen it?
When Marley came to LA for her film launch,
We discovered we were both fascinated by a new phenomenon on the scene.
an anonymous figure known as Q connected both of our worlds, the internet and politics.
I wanted to know Q's identity, who the person behind the cloak was, because it seemed like a political operation designed to weaponize divisions and foment distrust in institutions.
I recognized the same tools of online radicalization that were being used abroad were now being used in America. What I didn't see happening in the coverage around Q was a desire to better understand why Q exists, and as a result, things have become much more hostile.
Which is a threat to our national security and democracy as a whole.
So in the middle of a pandemic,
Brian and I packed our bags.
and headed out to find Q. Nearly everyone has a friend or family member who suddenly began posting about Q in the last few years, and I'm no exception.
We're starting in Tampa, Florida, and meeting with Brian's friend JT to learn how a former Bernie supporter took a turn and has devoted his career to Q. It feels like the perfect starting point to get an understanding of what Q is and how it's attracted so many people.
Listen, when you're looking for QAnon, Florida's probably the best place to start. Okay, let's be real. They were crazy before QAnon, and they're gonna be crazy out there after QAnon. Okay, whatever they got going on there, they should test the water while they're down there. Okay, that's what they should be doing, really. Fucking Florida, dude. Jesus Christ.
Well, we go one, we go all. I won't push you down, you won't let me fall. One day for sure we will stand tall. Where we go one, we go all.
My friend JT is a talented musician who was inspired by Q's posts.
Okay, bro, talented, sure.
And started writing music about Q.
So I took my hair down.
It looks very majestic. One thing that we connected on early on was that you were a Bernie guy in 15, right?
Yes. And the reason why, because he said, break the establishment.
How did you go from Bernie to Trump?
Bernie got kicked out of the running. I was furious at Hillary. And then Trump came out. He started saying the things that I liked about Bernie, which was fighting against the establishment.
Our movement is about replacing a failed and corrupt. And when I say corrupt, I'm talking about totally corrupt political establishment.
So how did you find Q?
Jordan Sather, who I love, literally probably the 2 days after Q posted, I saw his feed about it, and I'm like, what the heck is this?
Q information. All of this is just going to be mainly questions I'm going to throw out there and thoughts for you guys to ponder.
It was it's so strategic to like reel you in, you know?
Right.
You like they put in a code and you're like, what the hell does that mean? And then you figure out what it means, and you go, whoa, they figured out what it means. It's a game.
Wait, does he recognize that shit was crazy now or something? Because he sounds like he's over it. I don't know if he's over it or not though, because I can't tell.
But it's game with insider information that you can't get from anywhere else. It's like going to college for the deep state.
So it wasn't like a moment. It was kind of like gradual and over time that you discovered.
Listen, anybody that is involved in the Q movement that can't admit it's a psyop is too blind to see that it's a psyop.
Wait, what?
It is a psyop.
What's a psyop?
It's a psychological operation.
A psyop or
Wait, so he does get it. What? Is he reformed? I'm so confused, dude. What the fuck?
psychological operation is usually a military-led strategy to influence a population's emotions, motives, and...
Okay, chat, serious question for you. Is it worse? Is it a worse case of brain worms when you know you're getting brain worms tapped into your brain and you still don't care and you still think it's the truth? Or is it better somehow? Like, do you have less brain worms if you know you're getting brain worms and yet you still have it? Or do you have somehow more brain worms because you recognize it as brain worms and yet you're still allowing it into your home?
3 months.
By home, I mean your fucking brain. Yeah, self-aware cultist is so weird.
And objective reasoning.
After we finished our interview in the parking lot, I hopped in the car with JT to catch up.
Right after 2016, I was reunited with one of my best friends. We started a band. It was my dream to be playing with him again. I had everything lined up and the way, you know, I thought that I wanted my career to be, and then this happened and my eyes were open to something that I knew existed and I couldn't put my finger on it, and it gave me an opportunity to start to put my finger on it.
In 2018, JT was inspired by Q and started writing songs for the movement.
Yeah, brother, you put your finger on something.
And beginning of 2019, he just said, "Nah, dude, I can't be around that."
Unfortunately for JT, his best friend was not as inspired by Q.
Of course, I love the guy. I honor him. And it was almost like an ultimatum. Like, I could put it away. I could, like, say, well, this isn't worth, you know, just writing music about all the time. And for some, you know, reason, I didn't make that choice. I made the choice to take the hard road, where we go one.
So that is the same concept that you see within the black pilling that takes place in incel circles and a lot of these other circles on the internet as well, where you're like, you have to actively make a choice to leave your friends and family behind because they are the only anchor in your life that have an opportunity to fucking whip you back into reality, you know? Snap you back into reality. So these circles straight up will try to cut you, just like actual cults, because they are operating in a similar fucking capacity. They try to cut you away from your friends and family in an exact same way that cults do, so that there is no way that you can return. Maybe. Once you make that decision, once you take that leap and you push yourself away from your friends and family, then the only thing you have, the only source of familiarity that you have is literally this fucking cult. Right? Yeah, exactly like Scientology, where you no longer have anything that that symbols the real world, and you've now made a choice to be around only other QAnon people, so it makes it so much harder for you to return after that point.
We go all. Because, well, I'm a rebel, and nobody's
really
gonna tell me what
dude.
to do.
We pulled over to eat, and JT got an alert on his phone.
What just happened?
Yeah, so, dude, like, Q just posted, says that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Abraham Lincoln, November 1863, together we win. The question I get from people that don't really know about Q, but just have heard of him is, you know, it does make you wonder why.
For those people who are saying kind of like your chat, dude, I literally always fucking recommend you go outside and have friends outside of this community, okay? Don't be ridiculous.
They would try so hard to make it sound awful and bad and evil. And it's like thousands of articles written about it as a insane and evil and extremists.
Conspiracy group whose theories make alien invader claims sound mainstream.
Falsely claim that the world is run by a satanic cabal of elites.
The Bureau warns some of those conspiracy theories will likely motivate some domestic extremists.
If it was all bullshit and it was all fake, why would they try so hard to diminish it?
This is all insane and incoherent.
It's because they know it isn't. It's real.
Yeah, when you're a reactionary and your entire worldview is about being against like liberals or liberal media and, you know, institutional legitimacy, and you feel as though liberals are the perfect manifestation of institutional legitimacy, then, you know, all of this shit makes sense because, yeah, Chris Hayes, yeah, fuck that guy. He's MSNBC. Fuck that guy. I hate MSNBC. So if they're shitting on something, it must be true. You know. What's that fucking take that stupid Nazis always incorrectly attribute? I forget to who, but like, but they constantly talk about how, you know, if you want to know who rules society, find out who you cannot criticize. And they say it's Voltaire. And Nazis say that all the time because they're saying like Jews, you know, they're trying to say, if you want to know who runs society, find out who you can't criticize. And they're talking about Jews. So, of course, what that actually means is, you know, kids with fucking cancer, okay? Make-a-wish kids with cancer. That's who rules the society because you can't criticize them. So they, yeah. That's how you get to the most idiotic fucking point of view. If your entire worldview is... if your entire worldview revolves around like who your fucking enemies are, or who you can't criticize, I guess, or who is saying that you're crazy, then, you know, I know Voltaire didn't say that, by the way, for the record. I know Voltaire didn't say that. That's why I said it's incorrectly attributed to Voltaire. Okay?
But, you know, dude, I just can't wait for a day when we can just sit back and, like, go see football again. To not have to worry if there's going to be a protest on the field. Let them just be the NFL, and if people want to watch it, they watch it. And,
well, that's akin to, like, you as people saying to you as an artist being like, well, you just sing songs about booze and women and money and cars. So but, like, don't touch this other stuff because that's not what I come to J2L for. Like, no,
I love your. I
triggered you now.
No, but I love that you know you can make me see something I wasn't seeing, and we can laugh about it, man. And you're right.
Much love, dude.
It was great meeting you guys.
While JT was drawn to Q because of political frustrations, and Q's gamified model pulled him in further, we wanted to see how the QAnon conspiracy theories can quickly radicalize everyday Americans.
I've said this before, but they've like hobbified and gamified fascism. Like, that's it. At the heart of fascism lies this insane conspiracy of an out-group dominating you, but they're also weak at the same time, and they must be dominated. But they're also all-powerful, and that's why they're dominating you. For no reason other than the fact that they're evil and you're good, right? And QAnon has basically turned that into a hobby, okay? That's it. They've turned it into a fucking mobile game that your boomer parents can play on Facebook. It's kind of no different than what's that game that every fucking family member was inviting you to play? Like was it Candy Crush? What was it? Was it Farmville on Facebook? Like everyone's boomer parents were just like nonstop inviting one another to fucking Farmville and Candy Crush and shit. Yeah, that's basically QAnon now. They moved on from Farmville to QAnon.
Coming up after the break.
I do think that at very high levels, it
Holy
also
shit,
involves...
these guys have fucking commercial breaks, dude. What the hell? Also, weird.
Yes.
spot to end it on.
Satanic rituals, drinking children's blood, adrenal
Information.
to be classified, encourage mystery.
QAnon is the single greatest information op.
Wait, is there still a... Why is there an ad break in a fucking documentary? Okay, here it is.
As a domestic amount of violence against their political enemies.
QAnon, the search for Q, 3-part investigative event.
There's like a
Begins
2-minute
Tuesday
ad break.
at 10 on Vice.
There is a 2-minute ad break of the documentary within the documentary. What the fuck?
Bunker times. This is really where I shine. Let's go over like sort of just QAnon 101.
All right, so Q drops are these cryptic posts that come directly from an anonymous figure that goes by Q.
The people who read those drops, they're the ones who are referred to as Anons, and that's where the Anon part comes.
The most dedicated Anons are known as bakers.
So, if you give me an hour of your time, by the end of this, you'll probably be able to make up your mind whether you think Q is a LARP, is a phony, or whether you think Q is worth paying attention to.
And what those bakers do is they take Q's drops, which are also called breadcrumbs. They obsessively research
Told you that they're called
bakers.
bakers.
Create content that could be videos, it could be tweets or posts that then interpret it for the general public.
Okay, so they're the bakers are the people who are wrapping the breadcrumbs together and creating this actual thing.
Exactly.
That's
They're putting it
why
in
they
the
call
oven, you know. But I will say the OGs, Jordan Sather, Praying Medic, In the Matrix, and Dustin Nemos.
Yeah,
And
Dustin.
that's an abbreviated list. you
Yeah,
know?
all right. I don't know if you know this, but Dustin is on the lineup to be at QCon in Jacksonville this weekend.
Let's do it.
Okay.
QAnon's book, An Invitation to the Great Awakening, shot to #1 on Amazon's list of bestsellers.
The book contains a compilation of unproven radical conspiracy theories suggesting high-ranking Democrats are part of a cult that eats children, claiming the government created AIDS, and saying it's also behind the movie Monsters, Inc.
Dustin Nemos is a fixture in the Q world. In 2018, he published QAnon, An Invitation to the Great Awakening, making him quite literally the guy who wrote the book on Q.
So the fake news has really gone from ignore QAnon to attack. And it's beautiful to see. First they ignore you, then they ridicule you, then they attack you, and then you win.
Yeah. Are we in the victory phase for QAnon? When literally all of the fucking QAnon predictions, including like the white hats or whatever the fuck it was called, arrested the Democratic politicians? No, it didn't happen. So I guess that's never going to happen.
And we are winning.
This dude literally looks like a Turkish fucking famous YouTuber that I also know. What's his name? Yeah, here. Orkun Işıtmak. Holy shit. That's so crazy. Look at this motherfucker. Yo. Kind of looks like him a little bit. I'm not crazy, right? Look at this. What's he been up to, bro? What have you been up to, Orkun?
My friends.
Sorry, I know it's tough, but do you think it's tough?
I can try.
Yeah,
Maybe. I'm a little sensitive to light because I stay up too late.
Yeah, I feel that. I'm a
3
vampire.
years of that, man. I don't work out anymore either. I just sit at the computer for like 17 hours a day.
Oh my God, that's me.
You are really one of the leaders of the Q movement. People look to you and your opinion. If we could just start with who you are. Can you just give us a rundown of who you are?
Honestly, I'm just a entrepreneur who started a YouTube channel, and that took off, and it turned into sort of a surprise career. I mean, I was just covering the news, but then I was banned a month before my daughter was born. So here I am with bills, a baby on the way, and a pregnant wife, and it's like winter, 6 feet of snow outside. And I'm about to be evicted because of YouTube.
What was the first time that you kind of ran into Q?
Christmas Eve 2017, I jumped in.
New Q posts going into who and where the pedophiles in government are.
When I started to see some of the games that they were playing with Trump's Twitter, for example, that's when I really started to pay attention to it. One famous example, he had a 0.000 second difference on a post that Q and Trump posted at the same time, 3 times in one day. So there's like a no time at all difference. That was, all right, guys. That's sort of our methodology of establishing.
Yeah, put the fucking Oakleys back on, brother. That's how he drives his power. Dude, here's my it's funny because like through memes, we have created some QAnon style conspiracies in these communities that are all memes. Like Oakley's is where chuds drive their power from. The more thumb-like you look, the more fucking, the more of a cop you are, that your cop level is like super high, the more you look like a thumb. That's what all gray names are chuds. Okay, that's true though. And it's great. It's all real and true.
And that it's the real legitimate Q. When they asked President Trump to say tip top, tippy top, and he did so on Easter. That's a very specific phrase.
And we keep it in tip-top shape. We call it sometimes tippy-top shape.
It's like when we do Gamba and people, believers win. You know what I mean? It's like Trump's speech patterns are so specific that
3 months.
Like that is not indicative of anything. Like, not only that, but because these are anonymous people that are consistently spamming a multitude of different theories, you never know who's the one who is like legitimately coming up with the same concepts over and over again. And you only hear about the ones that do actually pan out as far as predictions goes, and you never hear about the other ones. So again, idiotic.
Speaking of the messenger, there have been a lot of theories on who Q is.
Sure.
First of all, do you have your own theory?
I have a few.
You have a few.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to tell us?
I don't want the world to know who Q is because it will probably get the team killed.
Okay. Does that change for you if tomorrow's Q drop says that now's the time, everybody get their guns, and we are going to take to the streets and hunt these leftists?
No. I would defend them.
You would defend the leftists?
Yes.
How do you think the rest of the community would respond?
I would honestly put forth, without even knowing the numbers, that the Q movement is the most peaceful movement in the history of mankind. And I think they would look to Trump for sort of clarity on that.
To me, what I see is
the most peaceful movement known to mankind, where the end point of the movement is literally Democrats getting arrested and being executed. The most peaceful movement of all time that, for some weird reason, consistently defends Donald Trump. The most peaceful movement of all time that, for some weird reason, turns Bernie bros into reactionary psychopaths who advocate for everything that the Republican Party believes in. Very weird.
A lot of people who actually really do want to converse before we reach this tipping point where we can't anymore. And in a way, I think like this doc is an attempt to...
We are not staying silent on the panda hat. It is the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen in this entire video. I would rather have him literally say QAnon is real and true than wear that fucking panda hat going forward. No, I saw it. I didn't want to say anything. I held it in, and then I saw someone in the chat also mention it. Yes, I'm with you, chatter. It is so bad.
Do that, you know?
I hope so. That would be great.
Okay, but you think that Q as a movement will continue to come together in a post-Trump world?
Sure, the need would not have stopped. Kids would still be getting hurt, and probably more boldly than ever, because if they had beaten Trump, then they had kind of beaten the great challenge to their rule. So, you know, currency of the elite basically is babies. They're trafficking in children, and it's used as blackmail with entities like Epstein and Nexium. It's used to control powerful people. Like we know Maxwell allegedly has tapes on high-level U.S. politicians. I do think that at very high levels, it also involves sort of ritualistic practices, some occult stuff, and I think that's probably kind of a mind control thing. You know, imagine Eyes Wide Shut, but with kids.
It does carry with it part of a conspiracy that's existed for a very long time.
Adrenochrome is a legitimate drug.
What is this shit? That stuff? Adrenochrome.
It is harvested a specific way, and that is through torture and
Oh, this is very cool. That's a legitimate real drug, huh? That's interesting.
Adrenalization, you know, fear and pain, most often from children.
Adrenochrome is a chemical compound used in some countries to treat blood clots. It is not harvested using the pain or fear from children.
While child trafficking is a real problem, there is no evidence to suggest that elites are torturing children to harvest adrenochrome.
So this stuff does happen.
Fear and loathing in Las Vegas is now fear-mongering in Tampa, Florida.
Trafficking is a big business. You know, multi-billions of dollars. You can sell drugs once, you can sell guns once, you can sell a child 100 times a day.
Gosh, that's dark.
As our camera team was packing up, Dustin made one last comment.
Do you happen to know what PANDA stands for in the Q movement?
No.
I didn't think so.
Dustin went on to explain one of the most violent and horrific acts imaginable. It shows how for many who see the world through Q's filter, Suddenly, the most ordinary things like pizza, hot dogs, and pandas become confirmation of the worst possible assumptions that you can make about someone.
Coming up after the break.
Fuck you, Wolf.
Okay, what are these fucking breaks, brother? Come on.
Season premiere Daily Beats. His focus on Q has resulted in him becoming the target of Q and the Anons.
And Angela...
Damn, it's kind of fucking... It really shows where my level of brain cancer is because I know, like, all the specialists. I guess they are literally specialists that are on this documentary talking credibly about the movement, whether it be the QAnonymous people or Will Sommer. Like, it's kind of weird. That's how far back my brain cancer goes as far as, like, knowing about QAnon. What is panda? I have no idea what the panda means. Why didn't he fucking explain to us what the fucking panda means? I don't know. Panda in the QAnon movement. What does it mean? I'm gonna go to fucking jail for this.
Hasan the demon rat stole my kids and mailed me the adrenochrome.
It doesn't say, and I've never heard of it before. I can't find it. I'm Googling it and it's not coming up, so I'm just gonna keep going.
Hasan is the president of Media Matters for America, a nonprofit media watchdog that has been tracking Q since its creation. Why is QAnon considered so dangerous?
You know, we've always gone...
Bro, this is going to fucking trigger so many QAnon people because, like, Angelo and all these Media Matters folks are immediately George Soros, okay? George Soros funds Media Matters. It's over. That's like, anyone who sees it is going to be like, oh, of course, it's George Soros confirming my suspicions.
After the riot, we've, had death threats before and other sorts of things. This has been different. We've had to have security at the office during periods of time because of the amount of threats that have happened. It's harder to, I think, ensure the safety of staff. They go after us and they use the same tactics that they use on people every day. Doxing, harassment, trolling. Doxing is, they will pull private information and post about it online. Not that long ago, somebody doxed my sister and my niece.
I hear, several times a week, I would say, from people who have lost their families to QAnon or have lost a husband or a son or a mother. And these are...
what? From pressure being sodomized, what they call panda eyes or cum panda? What? Child with neuroblastoma and saying its eyes are black from pressure being sodomized, which they call panda eyes. Oh! Oh! Okay, yeah, now I know why they didn't fucking talk about it, dude. Let's continue. Dude, here's the fucking psychotic thing. They are so, in a weird way, they trivialize such horrific acts. Like, they're literally thinking these, like, psychotic things that maybe one person on the planet has done because it's such a horrific act of violence and cruelty that, like, it's not even something that a normal person with a normal brain would ever even think would be happening. Do you understand?
Are often people who, they go on Facebook, in March when the pandemic's starting, and suddenly they see all this QAnon stuff, and they just fall headfirst into it.
A lot of it is tied into the same actions and behaviors that makes them deeply connected to QAnon. You are doing your own research, you're investigating, you're deciphering clues, you're invested in the idea in a different way than just, say, believing a conspiracy theory. It's a lot harder to disentangle somebody from that.
Should Q be classified as a domestic terrorism threat?
QAnon, we know in one case, has already inspired domestic terrorism in the case of the Hoover Dam armored truck situation.
That was
You know that there's a man on the bridge with a gun?
In 2018, a man blocked the entrance to the Hoover Dam in an armored truck with a sign that said, "Release the OIG report."
They were convinced, based off of all this chatter in the Q threads, that inside this report, finally, all of the prime people within the deep state that were running this child sex trafficking conspiracy would be exposed.
I think with QAnon, it certainly it can...
By the way, I must rescind my previous statement that the panda hat is the worst thing that we've seen so far on the stream. I take it back. The panda thing that we learned afterwards is actually worse than that. So, sorry. That hat remains. The other thing is way worse. I don't want to even mention it again.
Give a sort of force for these people who are already disturbed. Bucky Wolf out in the Pacific Northwest. This was a young man who was very troubled, got into QAnon, and he allegedly killed his brother with a samurai sword because he was convinced he was a lizard.
Stating, "I will dash you lizards to pieces like pottery."
Bucky Wolf was a young man who fell down the Q rabbit hole and became convinced Donald Trump was communicating with him through coded messages on the Q boards.
Anthony Comello is another QAnon-related crime.
24-year-old Anthony Comello was taken into custody.
He basically just falls down the QAnon hole, like so many people have before. And he decides that, he's going to go citizen's arrest the head of a mafia family. And so he figures out where this guy lives, and he rolls up, allegedly, and slams into the guy's truck and shoots him.
Damn kinda hot.
And then Comello gets in court, and he holds up his hand, and he's drawn a Q on it. And, people were stunned.
There's a few major narratives and themes, but they always weave it back to this idea of this massive operation of child sex trafficking. And the reason why all of these Democrats and the media and deep state are running these child sex trafficking rings is because they're demons feeding off of these children.
We're talking about people in banking in Hollywood. We're drinking children's blood. So this is playing on some kind of like classic anti-Semitic tropes. George Soros looms very large in QAnon.
Which means they're not human, they're otherworldly. That, to me, is what makes it dangerous. It's a call to arms centered around an idea that the people who should be in some way targeted are not even human beings.
I think the initial reaction is surely this can't be, and surely, we're talking about maybe a dozen kooks on the internet. But then when you start kind of showing to people that really, this is the internet reaching into our real worlds, and this is really happening, and we can't just look away from it.
How big do you think the movement is?
Overall, I put it at about 10% of the population, 10 to 15%.
Though the size of the movement is widely debated, Angela's assessment closely matches ours, which lands at about 30 million followers in the US.
It is true that some of the trafficking stats are awful. It's actually a reflection of having bad domestic services. So I don't dismiss it. I embrace it. So yes, this is a terrible thing. And we better damn well do something about it. But
except it's not the fucking numbers that these psychos literally talk about. Donald Trump's administration has ironically prosecuted sex offenders less than previous administrations. Well, that's another fucking fun fact, I guess. And also, the QAnon supporters, in all of their endless interest in defeating pedophilia and sex trafficking rings, have actually made it harder for intelligence communities to combat sex trafficking to begin with their own personal citizens' arrests and shit like that. And lastly, what is the claim? Like, they literally look at the kidnapping claim, the number of kids that go missing, and they attribute that to like every child that's been kidnapped, and sold in sex trafficking. When you look at the missing reports, and it's
HasanAbi,
that number gets whittled down from 800,000 a year to kids that were found immediately, or kids that ran away from home, or a big chunk, 50% of that is literally kids that were kidnapped by their immediate family members in custody agreements. So it gets whittled down to kids being kidnapped by strangers and sold into sex trafficking is basically like 80 a year, which is still insane, but not 800,000. It's 84 kids a year get kidnapped by strangers, okay, so that they can be sold into sex trafficking, which is a horrific fact to begin with. But it's not 800,000 like the way that these psychotic QAnon supporters believe and advocate for.
But the answer is not to run to any right-wing philosophy that's going to strip those services more.
I think on kind of a more mundane but still very tragic level, I think just people who are alienated from their family, from their relatives, because they get so into QAnon, and then suddenly it's all they want to talk about.
On a personal level, I understand that you have seen this in your own life. Would you be comfortable talking a little bit about that?
I mean, it happens to everybody. Even if they don't fully appreciate, even know why that person seems to be gone. In my case, it's a family member, it's an uncle, who's gone fully down the Q rabbit hole. Somebody that I grew up with telling me that Donald Trump was going to put my head on a pike, and like, at least I would assume knows that I'm not like running this like massive child sex trafficking ring where I'm a demon eating children. I would at least assume that. It's pretty clear that he's gone. And yeah, he's gone. He's completely gone.
Very sorry to hear that.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's terrible.
A great example of how the QAnon psychos operate, by the way, is that they will look at something that is perfectly understandable, like the way that drop shipping sites, for example, change the pricing of certain items when they run out of inventory, right? They'll look at that and they'll use that as an indication that, or they'll use that as proof that, like, you know, Wayfair is selling children, right? And then they will find missing children's reports. Okay? They'll find missing children's reports, blast these fucking people that had gone missing while they were, you know, teenagers or whatever, as though they're still missing. And when someone comes out and says, "Hey, fuckface, I'm that person you're talking about. I'm not fucking missing. That was the worst day of my life 4 years ago, but I'm clearly myself and not fucking missing," they literally turn around and say, "Why are you covering up for the Wayfair pedophiles? Why are you..." They get mad at the person that they blasted, dude. I saw it happen with the Wayfair conspiracies, where, like, one of the black teenagers that had gone missing was like, "Hey guys, it's me. I'm not fucking missing." That was filed like 2 years ago or whatever. What the fuck are you doing? And people got mad at her. They were like, "Why are you upset about our incredible cause fighting against pedophilia? Maybe you're fighting against maybe you're fighting against those who are fighting against pedophilia because now you're working for them." Anyway, it's a good point to pause for a brief moment because it's top of the hour every hour. It's time for a 60-second ad break right now, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free with your Twitch Prime. Here's the 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see it, you can connect your Amazon account to your Twitch account and get one free Prime that you can use on your favorite broadcaster, which happens to be me, probably. Here it is. Here's the 1-minute ad. All right.
Yeah. A lot of times when we think about the violence like this, it seems like it's going to be in the context of political violence. And sure, I think that's possible. But I actually think it's going to be like most violence that occurs with people they know and love, because they will be convinced that they're doing something nefarious, that they're running a child sex trafficking ring, that they're members of the deep state, and they will take matters into their own hands.
Coming up
After the break.
If Q does exist and Q is real, and we are finding out that there is this satanic worshiping and devil and all this stuff, if this proves all of that stuff, that will make me happy because it will have undeniable proof that Satan exists, and you have to acknowledge that Christ exists.
QAnon.
Satanic rituals, drinking children's blood, adrenochrome.
Where did they come from?
QAnon is the single greatest information operation in the history of humanity.
How responsible are they for the attack on the Capitol?
Should Q be classified?
Well, they're getting ads too. It's so strange to me that they
Q to someone who's never.
All right. Oh, this one's gonna.
Personality, who recently began looking at Izzo. A former police officer, an online personality, who recently began looking into...
Dude, look at that gait, okay? Look at my man, dude. Tell me that my thumb theory is not true, please.
Officer. An online personality.
3.
No, I did run the ad. It just
recently
ended.
Began looking into Q.
Oh, this one's gonna piss a lot of you off.
All right. How would you describe Q to someone who's never heard of it before?
Q is about ending child sex trafficking. I don't know another worthy cause outside of that. I got bit by the Q bug back in February of this year. I think that it was just about the beginning of the lockdown, so before March. I don't recall what it was. I think it was the Janet Osbard Fall of Cabal documentary. I was captivated, and I watched, and I watched, and I watched. And for me,
the Nazi OSS
who's
Pentagon.
pretty good at discerning, somebody who's pretty good at needing and requiring facts to make a concrete decision, I wanted to believe it bad.
What brought you to become a police officer?
Ideology. I wanted to change the world. Are
That's
you
from the
kidding me?
Netherlands?
Loved it. I'm Christian.
So here's the problem, okay, with the QAnon conspiracies and shit. And if you watch like TrueAnon, or if you listen to leftists who cover these sorts of topics, first of all, there is a materialist reasoning for why people tend to believe in these conspiracies. I've talked about this a million times over. You can go check that out on my YouTube videos, right? But the other part of it is like, there is, of course, as always, a crumb of truth at the fucking heart of all these conspiracy theories. Like, when you think about the connection between the British royal family and Nazis or some shit, like, you look that up, you find out that, you know, there is a relationship there. And then all of a sudden, if you add on top of that a multitude of psychotic things, or if you look at like Operation Paperclip, right? Real things that have happened throughout history, you can absolutely utilize declassified CIA files or actual things that have happened, actual things that have happened throughout history because of the endless cruelty that those in positions of power engage in. You can 1000% get people to believe in crazy shit because, oh my God, I had never thought about it this way. Well, this is fucking real. So what else is fucking real? You know what I mean? COVID has accelerated QAnon because everyone's isolating themselves and no one is there to tell the chuds they're crazy. It's not even just that, man. It's not even just that. COVID was a world-changing event. How many times have I talked about this? When world-changing events occur and the government has no answer for what the reason for why those problems are happening, and it's invisible like a fucking like a virus, you look to contextualize things that you previously could not, that you currently cannot fathom. Okay, that's it. And this gives you a very fun way to follow a conspiracy theory to its end. And it allows you to contextualize things that you have no answer for. It is no different than religion in that sense, where it offers you spiritual guidance and it offers you an answer for things that science has no answer for in your mind. Yeah, it's like fun religion, basically.
I was raised Catholic. When you start looking at what is supposed to be the most righteous organization on the planet, Rome, the Vatican, the Catholic Church, how hard is it to believe then that you flip that side of the coin and there's going to be a darker, more nefarious cabal, if you will, that is operating off of the same aspect? Satanic rituals, drinking children's blood, adrenochrome. This stuff has been going on. If Q doesn't...
The funniest part about it is that they have, first of all, they have so many... They have like such weird fucking memes, dude. If you remember when I did the QAnon thing, if you remember when I don't say banned, it's fucking blurred. Shut the fuck up. If you remember when I did the QAnon rally that I went to, which I think they show a clip of. I'm in this video somewhere. But I talked to some of these people and I was like, dude, you guys have a lot of fucking like weird imagery that you're showing people. Like, why do you... Like, you literally went, you Googled, like, a child being abused, okay? You found a stock footage of it. You printed that out. You posted it on your fucking billboard. And now you're running around ruining people's days. And that always was very strange to me, too. Like, you just have been so desensitized to, like, all the, weirdly enough, all the child porn adjacent shit that you've seen on the internet. And now you're trying to traumatize others with it. It's so fucked up.
Exist. And Q is real. That will make me happy because it will have undeniable proof that Satan exists, and you have to acknowledge that Christ exists.
That's insane, right?
Ashley Bryan is a co-founder of Win Black Palante, a national campaign hub designed to counter disinformation.
You're using misinformation and disinformation sort of interchangeably. Do you find a distinction in those?
Misinformation is without intent. In the beginning of the pandemic, right, there wasn't a lot of information out there. The country was scrambling to figure out what's happening.
Yeah.
Disinformation is with the intent to disinform. I like to just call them plain old lies. Quite honestly.
Just some bullshit, you know?
Just some bullshit.
Brief summary of materialist reasoning here. It's simple. there is a profound amount of cruelty that you are subjected to under the crushing, oppressive economic organization of capitalism. Okay? And even if you are not personally subjected to it, you see others subjected to it in way more meaningful ways than yourself. And if you don't have a materialist description for why that happens, that economic organization happens, then you have to believe in a... if you don't have a materialist reasoning for why that happens as a consequence of like the mode of production and how society is organized around it, then your reasoning for it has to be spiritual or idealistic in nature. And that's why you believe in things that are good and bad. There are good people and bad people. And bad people are doing things because they're bad. And there's a group of people that are doing those bad things. Why are they doing it? Because they're bad for some undescribable reason. Okay? And that's what it is. That's at the heart of all these conspiracies, whether it be fascist conspiracies that put Jews at the heart of their conspiracy as the other, as the group of individuals who just wanted to do evil things and control everyone else. You know, the puppets, the puppet masters of the strings. Or I guess it's literally always Jews. It's every conspiracy always goes back to Jews are the reason, because historically they have always been used as a scapegoat. But there's a lot of QAnon people in the Hasidic Jewish community, which is super fucked since these conspiracies often end with the Jews. Yeah, well, not surprising. People want to blame others for the frustrations of their life, and capitalism and patriarchy are too amorphous to blame. You really focus that rage? Yeah. It always turns into an anti-Semitic drivel. It is a coping mechanism. It is, yes. Why is it always Jews? Historically oppressed group of individuals. I think one part of the reason is what? Like not being able to own land as a consequence of your religion, and therefore focusing on mercantilism and focusing on and also usury not being a sin in Judaism allowed Jewish people historically to control and engage in loans and shit like that. So that's why people were like, oh fuck, these guys are controlling our money and they're controlling everything and they're at the heart of all of our problems. It's an antiquated conspiracy theory, especially considering, like, if you were to look at a country like America, for example, right? If you were to look at a country like America, there isn't, like, a Jewish cabal. There is a WASP cabal. You know what I mean? If you look at who controls American civilization, you would literally have to say, oh, it's the fucking WASPs. There's a WASP supremacy in the United States of America, not a Jewish supremacy in the United States of America. But no one ever says that because WASPs are considered the in-group, and it's normal that they're in the position of power. That's it. WASPs, not like the bug. I mean, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Anyway, funny how most Q followers are religious people believing in one imaginary idea paves the way to believing in others. Anyway.
In an Instagram post recently that you referred to BLM supporters as subhuman.
100%.
What do you mean by that?
100%. Black Lives Matter. Anybody who supports them is subhuman, in my opinion.
I mean, I support Black Lives Matter. Am I subhuman?
I'm very black and white, and I'm extremely polarizing. So my subhuman, that's always going to be my emotional, polarizing post.
Answer it, pussy. Mr. Thumb over here. Thank you, Walla Cod, for the 10 tier 1 gift subs. Like, you're subhuman.
Because I absolutely always post for controversy's sake and to create and to stir a narrative.
The other thing that we're noticing a lot is like language that dehumanizes Black Lives Matter. What is the effect of that type of language?
It has large effects. Simply being a black person in America is challenging. And so to be beat down and diminished and dehumanized, as you said, it just continues to add this additional layer.
Don't you deserve to know who I really am? Don't you deserve to know? Oh, he thinks that these people are...
This is the worst level of being a fucking sicko. being a sick freak, because like you admit that you're a sick freak and you're like, whatever, I'm gonna wear it with my chest. It's actually a good thing that I'm fucking racist and I'm telling you that I'm racist.
Subhuman? 100%.
Another favorite of yours seems to be the pushing that Michelle Obama's a man. Can you talk to us about that?
It's, I hate that woman. And I will go down that conspiracy theory when she's dancing on Ellen. You bet I love enjoying these fantasy and fantastical possibilities that are out there. I'm not a fan of her personally, so why would, why wouldn't I go low?
This just goes to show how dark these groups are willing to go, because
I don't like that person, so I'm just gonna make shit up about them is at least brutally honest. This thumb is brutally honest. Refreshing, if I do say so myself.
to use that, transphobic type of commentary when it's so easily debunked.
I know.
I mean, I think that's the most confusing thing to me, is that they double down on these lies that literally takes a half a second for someone to debunk. I mean, it's like this birtherism, right? It's all of these narratives are just, it's pure ridiculousness. Are these sophisticated tactics? No. They're able to do that because they have a listening ear to folks that are willing to believe these narratives to make themselves feel better, to make them feel better about their unfounded hate.
They're my opinions. And at the end of the day, I guess I'll be an asshole, but
I love this take, dude. Hey, I'm sorry. They're just how I feel, man. Like, sorry. These bigoted opinions are just my opinions, and therefore we can't do anything. And that is at the heart of the pussy, snowflake-ass American mentality that I constantly fucking yell about, which is, listen, these are unique thoughts because I thought them. These are my individual opinions, and as an individual, that means by sheer virtue of me thinking those opinions, they are now important enough for you to take seriously.
But I still will hope you'll see that that's a part of me, but it doesn't define everything that I am.
That was really rough for me. Talking to Dom was really unsettling. I felt I was sort of taken aback at how offensive a lot of the things he said was in this sort of very friendly manner, right? Just like looking us in the eye and was like, yeah, I think you're subhuman.
Right, yeah, I mean, I think, and the thing, his follow-up to that of explanation, which is that over time he learned that creating posts that were as polarizing as possible was a way that he can kind of grow his audience online. And I think that's a great example when you read between the lines of how social media amplifies kind of the most outrageous.
I mean, when a guy like that says you're subhuman, I take it seriously. And the only reason why I take it seriously is because, wait, what the fuck? Vice Communications. Hasan Piker's Twitch stream. Hasan the Hunt is streaming the first episode of Vice TV's QAnon Search for Q. If you miss it, check it out tonight on Vice TV at 10 p.m. Wait, what the fuck? Why is Vice Communications like promoting my channel? Did I accidentally end up doing like a worldwide release or something? Thank you for the shout out. I'm in the video, by the way, somewhere. I've missed it. I think we missed the part where I'm in there. But yeah, no, as I was saying, when that Frank Rizzo dude or whatever his fucking name is, when he says you're subhuman, I'm like, I take it seriously because it takes one to know one. And that guy definitely is a hog. You know what I mean? Like, he's definitely a hog. So when he says another person is a hog, I'm like, wait, maybe I am a hog? Because he's certainly a fucking hog.
This message is,
as a police officer, he's had this training and he understands how to investigate things. And yet, looking at these numbers, he felt that he's doing something about it by just posting these things instead of joining a legitimate organization that's fighting human trafficking.
And that Save Our Children thing becomes kind of
It's
the soft pill before you get to the other level of Q, right? Like, you kind of come in the door with like, let's stop child sex trafficking, and then you leave thinking there's this global conspiracy.
And I think the thing that stands out to me when I think about the difference between those is they act like it's this grassroots movement, and it's not. It's some person somewhere that has made a decision to do this, put these ideas in people's head.
Yeah, so I guess I just don't, at this point, like, don't really know how much of that I know to be true. How do we untangle the web, you know, that's been created to try to put some order to what just appears to the outside viewer as chaos?
Well, let's work on it.
Now, the Chans may seem chaotic to the naked eye, but the Chans are actually a constant competition. Who can create the most viral or outrageous thing?
This girl went missing, and now Wayfair is selling this cabinet with the same name for $12,000.
Here in Minneapolis, they set an 8 p.m. curfew. They don't give a damn about a curfew.
I hope there's no TOS stuff.
What do you want us to do?
Oh, there it is. Boys, this is it. 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 I think this is where it is. Yup. Guys, you already know. Some of these scenes might be familiar to you if you already watched your boy attend this rally alongside Will Neff.
Read between the lines. Stop with this. You need to calm down, sir. You need to calm down a little bit. This is the USA.
Hank Pecker, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Pecker. Hank Pecker was there.
You think this is a distraction? No, I'm done with this. This is why CNN is a joke. You can't even report the facts on daily news.
Whoa, what?
Like one of these chuds.
Who's that? That's Hank Pecker from TruthTellerEagleFuck.net, ladies and gentlemen. That right there, I recognize that himbo. He's wearing that himbo hat. And look at that. That's Archbishop. That's Archbishop Will Neff of the Blood Church. You're still wearing the same hat today? Yeah, I was. I don't know where I put it, but I was just wearing it, dude. Look at that, dude. Why are you wearing an Indian dot kind of... Man, shut up. Yes, I have a fucking... Hasan the Hun, we previewed the ep on YouTube. We appreciate you spreading the word. Oh, thanks, Vice Communications.
Sending up for the whole world, for all the kids.
Great Awakening's here.
Arjan Pogo, 16-month Pogo.
Everybody, I had enough for everybody on the crew, so you can come and grab me.
QAnonymous, dude.
Toss it up, man. Toss it up.
Julian Field, Jake Rockatansky, and Travis View have watched the Q movement unfold since the very beginning.
I can be a QAnonymous hipster because I went on their podcast before they blew the fuck up. You can go find that episode deep in the bowels of the QAnonymous podcast.
In August 2018, they launched a podcast called QAnon Anonymous.
More than 2 years later, it has become the go-to place for those who are Q curious, looking for the latest update.
So how do you guys think that Q went from being just this sort of obscure movement on the internet, living in the Chans, to a political movement?
So Q started on the 4chan message board.
The Chans, they go back to Japanese nihilism, 2channel, and other image boards that became prevalent there among young people who didn't have opportunities.
I'm a little worried about the
and we're just like,
imagery.
well, I feel alone and disconnected. I can't get a girlfriend. And so that culture kind of spread to the United States. What started defining them is the anonymity. You can go there and say anything. Just let it loose. Doesn't matter. No consequences. Now, the Chans may seem chaotic to the naked eye, but the Chans are actually a constant competition. Who can create the most viral or outrageous thing?
One classic example is the Wayfair conspiracy theory.
This girl went missing, and now Wayfair is selling this cabinet with the same name for...
I listened to that podcast last week. Craziest part, 2 or 3 years later, you're still saying the same shit? Yes, dude. But at least now I'm not saying it to like 1,000 people, and instead I'm saying the same shit to 45,000 people, so more people are hearing it.
$12,000, but that's not it. This girl, missing. This cabinet with coincidentally the same exact name that she has, $13,000.
Even though there's no substance to this, it caught on amongst people who maybe have never even heard of Q.
The actual people who they would put as the missing person would come up on Facebook and be like,
Why am I mad?
Oh,
because I'm not missing. Out of here.
I was just talking about this earlier.
Of Q over time, and it continues to evolve.
And again, remember, I don't know if they're going to reference this, but that was literally the video I was talking about. That was exactly what I was talking about earlier. Remember when I said the Wayfair conspiracy and someone was like, yo, I'm not fucking missing. Like, I'm literally here. And people yelled at her. People literally fucking yelled at her. They were like, either like, no, I don't believe you. You're literally working with them. Or they yelled at her saying that, you know, she was in the wrong for getting upset that people thought that she was still fucking missing. Because these people simply had the best opinion, or these people had the best interest of others in mind. Because they wanted to fucking, you know, end child sex trafficking. Like, why are you yelling about people who are trying to fight back against child sex trafficking? It's like, dude, you're a psycho. You're a sick freak. By the way, don't be a tease. Thank you for the 20 gifted.
Evolved. Were there any precursors?
The insider anon was a common genre on 4chan. You know, prior to QAnon, there's one called FBI Anon in 2016 who also claimed to have insider information about the imminent prosecution of Hillary Clinton. So this was a common genre of post. And usually, you know, this supposed insider claims that, you know, some big thing is going to happen, and the Anons play along or they try to trip them up, mostly treated as a game.
You guys have studied this more than anybody. I mean, really, so who is it? Who's you?
I mean, could it be some kid in their basement in New Jersey or wherever, you know, who sort of made this LARP and all of a sudden it hit, and now maybe he's got a couple friends working? I mean, it almost doesn't matter really who it is anymore.
Some evidence has been gathered of who may or may not be involved. There's the early days in which we get to see the kind of early influencers like Tracy Beans or Pamphlet Anon. There's that small crew. Then we don't know if it's changed hands a bunch of times. Now, at this point, we do know that there's another point where some evidence is gathered, which is through 8chan and now 8kun itself. Jim Watkins and his son Ron Watkins, who run 8kun, and people around them, like, they, at the very least, have verified the identity of Q and said this is the correct and authentic Q. They've had to do that multiple times over. So he or she or they, whoever Q is, has at the very least been in contact with them and jumped through some hoops to kind of reassert that they're Q.
He's not okay. If we're being real, they're being very timid about who they think is QAnon, or like Ron Watkins' relationship with QAnon. Normally they're way more aggressive about it, but like the current iteration of Q, or at least the last iteration of Q that we know of from 8chan, is just Ron and Jim Watkins. Like, there is too much information that points in their direction, and they took over the board. They're being vague there, I think, for I guess for the sake of the documentary or whatever. But like, you know, you can tell because the only people at wrong Watkins, did I say the not the fucking Code Monkey one, the dad and his son too, but basically they're grifters who took over the dad is Jim, Ron is the son. Okay, sorry. They basically took over 8chan from what's his face, the other dude who now fights against it, and they made him work for them. What's the name of the dude who Frederick Brennan, is that his name? I'm sure they'll interview him as well. But anyway, they took it over from him, made him run the site. And at a lot of points, they were the only people. Yeah, I saw an episode of Reply All. I think it's a really good thing to check it out. Yes, Reply All documents this, documents everything from the beginning, start to end. It's probably one of the best episodes on QAnon that I've ever seen. And I high-key recommend that if you guys want to watch. The Reply All episode, I don't know what the name of that specific episode is, but it's pretty obvious that the only people that have access to like Q and like Q posts were those two people at a certain point in time, and it's most likely it's those two dudes.
So, we've talked to a ton of people in this community, and it is very clear to me that certainly this has been massively impactful. I want to know who's behind it.
Let's do this.
Okay, so top theories. There was the theory of Patriot Soapbox. That was the theory that this company, Patriot Soapbox, which was made up of a woman named Tracy Beans, who's a YouTuber, and Coleman Rogers and Paul Ferber. And they were sort of, I guess, bakers, but seemed to have a lot of access. And then there was videos of Tracy yelling at the president that she's cute.
We are cute. We love you. We are cute. We're cute.
Thank you.
They organized the whole thing.
There is the idea that this was all a joke, right?
All for a LARP.
Oh yeah, all for a LARP.
That was big in 2018 when Jack Posobiec came out saying that I know who Q is. I'm going to publish this report on OAN. I've talked to the founders. We started Q as a joke.
I constantly go between, did the naval intelligence officer, is the naval intelligence officer actually part of like the intelligence community in beefing up these sorts of conspiracy theories? And Jack Posobiec is literally too stupid to be a fucking actual psyop. That's what I go between. Because like he is a naval intelligence officer who is at the heart of all these fucking conspiracies, including Pizzagate. But then also, he's the type of dude that I've had arguments with over Twitter during his wedding, as he was live streaming his wedding with Paul Joseph Watson, where they personally ordered, I think, was it Papa John's or Domino's on purpose for their fucking wedding, and spent most of that time literally arguing with me over the internet, over Twitter. So, like, he's definitely too stupid to fucking be like a legitimate intelligence community person. So, you know what I mean?
On Trump supporters, and we just wanted to see how far we could take it.
I could see that being a funny joke. Recently, I just heard this, and I've been trying to reach out to him, but this guy, Fred Brennan, who started 8chan, is claiming that the guy who now runs 8chan,
Jim Watkins.
that's his name, Jim Watkins,
That's the most,
is the person who controls Q. Who else do we have to look into?
Yeah, I mean, the last one I think we shouldn't rule out yet is that it actually is somebody close to the president.
Well, I'm just not going to give it that kind of credit, though, right now. So we're going to say that, for me, the thing that seems most promising, at least from just an entry point, is the Watkins theory.
Yes.
So let's talk to Fred.
Fred Brennan has made national news by appearing on my favorite podcast, Reply All, saying that his former business partner, Jim and Ron Watkins, have taken over Q's account.
I'm making a very specific claim. He's not a maker, he's a taker. He took 8chan, and now he's taking Q. It is known that he has control over the Q account.
We good?
Where'd you pull that water from?
Just behind the dog.
What else you got?
So before things got all dark and up, what was like the problem, you know, that you were looking to solve launching 8chan?
The reason I really made 8chan was just because I thought that the users of 4chan don't have enough control of the topic of the board, and that there are only 30 or 40 boards.
Part of it was, no, the real reason is like he thought that there wasn't enough freedom of speech on 4chan.
In the whole kind of early 10s, I very much believed that users having control of the board was a good thing.
But everything changed in September 2014 when rival platform 4chan banned all discussions of Gamergate, a coordinated harassment campaign against women working in the video game industry.
Before Gamergate, we got like 100 posts per hour. And then after Gamergate, it was like 7,000, 6,000. Okay, am I gonna kick them off? Or look at all these users I have now. I made the shitty decision to allow them to stay. And yeah, that totally changed the site.
Hi guys, I'm Jim.
Was that kind of when the Watkins family's reaching out to you really landed?
Yeah. The Watkins family's pitch to me. We own this huge Japanese site that gets millions and millions of anonymous posts per day.
The honorable cause that Jim Watkins and Ron Watkins engaged in, if I'm not mistaken, is uncensored Japanese adult video that they were able to shoot in their in the Philippines, specifically for the Japanese adult video marketplace. That was their that was what they were doing. I think that's how they made their money.
and we want to help you host 8chan. Any problem you're having, we'll fix it. They said, we'll have a contract, it'll be like 60-40 of future profits, and back then I thought there might be some future profits. So I went to the Philippines in October 2014.
So what was your day-to-day life like in the Philippines?
Really easy. I mean, it really easy compared to here, All I had to do was kind of focus on 8chan, which took up my entire day. Seemed like, hey, maybe this will work, But then the shootings happened.
QAnon.
Satanic rituals, drinking children's blood, adrenochrome.
Where did they come from?
QAnon is the single greatest.
Okay, never mind. They don't have. Apparently, there's a part 2 and part 3 coming as well.
They will excuse and
3-part investigative event.
Yeah, there's a part 2 and
Begins
part 3.
Tuesday at 10 on Vice.
Wait, are they going to show?
Hours before, a 28-year-old Australian man calmly walked into this mosque and murdered 51 people. He posted a 74-page manifesto laying out his motivation on a website called 8chan.
I just felt like this isn't maybe such a good idea after all. Wanted to take it down. Problem just became that Watkins had other ideas.
Proactively censoring something that they would do in the People's Republic of China. Americans don't do that.
In the beginning, when Q is maybe 10 to 20% of our users, we don't need it. But now, where...
That was a New Zealand shooting, by the way. That's when he decided, oh, fuck, never mind. Completely unregulated free speech is kind of a problem.
After the shootings, Q stops posting, their entire site will have no traffic. They can't let Q stop posting, basically.
By that time, Fred had washed his hands of his creation, paving the way for a full takeover by the Watkins. 8chan was now the exclusive home of Q drops. Fred believes that Jim and his son Ron also took over Q's online persona.
I knew that Q had moved to 8chan because Ron was real excited about that, And, we're gonna get all this traffic from the Q board that moved and...
I mean, did he bring that business in?
Basically, I feel like he was kind of communicating with Paul Ferber at the time and making Paul Ferber feel comfortable with 8chan, basically. Paul Ferber is the first guy we know for sure was running a Q-related board.
4chan became so unusable that then we all moved to...
This guy's... Paul Ferber's story is so funny because, it's clear that he's Q for a period of time, right? And it's very obvious that he's literally Q for a period of time, but he can't say it because, someone else, there always has to be, the anonymity. Otherwise, everyone's going to be like, well, you're some fucking Australian dude. You're not QAnon, dumbass. But then, because of the way that, entering people's accounts was so easy and how insecure these accounts are, and they literally have, one fucking password, and if that password is something super dumb, then anyone can post from that. Unless you are, unless you're, a leader of the message board or you own a message board or whatever, and then you have some level of control, he straight up got cucked out of it.
8chan and the board that I created, which was Calm Before the Storm, CBTS.
6 months after the Christchurch murders, 8chan is shut down. The Watkins migrate everything to a new board they call 8kun, and Q follows.
It was Matlock,
Many believe the Watkins control the posts. Fred suspects there may be others working on Q behind the scenes.
He kind of has all these guys who would be willing to lie to people, and to write Q-style posts. I've heard different names. Thomas Schonenberger. Heard his name thrown out.
Tell me, who is that?
I've tried to avoid going down the Thomas rabbit hole because I know people who have, and they haven't ever brought anything concrete out of that rabbit hole.
When you look at this long enough, the idea that this is a network of people, not an individual, not sexy for a documentary, right? Yeah. Or a media piece.
It's not sexy.
But it's the truth.
But it's the truth. But as long as these drops are still continuing, it matters a lot. Because who's writing them and who is having all this influence? Who else is kind of in the background? We don't know.
Where do you think Jim Watkins is right now?
ABC News told us he's somewhere in America. You should try to find him. He'd probably be somewhere in California, actually.
We all agree that Jim has something to do with QAnon, the publishing of Q drops right now. But it doesn't really answer a lot of questions for all of the things before Jim Watkins took over Q. Like, what was the involvement there?
Who's Q though? Guys, what do you mean who's Q after all of this? QAnon is like a fucking a age-old 4chan meme that turned into a serious fucking movement because people are so delusional, and it was the right place at the right time, and people, grifters within these sorts of movements or adjacent to these movements, took over the message boards and started using Q for their own, for their own purposes. That's basically what it is.
What was the origin story?
It's not one fucking person.
Jim Watkins accusations, but interesting about this Thomas Schoenberger character. I think we should definitely look into that.
Yeah.
Let's hit the bunker.
Good job. That was the worst high five.
Nope, that's clearly not gonna work. Ready?
Wait, you don't even know.
Wait, what?
So Jim Watkins is going to be in Phoenix tomorrow.
No way.
Like, nobody has
for that
talked to this
QCon?
guy. Yes, someone's got to ask Jim the Q.
Someone needs to ask that guy the Q.
So this seems like our shot.
That's exciting.
I hate to be super cliche about this, but like Q is literally the friends we made along the way. Like, that is straight up what QAnon is. It's not a single person, it's an idea, and it is, more importantly, the friends you made along the way on those fucking psychotic message boards and also on Facebook. All of the other like crystal mommies that became QAnon supporters as a consequence of COVID, and all these other men and women on the internet. It's literally the friends you made along the way.
I have a thing though. This guy Thomas Schoenberger.
Yep.
I've been looking into him, and he's too weird not to go further on.
What kind of weird are we talking?
This is a guy who writes music for babies to make them smarter. I don't really know what happens next, but apparently he has since really gone down a very dark turn and has now several really serious criminal charges against him, including defrauding a bunch of old women of their life savings and also a felony stalking charge.
That is a dark turn.
Pretty dark turn.
Also really working both ends of the age spectrum with the babies and the old people.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's great here.
Really monetizing
Definitely
on either.
not sure. Yeah.
So we basically have two key suspects at this point. On one hand, there's Jim, who we know has some level of influence over Q. We just don't really know how much. And to play devil's advocate, just because he controls the board where Q posts doesn't mean that he is actually writing the posts. Our second theory that's incubating and forming right now is figuring out who this guy Thomas Schoenberger is, because Fred mentioned him. It seems like a few people have tried to dig up some info, but nothing has come to light quite yet. So I'll go look into the Jim theory, and you look into the Thomas theory.
I love it.
It's done.
See you when you're back.
Too late. It's done.
Be safe.
Next time on QAnon, the search for Q.
You're dealing with one of the most experienced spies you're ever going to meet.
It was meant to be a parody. It was meant to be kind of like a big joke. Like a joke on the president, a joke on all these other people that we could laugh at.
Thomas, are you Q?
Q is an elaborately constructed operation.
Yo, the worst part about that is that, like, there are people with, like, actual security clearances and shit. There are, like, admirals. Like, there are people in the military with, like, positions of power. But because they're fucking boomers themselves, they also unironically start believing in this psychotic shit, okay? That is the craziest part. It's like a nurse that's an anti-masker or an anti-vaxxer. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, you're at the heart of this, okay? You are supposed to be the professional. Why the fuck do you believe in the psychotic shit that the people who aren't healthcare professionals believe in? And again, you can still be a nurse and a moron at the same time. You could be a fucking admiral and a part of the military and actually have, like, levels of security clearance and still be a gigantic fucking moron.
Trump fan, and I don't care what you say. Thank you.
Anybody could be a QAnon. Like, anybody could be a part of it.
I hate political correctness, don't believe in it.
I believe that QAnon is the single greatest information operation in the history of humanity. You live in a dream. Actually, you live in a nightmare.
It's great, dude. You now have 30 million, give or take, people in the United States of America alone where you can just, like, activate them to do psychotic shit, or you can always get people to go out and assassinate people if you are the part of the American intelligence community. And then you could literally be like, well, they're a Q poster. There you have it. And I'm not saying that that's happening, but it is a It would be a very comfortable way to just neatly wrap up any sort of fucking problem that you might have. It's what the tribal people have talked about as well, and I kind of agree with them. Literally, no matter what happens, you could just be like, "Oh, Q poster." Nashville bombing happens, Q poster. Boom, there you go. Makes sense. It's so perfect. It's so perfectly created to... You could even literally get Q posters to do some psychotic shit. Because they are. And they have. Newsflash, QAnon started as a troll where we and so many others had a lot of fun. Morons didn't get the joke, ran with it as if it was real and started a cult. We're going to steer all of you into federal prison at times, and we will make that funny too. Expect it, lol. Dude, your anonymous news is... I don't know if they're credible or not. Says an intern threatened people on our Facebook page. Speaks to 22 minutes in. Sorry, can't time code on Facebook. Yeah. Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying it's her intern that fucking posted, but no, it's her. She was Q posting for a very long time. Of course it was her. Okay, there's another video that I wanted to watch. I've been meaning to watch, which is the... there's a lot of videos that I've been meaning to watch, but definitely one that I wanted to watch was the California. Why are people leaving California? There's a CNBC doc. What's driving California's mass exodus? And
It's been called the anti-California dream, the tech exodus, the Great Migration.
Between 2008 and 2000.
So I'm very excited to watch this one. Hold on, I gotta go pee while this runs though.
18,000 companies have left California for more tax and regulatory friendly states.
Dom, we're talking about Elon Musk moving from California to Texas.
Oracle saying they are changing their corporate headquarters from Redwood Shores, California to Austin, Texas.
And while it may be an overstatement to say California is hemorrhaging people, some of California's wealthiest residents, like Elon Musk, are leaving too.
California has to realize that eventually all of the anti-business laws and regulations they pass, we're going to catch up with them.
Erica Douglas was an early part of the exodus. She moved her SEO software company, Whoosh Traffic, and her employees to Austin 6 years ago.
I can remember writing one check to the state of California for 1 year, and it was like $24,000 for a year. And that was just income tax to the state. That was not federal tax.
The state's population and job growth have both slowed to a trickle. Census data shows more than 650,000 people left in 2019, after 7 years in a row where departures were on the rise. In fact, California has lost more people to other states than it's gained for much of the last 2 decades. And with the rise of remote work in 2020 adding extra flexibility, over 135,000 more people left California than moved here, the third largest net migration loss ever recorded.
As we lose really successful businesses such as Oracle and Hewlett-Packard, that changes how many high-paid jobs we're going to have. Changes really the whole nature of the state. It changes how many tax dollars go into Sacramento, how many tax dollars fund our schools, whether there's money left over to repair roads and bridges. It's really a huge problem that the state is facing.
We asked the experts and those leaving, what's behind this trend? Can anything be done to reverse it? Or is this a true shift for business in California as we know it?
Not Texas, go to Oklahoma? That's not happening, brother.
For a century and a half, California was in an almost constant state of growth, with booming business and expanding population.
There's something magic in California. The culture just seamlessly and consistently moves towards what's next with new ideas.
California's gold rush that started in 1848 led to one of the largest migrations in U.S. history, with hundreds of...
Can CA get rid of income tax like Texas? No, and also they shouldn't. What the fuck are you talking about? Dude. These guys want to move to low-cost sites, okay? Oklahoma has tried to make it happen for a very long time. Texas has been able to actually make it happen because of Austin and whatnot. But those areas inevitably are going to become shitty and hard to live in, as Austin is, from what I understand, turning into. And What instead should be happening is fucking federally mandated taxes across the board beyond federal taxes, so that these sorts of movements don't happen, where there is a race to the bottom and every state operates basically like fucking Ireland, okay? The positive aspect of the mass exodus from California is that, first of all, there's always going to be jobs here. That's ridiculous to assume that, like, the tech industry is the only fucking industry in Los Angeles, right? And secondly, it'll hopefully make it so that these people that originally could not live in the areas that they grew up in can be able to live in these areas once again if the housing market normalizes. I don't think the prices will go down, but realistically, it would be great if that happened. Apparently, CA's corporate income tax is 8.84, so the lady who's complaining about spending $24,000 literally made $2.5 million. Yeah, it's fucking dumb, dude. Look, I'm going to be paying a boatload of taxes this past year, and it's so fucking silly that people are like, I don't want to live in California anymore. Yeah, you piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. Okay, get the fuck out of here. There's always two sides to a coin. Yeah, there's the piece of shit side of that coin. Okay, that's all it is.
Thousands coming from across the country and the world. The population explosion qualified California for statehood in 1850, just a few years after it was ceded by Mexico. California was an economic
Don't let the fucking door hit your ass on the way out. That's what I say.
powerhouse by the end of the century, home to iconic brands like Wells Fargo and Levi Strauss. Scientists and researchers started flocking to the Bay Area in the early 1900s when San Francisco's port and nearby Moffett Field made the area a major hub for early telegraph, radio, and aerospace industries. Stanford University, founded in 1885, led the way in encouraging students to commercialize their ideas, leading two graduate students to start what many consider the first Silicon Valley startup in 1939, Hewlett-Packard.
California has been the leading indicator in software, digital technology, modern mobility, the environment, the space industry, and is the front door between the United States of America and the Pacific.
Cost of living from CA to Texas is like an 80% reduction, taxes 10%. This is true. This is also true as well. Cost of living in Texas is rising as well, depending on what areas you're moving to. And people are moving to Austin, and they're moving to Dallas, and they're moving to Houston. They're not moving to fucking random sides of Western Texas where cost of living is actually fucking low. But cost of living is a big difference. That is certainly true, especially because of real estate. Okay? Yeah, people aren't moving to fucking Arlen, brother, or Lubbock, Texas, Kona. Anyway, so cost of living is already increasing tremendously in these places because real estate is increasing, and that's what a big chunk of the fucking problem is for a lot of these people that live in California. Now, you are right, though. The people that complain about fucking taxes are literally complaining about 10%. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Okay? Shut the fuck up. You're so silly. You're a silly bitch. The only thing that you could complain about is space, okay? That's the only thing. If you want to live in like a metropolitan area, then yeah, you're not going to have a lot of space in Los Angeles. It's hard. It's so insanely expensive to purchase a place in California or rent a place in California where you have space to your own self. That's it. That's the only big motivator that would potentially have someone like myself move out of California, which I love, to a place like Austin or to a place like Texas or to a different place. But I see no reason to do that because I love California. I like this place. Bro, you were being disingenuous. Cost of living in California is driven by Prop 13. That's not a problem they will have in Texas. Our cost of living is so high because we decided to limit property taxes.
Rim in the Asian markets. So watching our state fumble and stumble.
10% on 100,000 is $10,000. Do you think that's how taxes work? When you make $100,000, it automatically takes 10% of that? Like if you make $1 million, that's like, oh, there it is. Don't worry, when Texas becomes a communist blue state like CA, the companies will ask what went wrong and move to another state. Dude, Hasan, Texas is going to be a Democrat state. Come on, man. That's just more vote for us. Yeah, that's not what's going on, though. A lot of those fucking dipshits that are leaving California to move to Texas are literally fucking reactionary morons who are like, California's not red enough for me, dude. They're not turning Texas blue. Texas is turning blue because of the Hispanic population aging in to voter-eligible demographics. Not turning fucking blue because, you know, the dumbasses are moving into Texas. As a matter of fact, a lot of those dumbasses that are moving into Texas are the out-of-towner transplants that wear the fucking 10-gallon hats and vote for Ted Cruz over Beto O'Rourke. If you look at the actual stats, you would recognize that, like, Texas natives, more Texas natives voted for fucking Beto O'Rourke than they did for Ted Cruz.
Is not just something that's a California issue. It is a national and global issue.
California's economy has grown to the 5th largest in the world. It had $65.6 billion in VC investment in 2019, by far the highest of any state.
All that venture capital is concentrated in San Francisco and Silicon Valley. But once those businesses do get a cash infusion from venture capital and get on their feet and become successful, then the advantage of being in California and Silicon Valley.
Yeah, I fucking despise this shit, dude. VCs are so scummy. I'm sorry. It's literally a fucking gamble. It is a gamble of the highest magnitude. They take advantage of all the amenities that this fucking state offers, and then they move out. Like when they actually make it big. So fuck that. You know, fuck these people. Yeah, push the tech bubble out of California, move it somewhere else.
Is much less, and that's when we see them leaving.
For the longest time, you wanted to run in those circles. If you were in tech, you needed to be able to run into other people in tech and have that, you know, that brain there in one place. Increasingly, I think HP and others are sending the signal in a much more remote work-oriented environment where we have the tech, and we've also had this forced experiment in remote work that basically succeeded, that Silicon Valley is wherever you want to be.
HP is moving its enterprise division headquarters to Houston, and many others are following. Oracle, founded in the 70s alongside Apple and Atari, announced in December that it's relocated its headquarters to Austin. Palantir is relocating to Denver. Elon Musk moved from Los Angeles to Austin, where Tesla's building its next gigafactory.
What really is surprising is
Austin is so fucked. It's so fucked, dude. GG's to all the Texans. Austin is going to be, in the next 2 years, it is going to be the worst fucking place, dude. Everyone that moved there thinking that they could have like, a reasonable cost of living and that, like, you know, you could get affordable housing. Good luck. It's fucking gone. That opportunity is done, dude. Who was telling me that they don't have enough water as well? I feel like Texas real estate is real faulty. In a lot of places, it's like built on top of swamps too. Miskiff's house is about to be worth $2 million. That's probably true.
the really major big companies that have put down roots here are the ones that are leaving. The mom and pops are going as well, but when they leave, they take 20 workers or 30 workers with them. They're not taking thousands of workers with them, and they're not taking Elon Musk.
Other major companies that have moved their headquarters out of California in recent years include Toyota, Charles Schwab, Nestle, and Jamba Juice. A 2018 study found that 1,800 companies left in 2016 alone, relocating mostly to Texas, followed by Nevada, Arizona, Colorado, Oregon, and Washington. This has been a trend for a while, but
they're calling Arizona the Silicon Desert, right? That's
it's
like
accelerated now.
We have high taxes.
That's the other place that's like blowing
costs.
up.
Cost of living in California is about 50% higher than the median state. Public services are not being delivered. So we've never really had all of that combination occurring as we've had in the past. And we've never had alternative places to move to. So for example, now in Texas, in Austin, Texas, there's a big tech hub there.
Now that the pandemic has largely made commute times irrelevant, moving is easier and makes more financial sense.
Even if you would look and say, I wouldn't found a company in California now, there are huge costs in actually relocating your company. But those costs are less when a lot of your employees aren't in the office anyways, may not be coming back, and when California is saying we might raise taxes substantially while other states are saying we're okay, we're not raising them.
In a study of more than 2,700 Bay Area workers, 2 of every 3 say they'd consider relocating if they could always work from home. Something dropped.
Okay, so part of the reason why the Bay Area and part of the reason why Los Angeles are like high value real estate markets is because people just want to fucking live there. Part of it is, of course, because the industry's there, especially the tech industry, the tech bubble is in the Silicon Valley in the San Francisco Bay Area. But the other reason is like those areas were not fucking empty before this happened. There were still hella people that wanted to fucking live here because it's a nice area to live in. So one thing that will end up happening, in my opinion, is that all these people that are like offering stipends to move out of San Francisco and blah, 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 will end up hopefully lowering the fucking real estate prices in that marketplace a little bit. So it makes it a nicer area and I guess whatever would be the anti-gentrification that occurs in that area. So far, it hasn't happened. No matter what happens, if like, look, I am hopefully going to buy a house this year. You know, we'll see what happens. But I want to buy a place where potentially for my mom to live in or for myself to live in. I haven't figured it out yet. But looking at houses, the housing market in Los Angeles has not changed in its prices. As a matter of fact, they are super fucking expensive still. Houses are super expensive in Los Angeles. Why are they expensive? Because everyone who's wealthy still wants to fucking move to Los Angeles. And housing prices have gone up in Los Angeles. There are certain areas within the housing market that have gotten a little bit better. From what I understand, for example, in places like New York, multiple bedroom apartments have become more affordable because people don't want to live with other random strangers anymore during COVID. So if you're able to get like a 2-bedroom apartment, like you were able to rent a 2-bedroom apartment in a cheaper way than you ever were able to do so. People are buying because the rates are low right now. That's also true as well. Bro, you are just throwing your problem with gentrification into my home city in Austin. Bitch, I'm a gentrifier no matter where I go. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm just talking about like the potential positive outcomes of this exodus happening in California.
Dropbox, Twitter, and Facebook have offered, with the caveat that moving out of California could trigger a pay cut.
If I can live in Utah and work for a California company, or if my California company can move to Texas and I can stay or move anywhere else, then suddenly it's a lot easier to make the tax and other business cost decisions the front of mind decisions.
An Edelman Intelligence survey found that 53%.
Oh, also, here's another thing. It's top of the hour every hour. It's time for a 60-second ad break right now, ladies and gentlemen. So if you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, and MBs. You can get a free Prime subscription by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the fucking ad now. Here's the ad. All right.
Of Californians are considering leaving the state, with the desire highest among millennials.
I wanted to understand what the rest of the world was. I didn't want to be stuck in my tech bubble for the rest of my life. And that's also one of the reasons.
Would you buy a house in LA or would you move to a better place? I like LA, man. Yeah, if I have the capability of buying a house here, yeah, I'll fucking buy it here. Vice wants to DM them. Okay, guys, I will DM them. All right, chill out.
Happy 15 months, Hasan. Although when did you become Hindu with the dot on your head?
I'm an apartment manager in Seattle. Prices here have dropped by 30% since COVID started. I'm renting units in the city for $950. There were at least 1,300. Utah is getting called Silicon Slopes as well. CEO complains about the cost of living. Yeah, that's hilarious. But yeah, I've been looking at moving to Palm Springs from up in Silicon Valley. The move seems smart. Palm Springs is going to have a decent real estate and decent infrastructure, I guess, if you don't mind living in the desert. Why'd you move from New York City to LA? I didn't live in New York City. LA kind of sucks if you're poor. I'd leave if I could, but I can't. Yes, Los Angeles absolutely sucks if you're poor. 100%. Hopefully this exodus will make it a little bit more affordable and manageable to live in Los Angeles if you are poor. What is this? John Myers? This is a remarkable change in ICU capacity?
Hi.
Wait, what the fuck? So, one Mark offered earlier about Gavin Newsom during his COVID-19 presentation is his administration's 4-week estimate of ICU bed capacity. Yeah, except that's fucking insane to assume that the ICU bed capacity is going to go up to 33% from 0%. When it's currently 0% and you decided to still open up the fucking floodgates. Capitalists don't live in the cities. They live in rural areas in compounds. No, I think capitalists live in cities. Strange that the most notoriously Democrat-ran state has the largest homeless population. Yeah, because it's livable. If you're homeless, you don't fucking immediately die. And also, the Democrat-run state is insanely fucking horrible for the housing market.
Reasons I came to Austin early.
I think it's a reasonable question to say at what point does the state break. We're seeing that tested right now as we see the remote work environment.
Wealthy, influential individuals leaving recently include Oracle's Larry Ellison, Dropbox CEO Drew Houston, Palantir co-founder Joe Lonsdale, high-profile investors and influential personalities like Keith Rabois, Tim Ferriss, Ben Shapiro, Peter Attia, and Joe Rogan, who's leaving California for Texas.
I just want to go somewhere in the center of the country, somewhere it's easier to travel to both places, and somewhere where you have a little bit more...
Austin's airports are not even easy to fucking travel with, aren't they? So even that is fucking false, isn't it? I thought, like, traveling from Austin is not that easy. It has a fucking dog shit airport, I thought. Better than LAX? Bitch, everything is better than LAX. Well, not LaGuardia. LaGuardia is probably the worst airport in the country. LAX is pretty bad.
HasanAbi only for a bit in the first one, but I believe I get a decent amount of time on the second one.
Oh god, so bad.
To see your take on things. I believe this Q things is stranger than most people know. # much love.
I have to go to Dallas for international and smaller hubs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's limited direct flights out of Austin, I'm assuming. It's kind of like the Burbank airport. The only problem is sometimes you got to fly from ATX to Dallas or Houston.
Freedom. Yeah. Elon Musk also cited freedom as a major reason for his move to Texas, criticizing California's strict handling of the pandemic. Last May, Musk openly defied California shutdown orders by reopening his plant, facing strong reactions from some politicians.
If you're smart enough to build SpaceX, PayPal, Tesla, maybe we should have sat down with you and asked you, what do you need to be more successful in California?
And then there's all the other non-pandemic related regulations that come with living in a blue state. Democrats hold a veto-proof supermajority in both houses of the California state legislature. What some call progressive policies, others see as unfriendly to business.
We've really become highly regulatory when it comes to fuel use.
Isn't it great when a dude who started their company by getting billions of dollars in subsidy, which is fine. Like, I don't have a problem. That's literally what I want for a renewable energy sector. Could turn around and act like such a fucking annoying libertarian when he is the greatest representation of you didn't build that on your fucking own. You know what I mean? It's great. But of course, if you ever say things like that, you will have all of those words crammed back down your throat because he has some of the most psychotic fucking fan base on the internet. Shouts out the fucking PewDiePie for creating the most annoying Reddit lords who turned into fucking Elon stans.
Automobile emissions, all those types of things. Water, cap and trade, to try to keep businesses from polluting too much. That's an imposition for some folks. All these things together make it more costly to do business in this state.
CNBC measures states on more than 60 different metrics in 10 key categories of competitiveness. In 2019, Virginia, Texas, and North Carolina took the top 3 spots. California came in 32nd and came in last when judged on the cost of doing business. When it comes to tax structure for business...
Wait, what did California come as?
And came in... North Carolina took the top 3 spots. California came in 32nd and came in last when judged on the cost of doing business. When it comes to tax structure for business, the Tax Foundation ranks California at the very bottom also, with only New Jersey ranked lower.
What businesses are finding is that they're able to create much more value for their shareholders. They're able to generate higher profits. They're able to hire very high quality workers at lower salaries in other places.
While tax rates increase based on how much you make, California's top marginal income tax rate of 13.3% is far higher than any other state. New York's, for example, is 8.8%.
This is a personal income tax form in California. I never want to see one of these in the great state of Texas.
9 states, including Texas, have no individual state income tax.
Literally fucking moron, dude. You could build so much with that.
Tax on wages.
Now, these states all have other taxes that offset this to some degree. Texas has high property taxes. Washington has gone after businesses with a lot of unique business taxes. But nonetheless, when you look at California that's high on almost every tax across the board, even a state that has some trade-offs can look really good.
There are groups working on incentives to keep businesses and innovators in the state, even if they're looking to leave high Bay Area costs behind.
You can take that Bay Area level income and it goes so much farther.
The greater Sacramento...
Yeah, lol, because the Bay Area income is going to fucking translate, right? No, the reason why a lot of these businesses want to move to Texas is so they can pay you a third of your fucking salary, dummy. That's literally it. Like, they call them low-cost sites on purpose. Like, that's why Boeing has a fucking factory in the middle of Oklahoma, so that there's less regulations there. And also they can get away with paying you significantly less for the same work.
Economic Council launched a campaign to attract remote workers with newfound flexibility.
Not if you're an engineer. You are literally incorrect. Even in Oklahoma, an engineer's salary... Dude, how are you going to say not if you're an engineer to me, motherfucker? My brother literally moved from Oklahoma to Los Angeles at Boeing. Like, what are you talking about? He's an aerospace and mechanical engineer who builds fucking satellites. I literally know what the engineering salary looks like in an introductory level, and also when you get even when you move further in the ranks in your own company for the same fucking job between Oklahoma and Los Angeles. You mean software engineer?
All 3 of my kids are in their 20s. If I'm starting my life in my 20s and I'm picking any place in the world to start it, I'm picking California.
On a state level, California has approved giving more than $73 million in tax credits to 22 high-growth companies over the next 5 years through its California Competes income tax credit. But the application process is highly competitive. Still, California's business taxes are some of the highest in the nation, and certain cities tack on even more.
San Francisco just passed what they call the overpaid CEO tax, where companies will start paying tax.
It's just like these are all band-aid measures too. That's the other fucking annoying part about this is like this stuff is all preventable. You can get around it. You can hide your assets. Like you're saying based, but it's not really like it's nothing. Like that's why people are fucking leaving. Like this is a problem that you need to solve at the federal level for the most part. And it's not going to eliminate the issues. The companies moving to Texas are the companies no software engineers wants to work for anywhere like Oracle. Fuck them, they're the devil. I mean, I think software engineers would still very much be excited to work for the fucking devil if the devil is offering them a job. And more importantly than that, healthcare. My company based in CO, Tulsa, bought a PNW located company and forced everyone to take at least a 20% cut unless exec probably. And we already got paid under competitors. These people are delusional if they think their wages will be the same. They're literally moving to cut costs to give more to board/execs.
Says depending upon the ratio of the CEO salary to the median worker at that location.
While the super wealthy may be fleeing disproportionately high taxes, the cost of living comfortably is a consideration for everyone in California.
I always rented when I was in the Bay Area. I never had enough money to buy a house there. I bought my first house here in Austin. You can live 20-30 minutes away and have a house for $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 and have a nice little backyard and a place for your dog to roam around and a place for your kid to play.
Having a little bit more.
That is like legitimately the only reason why you would potentially move out of California, honestly. I mean, you can't do that unless you're like a multi-millionaire, billionaire, fucking gorillionaire Andy. You're not going to get that. What are you guys saying? Oh, 500,000 house. Wait, what? She makes $2 million a year. She's lying. Only $500,000. Oh, she's saying the house is only $500,000. Yeah.
For space.
That's like, I mean, brother, I'm only aware of the New Jersey real estate housing market, or the New Jersey real estate market in Los Angeles, and a little bit with New York. So $500,000 is a comfortable and very affordable place from where I'm standing. Okay, that's cheap as fuck, brother. Especially if you get like fucking a backyard with that. Are you kidding me, dude? A mansion with a backyard for $500K is whew. Excellent, dude. You'll get like a little backyard for that. My apartment is $500,000. Son's apartment is $500,000 a month. No, it's $1 million a month. The idea that these CEOs make the bulk of their dollars on their W-2 is fucking hilarious. Money makes money, simple dividends and shit. Something that requires no hard work, mind you. Yeah, they're not. Yes, like taxing annual income is perhaps the worst way to try to actually tax people.
Land, and it just feels right.
Realtor Scott Shepard relocated his family from Riverside, California to northern Idaho in 2019.
All of our major line items across the board are significantly lower at the rate of 30 to 40%. We've got $1.98 for a gallon of gas.
Shepard runs ExitCalifornia.org, one of a growing number of online relocation companies helping people move. He says about twice as many people have been reaching out about the service since the pandemic began.
Lots of restrictions, lots of regulations, freedoms being taken away.
Housing is impossible in California. We are, by all estimates, between 3 and 4 million units short of housing.
The median single-family home in San Francisco.
This is fucking bullshit, dude. This is bullshit, okay? There are 56,000 vacant units. Or no, there are 56,000 homeless people in the state of California. And in the Bay Area alone, it's like 3 times that, dude. The number of vacant units, okay? So the reality is not that there isn't like available housing. The reality is that there's so many fucking vacant units because it's financially appropriate to for people to sit on vacant properties rather than put them to use because the property value is going to keep going up. I mean, a great example of this, I retweeted one of these, like, I think it was like, Save Koreatown accounts the other day where it's like, Standard LA is a hotel. Standard LA is going out of business. Okay, they are closing up shop. And instead of doing anything about it to like reappropriate it, get certain funds to reappropriate these, like closing hotel to help homeless people through this time. There's 100,000 hotel rooms in LA. 100% FEMA reimbursement if hotels are used to shelter the unhoused. There's 66,000 homeless people in LA County, which is a low estimate, and 4 people die while homeless every day in LA. And the Standard Hotel in the Sunset Strip is scheduled to close tomorrow. It's like there are better fucking ways to utilize so much empty space that we currently have in Los Angeles. So much empty space that we currently have in California in general. And people don't want to do that. There's a difference between housing and affordable housing, though. So the vacant units will most likely be high value. Like exact issue with London. The only property developed is high value for bankers. Therefore, lots of vacant properties. Exactly. I know. And that's a fucking gigantic problem. And people that say like, oh, we need to build more housing. We need to build more housing. Yeah, great. That sounds awesome. But you don't, those people never want to say, we need to build affordable housing. They don't build affordable housing. Their argument is, well, we'll build more fucking luxury high rises, which is exactly what has happened in California. And then ultimately that'll drive down the cost of all the other affordable or all the other luxury high rises to affordable prices. Has not happened in the past 10 years and will not happen. Okay? It's just not happening. All that ends up happening is like out-of-state investors come in or foreign investors come in and buy that investment, buy that property as an investment and just sit on it. And all you have is just empty luxury condominiums in the middle of a fucking city where there's 66,000 homeless people. It's fucking disgusting. But hey, as long as you can push the homeless people away to another fucking area, away from your eyes, away from your gaze, then that's fine. It's like they don't exist. I live in New York. I pay $4,000 a month for a place without bathroom. I shit myself or on the streets. Pog you, America. Yeah. I've never seen so many homeless people as I did when I visited LA, and I live in freaking Buenos Aires, Argentina. Yeah. Oh, by the way, breaking news, but apparently Senator Leahy is in his Capitol office and is not feeling well. He was examined at the Capitol by the attending physician, and out of an abundance of caution, the attending physician recommended that he be taken to a local hospital for observation where he is now and where he is being evaluated. Of course, you might recognize Patrick Leahy's name. He has held office as the Democratic senator since 1975. He is, of course, 80 years old. He was, of course, supposed to preside over Trump's Senate impeachment trial. So, very cool. You know, we got Feinstein. How many fucking senators do we have over the age of 80? How many senators over the age of, let's see, 75? This is such a funny article. 10 oldest members of the current United States Congress, updated 2020. 10. Bill Pascrell, 83 years old. Grace Napolitano. Remember, Leahy doesn't make it into the top 10 oldest at the age of 80. The 10 oldest person is 83, guys. Pat Roberts, 84. Eddie Bernice Johnson, 84. Jim Inhofe, 85. Richard Shelby, 86. Chuck Grassley, 86. Dianne Feinstein, 86. Don Young, ironic, 86. Listen, if your ears, because your ears never stop growing, what they should do is they should literally fucking impose a rule where, like, if your ears have grown beyond a certain point, you're not allowed to be a senator. I'm an earist, dude. He's fine. Senator Durbin told Wolf Blitzer that Senator Leahy's wife, Marcel, who is a nurse, reported back that Leahy's doing fine. He's resting comfortably at the hospital. Durbin emphasized the hospital trip was out of an abundance of caution. Yo, we gotta fucking realize at some point that, like, you know, these dudes are gonna die. Like, why are you risking it? Like, why is that a risk factor that we have to take into consideration? Especially on a 50-50 narrow majority. Like, don't trust half these fuckers to drive to work, but we're supposed to be cool with these fossils running the government. I mean, we're not. Are you guys cool with that? Because I'm not cool with it. You can call me ageist all you want, by the way. Vermont has a Republican governor, but he's like fucking woke. So it's not. Did you know Dianne Feinstein is running for re-election in 2024? I heard about that. It's a fucking meme. I don't think Dianne Feinstein makes it to 2024. I think she will die before that. Like, she is way too fucking old. I'm sorry. Like, Vermont has a special election law. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's keep going. He's a woke Republican. Republican governors in like very woke areas, in relatively woke relatively woke states, don't make like psychotic Republican moves most of the time, or they're fairly limited in who they can appoint. And in Vermont, the Vermont Republican governor, I'm certain, is not. He can't appoint someone to that position.
Cost about $1.6 million. Rent in San Francisco is easily $5,000 to $6,000 per month. So you multiply that, and that means you're not hiring someone who is technologically advanced and skilled without paying them $150,000, $170,000 per year. And you simply don't need to pay that type of salary in Texas.
Although California remains a top destination for people moving from other countries and rich transplants relocating from out of state, the White House reports nearly half of the country's unsheltered homeless people live on the streets of California. And a growing number of middle and low-income people are moving out of state, with the majority of those leaving reporting an annual income under $100,000.
Whether they are people...
You literally... And those people are leaving out of necessity. Because if your annual income is of or less than $100,000, especially if it's less than like $75,000, you just can't live in the Bay Area. You certainly can't live in the Bay Area, and you can't live in fucking Los Angeles. This is why I always say, like, 100K does not take you the same fucking way in Los Angeles as it does in Oklahoma, guys, or in fucking Texas even. Like, you need at least 75 to 85. I think it's 85K for comfortable living in San Francisco, right? 100K is a lot. What the fuck? 100K is rough in LA with rent and stuff. Guys, rent is fucking insane here. The cost of living is so fucking high, dude. Yeah, I debated viewers on this specifically, by the way. And people were saying, like, you're fucking a liar, you're crazy. For a single person, not for a family. Oh, yeah, I'm talking about a single person, too. Yeah, for a family, you got to double that shit.
At the car wash, baggers at the supermarket, attendees at the rest homes. And what are we doing to assure ourselves that we'll be able to keep that critical...
Debate Lord take on this is that people should just stop moving to the coast, and he thinks it's just because the coast area is considered cool and that they don't have any other reason except prestige because jobs are everywhere in the U.S., even in bumfuck nowhere. Yeah, that's a fucking completely psychotic take that erases the millions of people that are just born there and do not have the means to leave their fucking hometowns. Like, literally, this video is describing what the jobs that these people have. Like, I love that fucking Debate Lord take because there are so many fucking people that live there. There are so many fucking people that live there, and they live there because that's where they were born. That's where they grew up. That's where their fucking family and their friends and their everything is. You can't just like up and move to fucking Nebraska from the Bay Area. And then on top of that, there are jobs there too. They have their jobs there. Because ultimately in San Francisco, you still need to clean fucking toilets. In San Francisco, there is still a need for baristas. It's just that the baristas are now living 3 hours or 4 hours away.
Part of our employment infrastructure, those folks at the bottom, because we're toast without it.
Of those surveyed by Edelman Intelligence, 53% cited housing as the primary motivator for relocating. Hiring in a state with a lower cost of living also helped Douglas get her startup off the ground.
It opens up the ability for people to work for startups, the ability for people to not have to feel like they're paying their whole life savings for an apartment every month, and my ability as a business owner to be able to hire those people at a very reasonable and fair rate, but a rate that's not going to be like a Google $450,000 a year right out of the gate type of thing.
Meanwhile, the pandemic has robbed California of some positives once used to justify its high cost of living.
When I went looking to raise money for my startup a few years ago, a lot of investors in San Francisco said, well, I want to be able to sit in on board meetings in person. You know, I will only invest within a 50-mile radius of San Francisco because I want to be able to sit on those board meetings. Well, now board meetings are conducted via Zoom and the minutes are distributed through email.
Now, if you can work anywhere, you don't care. You can go somewhere else that has a lower cost of living and a lower cost of taxation. So a lot of states, not just California, but New York and other states that have historically banked on offering something unique, have to worry that they're not so unique anymore.
With an economy bigger than many countries.
The other funny part about this is like, all these people are going to move to Texas, and then in places like Texas, they're going to have to raise property taxes, which they already are suggesting. Same with fucking Arizona, where they're like literally just recently implemented an additional, I think it's called the millionaire's tax or whatever, where they added a top marginal tax rate in Arizona so they could fund education. So, like, good luck, guys. You know what I mean? You'll still blame California, and they should do that, by the way. That's the smart thing to do. You see an influx of millionaires coming into your town, you bet your fucking ass the tax raises should be coming. 100%. You crazy? Don't let them get away with not fucking paying shit. Are you crazy, dude? It's bullshit. Let them keep moving around the country. Maybe they'll end up populating Wyoming or some shit.
Will California feel the impact of big companies leaving? And with super earners paying 40% of the state's tax revenues, can California afford to lose billionaires like Musk, one of the richest men in the world?
Pay 40% of the state's tax revenues.
Can California afford to lose billionaires like Musk, one of the richest men in the world?
Some states, like New Jersey, has actually had to amend budgets when a single billionaire left the state. California would not be at that point where Elon Musk leaving California means they have to amend their budget. But as he leaves, and as companies like HP and Oracle and others relocate a significant amount of their operations, this has a huge impact.
Anyone making above 250K got their taxes hiked by 3.5%, so it's 8% in Arizona now for people making above
Both immediately
250K.
and in the long term, the investments they would make, them being located in a different place, the employment opportunities.
For those who have left, there are new challenges to contend with in new states, including resistance to Californians changing things elsewhere.
This is not an invitation to simply transfer the of California to Texas. We Texans are very inviting to people from California, but that doesn't mean we want you to California or Texas.
I don't want...
Oh my God, shut the fuck up, bitch. Oh God, he's so fucking annoying.
want Austin to just become the next San Francisco. I think what we want is to have Austin's own unique culture make startups that work.
For a while there, I was a little bit insecure to let anyone know that I was from California. When I first moved here, I had California plates, and I had individuals giving me a
good argument. It's not even an argument that needs to be had, dude. It's so dumb. It's like half of those people that are talking about it, literally, that other lady is not even fucking an Austin native. She literally moved to Austin because it was a low-cost site for her originally. So her talking about like Austin's unique culture, like, what do you mean Austin's unique fucking culture, dude? Like, you're not promoting Austin's unique culture by opening up fucking blue bottles in every corner. Okay, that's not Austin's unique culture.
Nice steady.
What do you mean, fucking Mexican culture? Is that what you mean when you say Austin's unique culture?
Horn behind me on the freeway to let me know that they weren't happy that I was in front of them.
Where Shepard moved in Idaho, as in other states, California transplants drive up housing prices.
People who live here, they're getting priced out of the market. I mean, you've got 10, 15, potentially even 20 people making an offer on the same property.
And there are certainly things to miss about the Golden State.
My heart still, has a piece of California in it. It's a beautiful state, and it has so many wonderful things about it. I still have family there, but until I see things change.
Also, the fun part about what they don't tell you is the business owners that are natives to these regions, like the actual fucking oil barons and shit, love when you Californiaize those regions. You want to know why? Because no matter how we fucking talk about it, everybody loves getting Chipotle. Everybody loves getting fucking Blue Bottle coffee. So that's precisely why if you go to fucking Oklahoma City, there's like, what is it called? Like Bricktown and numerous other places where you can get like a fucking whiskey bar with an X in the middle of it, like Whiskey X. And you're like, what the fuck? Am I in Brooklyn or am I in goddamn Oklahoma City? And they love that sort of fucking gentrification because a lot of the people that are coming in that make a lot of money, a lot of people that come in that make a decent amount of money, no matter how conservative they are, still want to go to fucking Whole Foods and still want to be able to go to like, these sick fucking whiskey bars and shit so that their way of life isn't changed too dramatically. And that's precisely why a lot of those actual native wealthy motherfuckers want that to happen so they can bring in young people, okay, to those low-cost sites and bring in industry to those low-cost sites. Because part of the problem, rather, with places like Oklahoma or even all these other places like in Arizona and shit is that you can't keep young people there because nobody wants to fucking live in Oklahoma City. Nobody wants to live there. Everybody's like, what the fuck? I don't want to live here. It just sucks ass.
Changing statewide, I don't anticipate things changing anytime soon.
Still, a few big names, like Twilio CEO Jeff Lawson and Airbnb CEO Brian Chesky, have committed to staying in the state, and specifically the Bay Area.
If enough feel that way, that could work. The challenge is that at some point, they'll do the calculation of, okay, what would my books look like if I was in California, San Francisco versus were I in Texas?
And many of the biggest Silicon Valley-based companies haven't announced any plans to leave.
Google, Apple, they are doing so well that the last thing they have to think about is moving. It's very much in their interest to stay here and get the latest of what's going on. Mine, if you will, these beautiful minds at places like Stanford and Cal.
But if California's people are the true draw, will it lose its edge if enough of them leave? Some say there's a tipping point at which the flow of businesses and people out of California outpaces its incubation of fresh ideas that entices businesses to come and to stay.
It's a challenging issue that California faces, and there's really no solution other than to make the state more competitive in terms of business costs and taxes, in terms of housing costs. Until that's done, California will probably continue to lose businesses to other states.
For now, big tech stakeholders will watch to see how legislators handle upcoming proposals. Some would target tech companies specifically, taxing data or digital services.
One of the worst things you could do right now is signal to these companies that are on the fence, if you stay, the taxes are going way up. But that's the conversation we're having right now. And there comes a point in which a lot of businesses are going to say, we don't need to be in California, and increasingly we can't afford to be.
Other proposals could raise the corporate income tax to more than double the rate in all but one other state, or push the combined federal California top marginal tax rate to a whopping 53.8%.
I'm hopeful state legislators will take a step back and ask themselves, we better not do this. We're risking the state's economic future. We should make California a more friendly state to do business, and we don't want to drive away any more really incredibly productive, innovative people.
We've had mass.
I also don't know what their goal is. Like, are they trying to fucking drive the rich people out so that they can end up making it more affordable for poor people to live in those areas again, like de-gentrify these gentrified neighborhoods? I don't know. I legitimately don't know. That seems awesome. Okay, that does seem awesome, but like, there's no way in fucking hell that the most conservative liberal Democrats are trying to do that in the state of California. Like, I just don't believe that they would do that.
Bad recessions. We had a $35 billion budget shortfall in 2001. It cost the governor's job, but we've had those before. Somehow we come back, but you never know.
The funny part about it is, like, the reason why taxes are increasing for the wealthiest of the wealthy is because we know that they didn't fucking suffer. Like, they literally didn't suffer throughout this pandemic. They increased their fucking, like, that's the most scummy part about this, okay? The most scummy part about the fucking wealthy people, like, complaining about larger and larger percentage of taxes is like, dog, you literally made more money in front of everybody's fucking faces. Like, you literally doubled your wealth, and here you are fucking crying about having to pay like 3% more in taxes, you piece of fucking garbage, dude. It's so scummy, dude. It is so fucking insanely scummy. Like, Elon Musk is like, I am leaving California to go to Texas. It's like, bitch, you literally became the wealthiest person on the planet this year. For no reason other than the fact that your car company is not technically valued as a car company, but is at a tech company, as a renewable energy company. And that's why you outcompete like Volkswagen, despite the fact that you don't sell as many fucking cars as they do. Okay? And you have SpaceX. Like, no reason? Question mark? Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, no reason. Here, let's talk about the fucking no reason Andes, okay? r/Wall Street Bet is about to blow up another hedge fund. This one valued at $13.1 billion before Reddit trolls decided to buy all GameStop. Lol.
Know when that time is going to be the last.
I don't know. I get so fucking triggered about this shit. 2-minute video on how people are just camping
some people
to
get the COVID vaccine.
Oh.
Well, check out this long line. Not one of these people has an appointment to get the shot, but they're camped out nonetheless in hopes that by the end of the day, there just might be some left over for them.
On this frigid, blustery day, hundreds of vaccine chasers are camping out. They don't have an appointment, but they are hoping to luck out.
Some of these people have been camped out since 8 o'clock last night. Many of those overnight hours were spent sitting in the rain, all of it in hopes that there will be extra vaccine left over and they can get a shot.
It is around 7 a.m. I am here waiting with all the other vaccine chasers.
This is the 6th hour that Inside Edition producer Carly Baganguito has waited in line. We sent her there to find out how this unofficial wait list works.
What are the folks at this clinic telling you as far as the likelihood that you're going to get a vaccination?
So nothing really from officials. All of this has been kind of hearsay, but we're all hoping to get a vaccine.
I have bad asthma and I'm afraid.
42-year-old Anthony has also waited 6 hours, desperate for the vaccine.
may get lucky, may not.
I don't blame anyone for showing up with the hopes that they might get a vaccine, but this isn't the right way to do it, and we discourage it.
Dr. Jerry Abraham is with Kedron Health Clinic in Los Angeles.
Unlike some other healthcare facilities, I refuse to discard any vaccine.
When word spread the doctor is giving out leftover vaccine doses, people started camping out by the hundreds.
It could be as few as 0 doses available. It could be as much as 10 doses available.
During the day, his security team searches for seniors and healthcare workers without an appointment. But to their surprise, others find their wait pays off.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Our cameras roll as they're let in.
I have doses that are drawn up that I refuse to discard. Proceed in.
Then another lucky group is ushered over.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And so it continues.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just before 5 in the afternoon, the gamble paid off. Because of the large number of no-shows, 40 people were allowed in to get the Moderna vaccine. You got the vaccine? Was it worth the wait? Was it worth waiting overnight?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
People in brown and black communities in LA can't even get fucking vaccine appointments. Meanwhile, these people have the privilege to take off time and sit around and wait. Oh, dude. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck to do about this. Like, why are there not enough fucking doses in a place like California, in a place like Los Angeles? It blows my fucking mind that I think what is mind-boggling, and I'm glad that they're doing this, by the way. I'm glad that they're doing this, because otherwise you have 40 fucking doses that were just going to get thrown out. You understand that, right? Out of the 40 million vaccines that have been delivered so far, only 23 million of it has been used. They discarded half of the fucking, half of the vaccines that they've delivered so far. How fucking nuts is that, dude? All right, I'll give you a source. Reports across. In Washington, a health facility allegedly threw out some COVID-19 vaccines at the end of worker shifts because staff believe the state guidelines blocked them from giving unused shots. Where is it? Where is the number that I heard that I read? Chat is tripping. They want those to be Uber Eats directly to brown and black people who are still skeptical of the vaccine to begin with. Man, sometimes I just want to lay down in the long nap. It is so hard to keep stored in the right conditions. I had a nurse the other day tell me that literally they almost messed up reconstituting it. Yes, that is the biggest logistical problem, is the storage of it. That's why there's a finite amount of vaccines that you can fucking deliver to people every day. Don't throw up question marks that other chatter is not even incorrect when he says that there's a lot of skepticism between black and brown communities with the vaccine for understandable fucking reasons. Literally the Tuskegee syphilis experiment and things like that create a lot of skepticism in black and brown communities in regards to getting the vaccine. Stop spreading fake news, dude. Wait. No, I'm not spreading fake news. Hold on. CDC says 9 million Americans are now vaccinated as the U.S. states scramble. And at that point, I think they had given out what? Yeah. Only 1/3 of the 25 million doses distributed at that point. Only 9 million had been vaccinated. It wasn't, maybe it wasn't 20 to 40. It was, maybe it was 20 to 10. I want to get vaccine, but my dad won't let me. No. The discarded, I want to see what the rate of the discarded vaccines were. Like half of the vaccines that have been delivered have been discarded so far, is what I read. 90% effective. New Haven hospitals keep a list of those who signed up with a flexible appointment. Okay, I can't find it. Thousands of COVID vaccines in the wind up in the garbage because of Fed state guidelines. Yeah, but this is, it says literally that it's unclear. And I remember reading an actual number. More than 68 million shots given. $23 million shots have been given, according to state-by-state tally. An average of 1.25 million doses per day were administered. But it doesn't show what the rate of how many of them have been discarded. I think I read that California was actually making use of a lot of their vaccines. They just weren't getting nearly enough. Like, so few, we wouldn't reach herd immunity until 2022. Maybe it was the World Economic Forum article that said over half of the vaccines are wasted. If what you read wasn't fake news, it would be easier to find. Where is it? If the GOP refused to impeach Trump, wouldn't it be given Democrats? Across the U.S., 7.1 doses have been administered for every 100 people, and 57% of the shots delivered to states have been administered. Okay, that doesn't mean that half of it's been discarded, though. Yeah, I know that only half of the doses that have been delivered have been used so far, but that doesn't mean that half of it has been discarded. Or the ones that haven't been used have been discarded. So I don't know. I don't know what the actual number is. I might have been wrong. Sorry. Oh, it was the World Health Organization estimate, maybe, that warned in 2005 that up to 50% of the vaccines released globally each year end up in the dumpster because of supply chain problems, such as not having enough freezer issues. I know that they're being thrown out. I just don't know what the number is, and I shouldn't have given a actual. I shouldn't have given you an exact figure. Working in a retirement home, about half the staff rejected getting the vaccine. Yes. As a whole, the country has administered barely 10% of the first doses allotted, and 20 million identical doses are being reserved for a second shot. The group modeling the Canadian rollout suggested that rushing to get as many first doses as possible out and waiting for a new supply to deliver second doses could avert as many as 34 to 42% of new infections, which is why Canada has embraced that approach, as has the UK. Here in the US, we are continuing to hold back half the vaccine doses we have, and hardly any state in the country is significantly above 10% of that initial allotment, which is to say 5% available doses. Though refrigeration capacity varies from location to location, vaccines are only cleared for 30 days of storage in the most common units, including those in which they have been shipped. States have been rushing to build out their storage capacity, but have been warned of months-long waits for ultra-cold freezers that could extend shelf life to about 6 months. So whoever the fuck said, like, oh, dude, the shelf life is 6 months, you're wrong. That's not 6 months. It's only 6 months if you have the storage space for it, and a lot of fucking states did not build their storage space for it ahead of time. So, no, you're wrong. It's not 6 months. And apparently states do not have to disclose what the waste is. If there's excess vaccine, clinic staff should do everything possible to avoid wasting the dose. If the vaccine wastage occurs, it should be reported to the CDC's vaccine tracking system, said CDC spokeswoman. We are working to figure out how to provide this data online in the future when the data is more complete. In the meantime, currently, they do not disclose how much of wasting is occurring. And part of it is because hospitals are afraid to report. They didn't build storage space for it because it privatized healthcare / hospitals, not in the budget. What? In the UK, we were initially doing the doses 2 weeks apart, but now it's 3 months apart. Yeah, getting the second dose is going to be harder for a lot of people. And the reason why getting the second dose is going to be harder for a lot of people is because they're going to start pumping first doses into everyone, as many people as possible. And that will take away the second dose allotment. So you have to wait for the second dose to get shipped in. There's like a 4-day window in which, by the way, in which the second dose can be administered. That's not true. I have a relative that's the director for a string of private clinics that focus on senior care. They have ultra cold storage ready, but states won't give them the vaccines to distribute. Stop spreading misinformation and doomerism. Wait, what? I wish I could get the doses, dude. Anyway, it totally does make sense. To me, at least. It totally does make sense that there are... Wait, what the fuck? It makes sense to me that there are people who are trying to get the fucking vaccines despite the fact that they're not eligible for it yet. Wisconsin Senate just voted to overturn governor's mandate. Good, dude. Fuck it, dude. Great. Okay. We watched the What's Driving California Exodus.
Why did the U.S.
Now
go
let's
to
watch how the United States stole Iraq. But before we do that, top of the hour, every hour, it's time for another 60-second ad break right now. I can't watch a GameStop squeeze because I don't know. I don't know what video we can watch at the GameStop squeeze. Okay. Also, does this have TOS in it? C-Mac, you said you watched it? All right, let's do it. Let's welcome Johnny into our homes, dude. It's time. It's time to embrace the Johnny culture, okay? I'm welcoming Johnny into my home and yours too. But before we do that, it's top of the hour, every hour, 6-second ad break. Like I said, if you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free with your Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription. This way you can avoid the ads. Here's the 60-second ad break right now. There it is.
War in Iraq.
Let's get started.
In the early stages of military operations. Growing up, the narrative was always oil. So it was like we went to Iraq to get oil, like America always does.
We might find ourselves without adequate supplies of energy in the future.
All major oil fields in the South are now under coalition control.
But that's kind of the lazy explanation. It's not quite it. Oil's a part of it, but it's not the main reason. We went to war in Iraq because several powerful American men wanted to. Some of them thought it was vital. We had to. Others just wanted to project American power. But either way, here we are 18 years later. Nearly 10,000 Americans dead, over 200,000 Iraqis dead, over $1 trillion tax dollars spent. And the result? A Middle East
Trillion tax dollars spent on Iraq alone, by the way. The total cost is $7 trillion since the beginning of the war on terror post 9/11 era. I think it was $7 trillion. It might be 8 by now. Like $7 trillion fucking 2 years ago. And that's a conservative estimate. Feel like there's TOS here. You should wait, let a mod check it first. Yeah, I think there might be TOS here. I'm welcoming Johnny into my home, but I feel like Johnny is gonna welcome TOS into my home. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a little worried. Hi, Hasan. Day 3 in the Pentagon. I found forced feminization vaccine. Do you want an early copy in your P.O. box? Let me know. Thank you, please.
that is less stable than ever, in part because of the US presence, and really because of it. How did this happen? I mean, I grew up and lived through this. I studied it as an undergrad, I studied it in grad school, and yet it's taken me until now to really take a hard look and to really understand exactly what happened. So this is how the US stole Iraq.
Saddam Hussein is a tyrant, a murderer, and a man who has started 2 wars. He is clearly someone who cannot be trusted or believed.
All right, so it's the night of 9/11. The country is reeling. Who did this terrible thing and why? How should the US respond? And it became clear very soon amongst intelligence and counterterrorism people that Al-Qaeda was behind it. This terrorist group that was mainly based in Afghanistan. Later that night, the night of 9/11, over at the Pentagon, which earlier that day had been hit by an airplane, a memo comes in from the Deputy Secretary of State. The memo is urgent. It's for the Defense Intelligence Agency, the people who spend their time doing all the intelligence for war and other defense purposes. And this memo tells the intelligence agents not to look into Al-Qaeda, the people they know did it, but instead to look into ways Iraq has been involved in terrorism for the previous decade. The intelligence agents who got this memo sort of scratched their head and were like, wait, what? What's going on here? These people were very familiar with the intel, and they knew that this attack had come from Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is like more than 1,000 kilometers away from Iraq. It is a completely different place. They speak a different language. It has nothing to do with Iraq. Afghanistan and Iraq are totally different. We had just been attacked by Al-Qaeda, and yet the Deputy Secretary of Defense is asking for information about Iraq and its ties to terrorism. The person who sent this memo was the Deputy Secretary of State, Paul Wolfowitz, and he was just getting started. A few days after 9/11, the president gathers all of his top advisors out at his forest retreat right outside of Washington, D.C. They were there to discuss how to respond to these attacks. The focus of this discussion was, of course, Afghanistan. How do we retaliate against Al-Qaeda, this terrorist group that has been given sort of a safe haven by the government of Afghanistan? So they're sitting in some conference room in some lodge in this forest retreat, debating.
You might be wondering, like, what Paul Wolfowitz has been up to in the Trump administration. Well, let me tell you, he's writing Wall Street Journal opinion op-eds talking about how the Gulf War ended too soon. Bush was right not to go all the way to Baghdad, but he should have backed Shiite rebels in southern Iraq. So that's what he wrote in August of 12, 2020. So that's what he's been up to. All of these people are war criminals, and they should be tried and potentially thrown into jail for the rest of their lives, if not worse ways to deal with them. But of course, instead, we prop them up as liberal heroes.
Debating how they're going to retaliate against Al-Qaeda. And who pipes up again but this guy, Paul Wolfowitz, this time with the support of his boss, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. So Wolfowitz pipes up and he's like, you know, 9/11 was a pretty sophisticated attack. There's no way that this ragtag terror group of Al-Qaeda could have pulled it off all alone. They probably had help from Saddam in Iraq. And then Wolfowitz says that when it comes to global terrorism, Saddam is actually the head of the...
By the way, the irony is, like, now they're literally doing it with Iran. Well, they did it with Iran back then as well, which is hilarious because Iran literally helped the American intelligence communities fight against Al-Qaeda and the Sunni rebel groups that propped up in the aftermath of the destabilization in the region. And they have fought back against the... again... numerous other groups, including ISIS, in the region for a very long time, because they are from a different sect. But of course, they considered Iran to be a part of the axis of evil alongside... they considered Iran to be a part of the axis of evil alongside fucking Al-Qaeda, which is very interesting, very weird. Along with Saddam Hussein. When there's literally no connection whatsoever. The only connection, as a matter of fact, that you could tie between like Al-Qaeda and fucking Iraq is literally an American person that, or an American-made head of terror that they propped up themselves.
Basically saying that Saddam is behind all of this. And everyone in the room is sort of like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Saddam Hussein is a really bad guy, but he's not the head of the snake of international terrorism. Like, what? All these people, these like very informed international like advisors. Oh man. After some astonished glances, the head of the Counterterrorism Center raises his hands and says, Mr. President, quote, we were attacked on 9/11 by Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. Saddam Hussein in Iraq has nothing to do with this. It's just like, I'm sorry. I feel like as an 8th grader at this time, I was asking these questions where I was like, is Iraq the same as Afghanistan? And here are like the leaders of our country having to explain that like Saddam Hussein has nothing to do with Afghanistan and Al-Qaeda. So this meeting at Camp David, they move on and they keep talking about these plans to bomb Al-Qaeda. But Paul Wolfowitz is stubborn and he does not give up. Later that day, there's a break in all of the meetings. It's like the afternoon. Attorney General John Ashcroft is playing the piano in this sort of lobby, and a few others were singing along these like piano spirituals that he's playing. Condoleezza Rice.
Guys, it's not because they're all brown. Racism is, or ignorance is actually an out for these people. No, it's not because they were all fucking brown. The justification for the common folk came from the fact that they're all brown. But the real reason why they wanted to do it was because of their actual interest in overtaking Iraq as well. Like, it's not because they were like, oh, they're all brown, so like, you know, I guess we could like, they're all brown, so they might be doing it. Like, no, they weren't like, oopsie, it's literally Saddam who's responsible for 9/11. They were like, no. This is the narrative that I want you, members of the intelligence community, to give back to me. That's why I'm sticking it in here over and over again, that it's Iraq, it's Saddam.
This is one of these people singing along. President Bush is sitting over by the fire. It's like this rustic cabin, it's all cozy. He's drinking a cup of coffee, and who cozies up to him at the fire but Paul Wolfowitz? And Bush is like, ugh, here we go again. So he's like, listen, check out my plan. Half of Iraq's people live either way up here, where they don't like Saddam, they're Kurds, they've been brutalized by Saddam, they do not like him, or they live way down here in the south, which is right near the border of our good friend Kuwait. We could easily come into Iraq and take both of these big population centers. Oh, and in doing so, says Paul Wolfowitz, we could naturally take the major oil fields in Iraq, thus cutting off Saddam from his main revenue source. Or, in other words, he said,
which is why the Ministry of Energy was the only ministry that they took over in the first day of the Iraqi invasion. Like, Department of Education, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, all these other fucking places were bombed to shit with the exception of the Ministry of Energy. Okay? That was left intact and completely controlled by the American allied forces. I wonder what the reason was for that.
That making Saddam, quote, the mayor of Baghdad. He would only have power in Baghdad. He would be cut off from the north and south of his country. In this moment, I can almost see George Bush's ears like literally perking up when he hears this last part about cutting off the oil supply. After all, Bush was a former Texas oil man, and he knew the importance of having access to oil. So this plan sort of intrigued Bush, and he literally said to Paul Wolfowitz, quote, "Why didn't you bring this up in the meeting?" And Wolfowitz is like, "Well, I didn't want to like step on the toes of my superiors." And Wolfowitz, we know you just wanted to cozy up against the president and plant the seed of how easy it would be to take over Iraq. So put yourself in George Bush's shoes for a second. Your country was just brutally attacked on your watch, and you are completely at a loss of what to do. There's no clear, easy target to retaliate against. After a day of meetings of sitting around trying to figure out how to retaliate, George Bush is realizing that retaliating against a tiny group of terrorists living in caves in Afghanistan is like trying to hit smoke with a baseball bat. Kind of impossible. What George Bush wanted and felt like he needed, and it turns out what a lot of American lawmakers also wanted, was a clear, decisive target. Not to try to hit smoke with a baseball bat, but a nice, solid hit. A home run. So I believe this day at Camp David, 4 days after 9/11, is when President Bush decided that he would find a way to invade Iraq. To make Americans and himself feel like he was...
By the way, not to foreshadow something really horrible, but if we inevitably do go to war with Iran and cite the fucking denuclearization agreement being thrown out as a cause, remember that every single person in my chat that has fucking come into this community routinely to say, "Oh, well, Iran actually destroyed the terms of the denuclearization agreement and they were developing nuclear weapons for a very long time," are all fucking liars and pieces of shit who, just like, or they're dupes themselves. Either they're literally working for the fucking State Department or they're just doing it for free because they're a bunch of liberal psychopaths. But again, remember that that is just as much a lie as the weapons of mass destruction were that ultimately became the justifying reason for invasion. Okay? And then 10 years down the line, we'll say, "Oh, well, oops, that was actually a lie. Oh my God. That's crazy." Pieces of shit.
Was actually doing something definitive, like toppling dictators, as a rebuttal to the terrible attacks of 9/11. Even though Iraq had nothing to do with Al-Qaeda, he and his people around him would
You listen
find
to Blowback?
a way
Noah is
to
my
make
friend, and you should listen to Blowback, but no, I'm not getting this information from Blowback.
a connection.
But I assume they talk about all this.
Terrorists, why not go in and get them? Well, the evidence is pretty conclusive that the Iraqis have indeed harbored terrorists.
So over the next year, this seed that Paul Wolfowitz really planted and nourished in George Bush's mind starts to spread to everyone around him. And they start to find a way to...
The stuff about China from the same sources is true? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. The stuff about China? What do you mean? Are you making a comparison to... are you making a comparison between Iraq, Iran, and China? Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? I mean, yes, the Western media does lie about China regularly. They do. And then there are things that they don't lie about China at all.
To sell the American public on this idea of war with Iraq. They get the British on board, and soon there's a full-blown debate which revolves around this story that Saddam has really big, terrible weapons.
Like, these fucking morons. Iran did violate the nuclear deal, though. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. You're a dumb bitch. You are either a silly bitch who is literally fucking fed this bullshit hook, line, and sinker from, I don't know, truthteller.eaglefuck.net, or you, I guess, work for the fucking State Department or something. Like, there's no other reason. Show me your pay stubs or admit that you're a dumb fucking moron, because if you look to third-party investigators, European Union investigators that also were looking at Iran was absolutely, without a fucking shred of a doubt, following on the terms of their denuclearization agreement. Okay? They were. Even after the United States decided we are going to put sanctions on Iran, despite the fact that they are following on their terms of denuclearization. So shut the fuck up. God, bunch of fucking brain dead hogs, dude. So fucking horny for war. Yeah. The head of the international organization charged with monitoring Iran's compliance with the 2015 nuclear deal said Iran is meeting its obligations under the accord and warned against states trying to influence verification activities. But wait a minute. Yukiya Amano? Is he Chinese? Huh? He's looking Chinese or North Korean to me, brother. They're in on it. I'm too racist, so I can't tell them apart. Doesn't matter to me. Remember, my stupidity does not stop me from having an opinion on this conversation, brother. Can't trust him. He doesn't look white to me. He must be Antifa. Anyway.
And that he will likely give those...
By the way, the real argument isn't even that they weren't abiding by the nuclear denuclearization. Here is the fucking... Okay. Here's how you know when you're talking to a dumb fuck moron in the chat who's literally fucking fed the State Department propaganda hook, line, and sinker, but like didn't even read the entire talking points. So the real counter argument to that is, and at least more knowledgeable psychopathic neoliberals and those who want to engage in American imperialism, the real ones that have done the research at least don't say like, they weren't following the agreement, because like they very clearly were, and it wasn't the American authorities that were telling that were verifying this process. It was international authorities. So you just read the fucking headlines and you go along with that because you're a fucking idiot. If you were at least a little bit more knowledgeable and a disingenuous person, the least you could do is say, I don't know, that they were like state funders of terrorism or something. Or like even Donald Trump supporters know more than you, you dumb fucking piece of shit. Like even Donald Trump supporters know to say like, well, they were state funders of terrorism. And that's why we had to throw away the nuclear deal. You know what I mean? At least learn to, go beyond the headlines and give me a couple additional fucking line items. Okay? Iran has officially broken part of its commitment in the 2015 nuclear deal, following through on its months-long threat and further raising tension with the United States. Oh, I wonder what time period that fucking talking point is from. I wonder when they fucking, when they left their commitment. They still left it after we ripped it apart, brother. They left it after we threw the deal on the ground, even though they were following the commitments, brother. They should have stayed on, even though we were giving them sanctions, brother. So fucking stupid.
Weapons to terrorists who will strike the United States in another 9/11 type attack, but way worse.
The debate about the war against Iraq has divided many along the political spectrum.
real concern about this Russian war.
And Bush just kept saying weapons of mass destruction over and over again because he learned that short phrase.
Very dangerous weapons of mass destruction into this country.
But wait, hold on a second. Don't be fooled. The lead up to the Iraq War is often remembered as this robust debate about WMDs, weapons of mass destruction.
Saddam Hussein will continue to increase his capacity to wage biological and chemical warfare and will keep trying to develop nuclear weapons.
But I'm here to tell you that you need to think differently about it. The decision to go to war in Iraq was already made. It was made moments after 9/11, when a small group of powerful men imagined a glorious military campaign to liberate oppressed Iraqis and topple a dictator to make themselves and their country feel like we got a home run after we were attacked. From there, everything molded to fit that decision. Did Saddam Hussein have weapons of mass destruction? Did he want to give those to terrorists? No, there was no evidence. The little evidence there was...
Again, completely fabricated, no evidence whatsoever. And everyone in the media whipped up everybody else in the frenzy. And there were so many fucking morons who were like, nah, brother, you don't understand. They got weapons. They got WMDs, brother. We need to go in there, brother. Nope, totally made up. Same with the fucking Iran shit, okay? Same exact bullshit with the Iran. International authorities saying there is no evidence that there are weapons of mass destruction in Iraq at the time. Doesn't matter to me, brother. I believe there's yellow cake. There's yellow cake. We need to do something about it. And again, same shit with fucking Iran now. Doesn't matter.
Threadbare and super speculative. But these guys turned into sort of like tea leaf readers, where you could look at the tea leaves and see whatever you need to support the decision that they made many months earlier. And it wasn't just these guys. Soon, this vision of toppling Saddam and having this American victory spread to the American Congress, Republicans and Democrats, who were also getting on board with this idea of America, a force for good, toppling the bad guy. It's a really wild study in human psychology. When you're a true believer in something, you really, really believe that you need to do something. Everything you see confirms what you want to believe or what you need to believe. We all do it, but it's just scary when our leaders are doing this, and they're doing it on beliefs and decisions that have deep ramifications for human suffering. So yeah, you can go over the debates and the intelligence and the back and forth on whether or not Saddam had weapons of mass destruction. It was all a show to help these people confirm what they already decided they wanted to do. So by the end, after weapons inspectors had done like 700 inspections and found no weapons, this group of guys eventually just start resorting to full-on lying. Dick Cheney gets up in a speech and says,
Simply stated, there is no doubt that Saddam Hussein now has weapons of mass destruction.
Well, there was plenty of doubt. In fact, he simply stated there can be no evidence that Saddam has WMD, was the reality at the time. Even the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, who was totally against this fanciful vision of going and invading Iraq, even him eventually got on board, painstakingly getting in front of the UN and going over a bunch of thin or non-existent evidence and claiming that it was watertight.
My colleagues, every statement I make today is backed up by sources, solid sources. These are not assertions. What we're giving you are facts and conclusions based on solid intelligence.
Solid intelligence. No. These are words that Colin Powell has lived to regret for the rest of his life.
Aww.
A lot of people saw Colin Powell as like the one sane guy in the room. And so here at the UN, when he's drinking the Kool-Aid and backing this intelligence, a lot of people got on board. By October 10th, 2002, the US Congress was fully on board. Almost all the Republicans in the chamber, as well as a sizable group of Democrats, voted to authorize the U.S. to use force against Iraq.
Senate Joint Resolution 45 to authorize the use.
Wait, who was one of the leading Democrats aside from Hillary Clinton that was spearheading that effort? Well, Hillary Clinton lost, so she couldn't become president, but oh, that's right. It was Joseph Robinette Biden.
Use of United States armed forces against Iraq.
He has said he wants the power to be able to go to war. It seems completely consistent with that request that we say, yes, Mr. President, you have that power to go to war.
This resolution gives President the authority he needs to confront the threat posed by Iraq.
Saddam Hussein and his sons
must leave Iraq within 48 hours.
And then it happened.
Sirens went off in Baghdad just a few minutes ago. An air raid is in progress over Baghdad.
Explosions in Baghdad.
Our nation enters this conflict reluctantly.
Come on, bro. Reluctantly, bro. Look, they're welcoming us as liberators, folks. The fucking boys, dude. They're welcoming us, dude. They love us. They're so happy that we're there liberating. Called the pro-democracy movement. Mission accomplished, folks.
2 months after the invasion, George Bush gives a speech on an aircraft carrier with this giant sign that says, quote,
Wallah, bro, look, I am Iranian, bro. I'm telling you right now, MEK, bro, #1. We love MEK, bro. America, bless my nation, bro. We love it, bro. Same shit. Same energy with the fucking, at the time, people being like, well, we found this Iraqi guy who suspiciously will become, I don't know, fucking mayor or some shit later down the line to say that they are welcoming Americans as liberators.
Quote, mission
that
accomplished.
Is a real, yeah,
this is the type of thing Bush surely was dreaming about while he
was a very famous fucking moment. Mission accomplished 2 months in.
Sitting by the fire at Camp David, drinking coffee, listening to Paul Wolfowitz explain the plan to take over Iraq. Big, triumphant America just toppled the dictator. Mission accomplished. But this is the part of the story when all of the dreams, the fantasies, the visions of glory start to topple. Mission accomplished was really mission just beginning.
Bro, that's crazy.
One of the first things that the US did when they took over Baghdad was they dissolved the huge Iraqi military. They just said, no, we don't want you anymore. All of you commanders and leaders, soldiers, you're out. We're gonna start fresh. In typical simplistic thinking of these visionary leaders, the idea was that doing so would allow them to start totally fresh with a new army completely rid of any sort of influence of Saddam Hussein. So now you have a bunch of ex-Iraqi army members who
This is really good analysis, by the way. It is surprisingly good. Like, I don't usually expect like, with obvious exceptions, but what he's talking about with the dissolution of the armed forces and how they literally ended up having no fucking infrastructure, no future opportunities whatsoever, and a fuckload of guns that they had hidden away, turning into ISIS and turning into like radical like militant groups
are angry at the United States and unemployed. Oh, and all of them have extensive military experience.
There is
Johnny
a
has a
large
degree in
number
Middle East
of
politics. I mean, who cares?
Former Iraqi soldiers that are unemployed now.
He's right.
That is a
like
huge
100%
concern.
right.
It is just painful. What a terrible decision. So these guys run off and they start to join the growing number of rebel groups that are there cropping up to oppose the United States presence. One of those groups is called Al-Qaeda in Iraq, which later turns into the Islamic State of Iraq, which eventually becomes the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS, a well-oiled governmental and military organization run by many of the military leaders who were ousted by the Americans from the Iraqi military when they took over Baghdad. Oops. So Iraq turns into the US trying to fight this growing rebellion. Billions of dollars turns into tens of billions of dollars, and then hundreds of billions of dollars, and eventually crossing over into over $1 trillion of taxpayer money to fight this unnecessary war. Saddam Hussein was a really bad guy. He committed mass genocide against his own people, the Kurds. He executed many others, imprisoned many others. All in all, the number of dead.
Never mind, I was worried that there was going to be blood there. There was no blood.
Saddam Hussein's hands. Numbers around 250,000, according to Human Rights Watch. That was over 25 years of his brutal regime. And yet, in just 8 years of this war that the US started in Iraq, way more people were killed. A power vacuum was opened up that allowed ISIS to thrive. And for what? Why did we do this?
Nah, bro, you don't get it, bro. We had to do it, bro. Come on, bro. Just please, bro. Just don't ask questions. Bro, come on. We just got to do a little bit of that fucking war shit, brother. Come on, brother. We got to do it for freedom. Just don't ask questions, bro. Come on, bro. We got oil out of it, bro. We sold weapons to both sides of the conflict, bro. We're still fucking doing democracy, baby. Who cares, bro? Come on, bro. I mean, on top of that, it's like I finished daddy's job as well. The job that daddy started, bro. Come on, dude. Come on, brother. You don't understand it. So good. It's so fucking good.
How was this worth it? I really believe that in the aftermath of those towers falling, this group of guys began constructing a story for themselves, a fantasy. One not grounded in real facts from intelligence, but one grounded in fear, in a desire to be the hero, in the messianic complex that always infects the powerful. That fantasy trickled down and spread to other people in power.
I think this is the only part of that I don't agree with, where it's like, it's not like ideological, or it's not pure ideology, but his counter is like pure ideology. I think it's literally, it's money. It's what America's biggest jobs program, America's biggest government jobs program is the U.S. military, and America's most important sector is the military-industrial complex. Like, that's it. That's why we benefit tremendously from natural resource extraction. We benefit from keeping the Middle East as destabilized as possible because of our most important allies there. They benefit from that. There are too many reasons to invade Iraq and fuck that entire region up and continue on our war. Also, the other reason is fucking Halliburton, man.
Leading us into one of the most catastrophic and unnecessary wars in modern history.
I challenge the president or whoever has us here for 15 months to ride alongside me. I'll do another 15 months if he comes out here and rides along with me every day for 15 months.
Oof, Saddam Hussein, George Bush, Paul Wolfowitz. What a story. What a story. Yeah. Anyway, I want to thank the sponsor of the video today, ExpressVPN, which is a service I've used for years. When I traveled, I would use it all the time to basically route
so in my previous video about the short squeeze of GameStop by Wall Street Bets, I really explained what short sales are, but I didn't give you enough explanation about what a short squeeze actually is technically. I apologize for that. And in this video, I'm going to give you a 30-minute explanation.
This was a really good video, by the way. This was a really good video from Johnny. Shouts out to Johnny. He's killing it. Great. I'm glad I welcomed him. I'm glad I welcomed him
as an FBI
into our homes.
Now, if you short a stock, you basically lend shares. You sell these shares, wait for the share price to drop, buy back your shares, and return it to the lender, pocketing the difference. Now, it may happen that while you wait, the share price actually goes up. If the share price goes up, as I mentioned in the previous video, you're fucked. I mean, you pretty much have to pay the difference. Now, here's the thing. Everybody knows exactly which shares are getting shorted. It's public information. So you know exactly which companies are heavily shorted. Now, if everybody in the market knows that in certain stocks are shorted, like GameStop, because they're actually known to be in trouble as far as, where the market is going, their declining revenues. So what happens is that if people know that a stock is heavily shorted, it creates an opportunity. Now, this opportunity would be in the form of squeezing the shorts. Exactly how it works. Now, if I'm hoping that the share price goes down while I actually owe the shares to somebody else, what will happen if the share price goes up? I get stuck. I have to pay the difference. I'm losing money. So what actually happens in a short squeeze is that by creating this massive demand, you increase the price of a stock almost instantaneously and hyperbolically without any fundamentals actually driving the share price up. For example, an approval by the FDA for a pharmaceutical company, right? If nothing fundamentally changed and just creating an artificial price spike, that is a short squeeze. Since this company is heavily shorted, you basically now putting the short sellers in a ringer. They have to join in the action and basically dig their own grave. That is the crazy part. So what these people actually do is they wait for a piece of good news. For example, the investment by Ryan Cohen into GameStop, which actually created a lot of positive momentum. They get on that wave and they start a tidal wave by buying up stock like crazy. Now what happens is that while they're driving the stock price up, the short sellers are trying to cover their positions, trying to cover their shorts because they're...
Dude, I find it, in a weird way, it's like, I mean, it's not even in a weird way. It's kind of fucking cool that they were able to use a very obvious flaw in how the stock market operates by being able to drive enough collective momentum against a stock that is literally by every fucking metric supposed to go down and down and down, further and further, because it's a company that is in a state of disarray. Like, and we're able to like hurt hedge funds that were making the smart fucking bet in that situation. So it is a pretty fucking funny story overall. You are so horny for money, Hasan. Yikes. What? The fuck are you talking about? It wasn't Wall Street bets, and people keep saying that. I don't understand the trigger for the squeeze wasn't retail. 95% of GME ownership is institutional, and plus 5% is insider. Only 4.5 is retail, and that's not enough to move the needle on a short like this. So what happened then? There had to have been some fucking mobilization. How did people mobilize against it?
Anticipating a price increase, so they have to cover their shorts before the margin call. Now I'll explain in a second what a margin call is, but basically it's almost like a self-feeding fire, or whether you want to use a different analogy, a snowball effect. As the share price goes up, the short...
The guy on Reddit, D fucking value, has turned $57,000 into $22 million. Wall Street Bet owns more than 4.5.
Short sellers are actually joining in on the buying action, creating their own demise, essentially digging their own grave. So as this actually gets stronger and stronger, the short sellers are actually the ones fueling the fire because they're buying up everything they can to cover their shorts. Now, the short sellers are basically terrified of one cataclysmic event. Now, if your broker at some point thinks that you can't cover the position, they're going to close the position for you, and they're going to buy it at whatever cost the market will actually have at that time, which might be a cataclysmic, catastrophic event for you if the share price is really, really high. Now, that's the whole story here. Now, here's the thing. According to the SEC, and I'm reading directly from the SEC website, short sales are legal, short squeezes can happen naturally, but here's what they have to say. Although some short squeezes may occur naturally in the market, a scheme to manipulate the price of availability of a stock in order to cause a short squeeze is illegal. Now, how does this apply to Wall Street bets? Well, first of all, you have to prove that you had a scheme to manipulate the market, which is a questionable thing to prove because it's just a subreddit. A lot of these people out there are joking, kidding. It's really hard to tell how serious that is. In my layman opinion, good luck to the SEC to prove that that's actually what happened with Wall Street bets. Good luck finding these people. I don't think that beyond an academic question, this actually has any actual real life implications, ramifications, whatever.
Doesn't this mean with like every time Elon Musk decides to fucking tweet about some shit, it's literally illegal then? Like, wouldn't this literally fucking make Elon Musk tweeting about GameStop? Ugh. No, a lot of it happened before he even tweeted, but Yes, that's why he got in trouble that one time, the pre-stock split. He's gotten fined for it before. It can't be legal because he's rich. I mean, him doing it for Tesla is fucking worse than him doing it for GameStop, though. Him doing it for Tesla is like way worse. And he has done it for Tesla, so. No, his tweet is not illegal. He owns no shares in Jimmy, unlike when he did with Tesla. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Like, him doing it with Tesla is like literally fucking insane. Especially because at the time, I think his salary was directly tied to the performance of Tesla stock, right? Financial regulation is laughably toothless. Elon Musk is 100% BJ, and yeah. r/Wall Street Brett's about to blow up another hedge fund. This one valued at $13.1 billion before the Reddit trolls decided to buy all GameStop. Up nearly 100 just today after being about 100% yesterday. Lol. Tell me we're not in a bubble. If GameStop goes up another 17%, this hedge fund will instantly collapse. 13.1 billion gone. Elon Musk just tweeted about the stock, and now they're trading at 192 after hours. If they open at this price, Melvin Capital will go bankrupt tomorrow morning. 13.1 billion in the wealth transferred from Wall Street to Reddit trolls. What we're witnessing isn't traditional pump and dump. It's an unorganized yet collective effort of meme lords and average Americans to completely ignore all market fundamentals and through the power of social media bankrupt hedge funds overnight, taking their funds. Legality unclear. Reddit is also in the process of memifying AMC stock to revive it from the dead. This is like the Occupy Wall Street movement, but on their own turf with real financial consequences. Incredible. So what they're trying to do is like look for fucking stock that would understandably be shorted because because it's a company that's at the verge of fucking bankruptcy, and then use the stock market principles against specific hedge funds. Not even recognizing which hedge fund is like bought a bunch of positions against it, right? But assuming that someone would be absolutely doing that, and then pumping up the stock prices of it. It's like, does BlackBerry even? It's public info. They can tell when they'll be due. They can see who's shorting it. Is this how they take down capitalism? They short squeeze every failing company. AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond, and BlackBerry are current targets. I'm gonna buy and shut down Fortnite. Y'all realize they can fuck over boomers' retirement monies? To answer the other chatter, most of the stock is owned by institutions, but Wall Street Bets buys call options, which has 100x leverage. Betting against GME because of shit. People said fuck Melvin and drove the price through the roof, bankrupting them. I'm paying off 20K CAD in student loans from GameStop options. The Reddit guy that found out about GME looked into the financials and realized they were actually not going bankrupt. In order for it to work, there needs to be enough people holding for long enough to continue pumping the price up. Yeah, but how would a one-word tweet be considered a scheme? Did you even listen to the guy in the video? Yeah, Elon Musk was actually tweeting that exact same fucking subreddit post, or this specific subreddit for no reason with the GameStonk. When he said GameStonk and actually posted about Wall Street Bets, what Elon Musk was actually doing was randomly and casually saying that. It's just, what are sentences really? Why would you just string along sentences, you know? I mean, seriously, Your Honor. If anything, Elon is responsible for memeing too close to the sun. These are just jokes. Like, shut the fuck up, idiot. You know exactly what he was doing. And by the way, I don't even have a problem with this. Like, this seems fucking dope. So, like, this is great. It is collective action, despite the fact that some of these dudes are annoying as fuck. It literally looks like utilizing the very glaring problems within the way that the stock market works against certain hedge funds. Well, this is funny. The people buying at 100 plus aren't going to get their money back. It's a pump and dump with memes. This isn't dope. Yeah, well, the people that are buying into it now are probably going to be fucked. So don't do that. Elon is known for absolutely hating shorts, so he is most likely loving this. Yes, you are correct on your analysis of what Redditors are doing versus what's reasonable based on the situation. I'm impressed. I'm an algorithmic trader. Super ironic how a stock app called Robinhood is literally stealing money away from billionaire hedge funds. I mean, one so far, and let's see how this pans out. Listen, if I know one thing, okay, if I know one thing, in the United States of America, you can't steal from the rich. You will literally go to jail, okay? Even if you yourself are rich, you can't steal from the rich. Bernie Madoff, motherfucker. It's not because he stole from the poor. It's because he stole from the rich. Okay? So, they will figure out a way to punish these people. 100%. 1,000%. There's no way. Especially because this exposes something that many leftists, who everyone ironically says you don't know what the fuck you're talking about in regards to the stock market, have been saying about the stock market. They're literally going on the mainstream media shows and crying for the SEC to do something about Reddit. Yeah, it's like... And by the way, the SEC might do something about Reddit. Shorting is unethical and stupid unless you know for sure it's going down. It's illegal where I'm from. We were holding until 1K price. GameStop was in a unique position of being over 100% shorted. I mean, there are companies like GameStop that are in that position. And that's precisely why I assume a lot of people are now doing the same thing to Bed Bath & Beyond, which I didn't even know what their situation was, but like it makes sense to do it to AMC, for example. You know? Elon is in the Wall Street Bets Discord talking about how AMD chips and AMC popcorn make a good combo. You just made AMC jump up 50 cents. Yeah, I can see Wall Street Bets being taken down. With claims that this is like stock market manipulation. SEC can't do shit. It's free speech. What? The SEC can't really do much here. This isn't actually an organization. That's true, but I don't know. I feel like they could whip something up if enough hedge funds feel threatened by it. I feel as though they would side with the actually wealthy people and not like a bunch of fucking trust fund kids and numerous other people that might not even be all that wealthy that are making a fuckload of money from. Ne kadar sürer Rice? O zaman yok, pideyle ver. Ne olur, çok açım. Bir de şey var orada dünden kalan salata var, evet. Rice'ı da yaparsan yerim yaptığın zaman. But shorts are public, so I assume they just go to where the shorts are happening and determine if it's viable to move it. This won't last forever, but for now I'm going to take advantage. Do it. The stock guy is taking advantage. First Amendment over any SEC regulation? Dude, you guys are insane if you think that. There is no fucking First Amendment protection here. Like, if they declare it to be illegal, then it's fucking illegal. I want to know what they're going to do. I want to know what happens. I legitimately am interested. This seems like one of the few good stories that I've seen so far that have ever come out of Wall Street Bets. And, you know, that's great. This is a good video on the misinformation characterizing Wall Street Bets as evil. In fact, Melvin is being reported for market manipulation with the help of a market maker, Citadel. People don't understand how rich people operate and how free this market is. You are spot on. They're getting punished. Yeah, they're... Well, companies that are shorting... like hedge funds that short GameStop are literally doing what they're supposed to do with the assumption that it's going to blow up, or were doing what they were supposed to do. But because of how you can actually manipulate stock prices, this sort of thing, I think, exposes an inherent flaw in the stock market in the way that it's designed. If you have enough people believe your fucking shit. I mean, Elon Musk kind of does this. You know what I mean? These are the same psychos that voted for Harambe in 2016. Truly a special breed. I mean, this is actually so much better than voting for fucking Harambe, though. Its 5-year high is like 26. This thing is going to drop like crazy within a week, especially after people take profits tomorrow. The people who had GameSpot stocks before are pogging. Who the fuck had GameStop stocks? I can't even talk. The fuck? Who like accidentally had that shit? On the legality of it. Jim Cramer wins because he recognizes the new money and force behind Wall Street Bets. Jim Cramer is... Wait.
Well, first, it's great to see Herb and your gang is so right about so much of this. I've never seen it before. And what Wall Street Bets, which is really driving this, what they've done, that's a site on Reddit. What they've done is target large short positions. Now, they have...
I fucking love that they're talking about a subreddit, dude. Lyric did. Forgot I bought 100 GME for 3... Wait, what? Why did he do that? That's so random. Why would anybody ever do that? Gamer at heart. It's called value. I have 140 shares at like 15 bucks. LMAO. I'm in the Wall Street Bet Discord call right now with like 300 people, and they're talking about future stocks to pump like Nokia, but they're saying hold GME to hold until the hedge fund calls expire. Why would anyone follow a Wall Street Bet rally for a month, Pepega? I bought a meme share back in March, no cap. I think I was just finishing a smoke fap. I'll send you proof. I was like, why is my Dusty Robin Hood going up so much? So dumb, dude. A guy on Reddit betted on it like a year ago and is up 11 million from 60K. Okay, that's psychotic. Yuck. How many people are out there who have fucking dusty ass Bitcoin wallets with like millions of dollars in it, but they just literally can't open it? That's the real question. Actually, the guy's up 22 million now from 53K. What the fuck? I mean, good for them, dude. Honestly, their Discord calls the 2020 version of being on the market floor. That's so funny. Oh, Jesus, that sounds horrible, dude. That is... I bought 60 AMC stock at $2 literally this month because I thought maybe after vaccines it would go up. I love the idea of like literally rewarding people for making the wrong bet. I think that's great. I do. I like punishing institutions in a way that they could not foresee by literally rewarding people for doing the wrong thing. It sounds fucking awesome.
Have not targeted
like literally seeking out the worst bet.
GameStop was 148% short. They went after Best Buy this morning because that's 67% short. They're obviously,
I never thought I would say that.
By the way, BlackBerry's not. They just happen to be a big favorite. Palantir, we don't know where they're doing, but I actually think, Herb, that they're smarter than we think. They're after the ones that are too shorted. No, short selling is not dead, but they're very smart about what to target.
Wait a minute. What you just said, target.
Imagine if this destroys, like, actually, I don't know if it would ever do that, but, like, if this destroys short selling.
So here's my question. How is it that they can target, and that's legal, and if there was, in the old days, a bear raid, that was illegal? When does this become manipulation, Jim?
It's such a tough question because, remember, what's manipulation? How about if an analyst came out right now and said, I think GameStop is going to 250? Would we give that person a pass? Yes, because of the First Amendment. No, listen to me. It's First Amendment protection versus the idea of a group getting together to bust the shorts. But if the group is not...
But the group is literally kind of there in the form of a subreddit. I mean, there's no, like... It's on questionable enough grounds that they could probably take action just to fucking put the fear of God into people. Do you know what I mean?
It's just a lot of people who love it. It's going to be very hard for the U.S. Attorney to do anything, Herb. What is it? The SEC. They're not. What kind of case do they have? We like the stock. We like the stock. I mean, that's the kid where Ryan Cohen got in. He bought 15% at $8. He's on the board. We like the stock. How is that bad? Or do you think that they're concentrated and doing some sort of manipulation if they say they like the stock?
Well, I don't know if they're concentrated because I don't have subpoena power and I can't really go out and look at it. I could argue I don't even know if there are foreign powers at work here behind the scenes trying to make chaos on the market.
Oh my God. Okay, dude. Oh, dude, liberals are so fucking annoying. Oh, my Lord. Oh, it's Russian involvement, maybe? Please. SEC, please. People that aren't supposed to make money off the stock market are making money. Maybe it's China. Maybe it's China. Please. SEC, please, why won't you do something? It's like he's more mad that people that aren't supposed to be making money are making money. And he's not in on it.
Let me ask you this, Jim, because I think Mike Santoli, look, there's a good number of people
probably not a lib. He's absolutely a lib. All these motherfuckers are liberals, bro. They live in New York. They are the reason why the Democratic Party is so fucking pro Wall Street deregulation. Because these guys are all liberals.
We're like, I'm not investing in
CNBC. Of course they're liberals.
These kinds of stocks. I don't know what the heck they're talking about. I'm really not interested in it.
They're peak
Jim,
Democrat.
Mike brings up what really is the cogent point for the broad audience. This is a sideshow. Does it at some point disturb the main event.
I think that more people are worried that it's going to disturb the main event than it is. It is a sideshow. What happened in GameStop? Okay, so the big trade was to be long the 40 calls and to be short the 60 calls. So they forced you to cover the 60 calls. They, being the market makers, had to cover. They started covering around 4 o'clock. So you did not, if you own the 40 and you're short the 60, you got caught here because you were not able to sell the 40 at the same price that you got closed out in the 60. So you see that they were closing out and closing out and closing out. And Pete, you know this. And then once it was done, boom. I mean, anyone who was long it from the 40 calls doesn't have the capital. So that's why it came under pressure.
By the way, Hasan, you know you were contributing to it? Yeah, fuck yeah. Great. That's awesome. Yeah. I love it. That's awesome.
It just shows you, too, what, like, okay, we came into the show today, Jim, saying, okay, we're going to lead with technology. NASDAQ's ripping today. We're leading into a bunch of really critical earnings. And then we see what's happening with GameStop and the rest of the market story, and we're like, what in the world? So you make this great pivot. It sucks a lot of the air out of the room. At the end of the day, though, Jim, this week and this month and maybe the next one is going to be driven by the numbers. Right. I hope. The fundamentals. And it's tomorrow. Fundamentals
it's tomorrow. What's Johnson & Johnson going to say? What happens if Johnson & Johnson says, okay, we had a great quarter. Stay tuned because you may only have to take one shot. I mean, where does that stock go? Look at Eli Lilly. Look at what happened to Eli Lilly on a couple of good news announcements.
What happens with these earnings?
Say you again?
Companies come out. What happens with these companies, Jim, if people come out, and we know it's when the company stands up and the company says it's not quite what you expected it to be at these levels. And what I think is very interesting as I watch it, as these stocks go higher and higher and higher, executives are human beings. They have feelings. They get caught up in it too. Now they have
Oh my God. Oh, this guy is my favorite personality, dude. Oh, fuck off, dude. Oh my God. Not a single person like taking a step back and being like, well, there's a problem with the fundamentals if this can be so easily manipulated by a group of fucking dudes on a subreddit. Not a single person has said that thus far. And instead he's like, well, what about the feelings of the executives? I mean, come on. Yeah, spoken like a guy who was shorting fucking GameStop, dude. That's what this guy's doing right now. He's getting fucking owned by a bunch of weirdos on Wall Street bets. That's what he sounds like. What about my executives, dude? I mean, I can't buy cashmere quarter zips if I'm fucking losing on my shorts here, dude. Come on.
These statements that you can't prove.
Now they have to justify. I'm trying to think through it. Now they're trying to justify. I've known you for so long. I
like to do this with you. You know that. Go ahead.
Now I love it, Jim. I love being with you. So now they have to justify. Now they have to justify the stock somehow, and that's where I believe you get into this issue of aggressive accounting, which people don't pay attention to any of that anymore. They haven't for a long time. People start getting more aggressive. They get hooked on the drug of aggressiveness, and that's why Jim Chanos is out there talking about the golden era of fraud.
I was literally
this is going to be a very interesting period going forward.
I was literally thinking of Chanos saying the golden age of fraud when he was with us.
The golden age of fraud?
The other day.
Wait. Okay, so tell me, was the fraud Wall Street Bets decided to go after Bed Bath because some idiots are shorted when the whole company has changed? 67% short and the whole company's better than it used to be? What is the case to be short Bed Bath & Beyond? Anyone have it? Anyone have it?
Well, actually, it did show up on our model for breaking retailers that we put out a while back. But that said, didn't take into account the new CEO, didn't take into account things. But that was, by the way, that was a long time ago. So again, he has to justify what he's doing at Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know. It's not a company we write about. But, I will say that in the end,
I'm mad that our made-up system is not moving the numbers in the not moving numbers in the way that we intended it to move, because some other people are taking advantage of the made-up system in the way that it's made up by exposing a fucking flaw in it by collective action. Great. Fuck you.
What will the managements do? What will they have to do to justify these stock prices? And these proxy statements that are going to come out later this year, it's going to be interesting to take a look at bonus structure changes and things like that to see how much of it is tied to the stock. If there's any tweaks that are going to indicate, that are going to suggest that management has to get more aggressive or wants to get more aggressive. I'm not going to say it's going to happen.
If interest rates go up, I think a lot of this game goes away.
Nah, dude, permanent growth is good. The real scary part is what is going to happen in the aftermath of all this when the market isn't fucking consistently growing. And that everything you buy ends up helping you out. What is this? Let's
Hey,
see.
everybody. How's it going? Today, what I'd like to do is talk about market manipulation, Wall Street bets, the mainstream media, institutional investors, and how they are trying to completely pull the wool over your eyes so that you blame the wrong group of people for what's been going on today. This makes me incredibly, incredibly angry and aggravated because what they're doing in a lot of the articles that I'm reading is they are framing the argument to prime the pump for you to be mad at someone that you shouldn't be mad at. They don't want you to be mad at the institutional investor. They don't want you to be mad at the greedy hedge fund manager. They want you to be mad at someone just like you who's typing on their keyboard some funny crap during work, posting little rocket ship emojis, and buying stock. And most of the time, I imagine, from what I see from the posts, fairly small quantity. Now, to be clear here, just because I am getting up here to talk to you about the bullshit that money managers and hedge fund managers and institutional investors are trying to get across does not mean that I agree wholeheartedly with everything that I see posted on the Wall Street Bets forum. Just because I dislike the money managers that appear to be pushing what I believe to be a false narrative.
So what's up? Did he murder someone? Why he's got those gloves on, dude?
Doesn't mean I sign off on everything I read here. This is a ridiculous place. Most of the people who are members of this ridiculous place will tell you that they are ridiculous and that this is a ridiculous place. I am not saying that I agree with everything they say or everything that they do. All I'm saying is that this is a two-sided story, and at this point in time, I believe that you are hearing one side. So what went on, and what is it that pissed me off about it, and how are we going to dig into this? So what we're talking about is GameStop going from around $4 or $5 earlier last year to all the way up to $140 today. So GameStop is a retailer of video games. As you can see, over the past 5 years, their market cap has kind of been bleeding out slowly. More people are buying the games online. More people are having them shipped to them using other platforms other than GameStop. GameStop is not exactly a particularly very liked store. It's an old blockbuster-ish model. So a lot of people thought that GameStop was not going to survive the transition so that we're making in our economy right now, whether it's retail going away or brick and mortar going away or both when it comes to selling video games. So the stock has been going down. And as you can see, over the past 6 months, there has been a radical comeback here where, right before Halloween, it went up to around $10. And then right around Christmas, it was, hitting around almost close to $20. And then it hit up to $35, then $40, then $60, and earlier today it hit $140, which is absolutely insane. And there are
the irony is the only reason why I hit 40 before this push is because I assume the reason to short right after the holiday season is because it's the smart thing to do then, because it's absolutely going to go back, right? It's absolutely going to go back right the fuck down once regardless of whatever kind of investment that they're getting after, the PS5 craze is fucking over.
There are a lot of people on this forum on the internet called Wall Street Bets that are saying, I like the stock, buy the stock, you should buy the stock, here's why you should buy the stock. And they post funny memes, which makes them an easy target because they talk in silly terms and they call each other retards and gay bears and curse at each other and all this crap. They're an easy target to single out and show, look at all these bad people. When in reality, again, they're memeing, and realistically speaking, that's probably how people talk on the trading floor anyway. My dad was a broker in the late 80s, and this is how a lot of people talked. It's actually usually much worse than this. Anyway, so what's going on here? Well, the news is going to make you think that these people are all evil market manipulators that sat down and hacked something or did some evil thing to manipulate the stock to make it go this high, as if nobody else had a hand in this occurring. What they're not doing is they're not discussing the actual cause. They're showing you the funny screenshots of the funny.
The difference is, I think that they are market manipulators to some degree, but it's good. Beyond the Redditor who made $20 million, it seems like the entity gaining the most from GME rocket ship is none other than BlackRock. Just today, they disclosed owning 13% of the company, although it seems like they sold 2 million shares since 2020. Shaking my head, why didn't you hold Larry? And given that it's BlackRock, that means GME is probably being held in a bunch of their retirement accounts, which means the hated boomers might be having the last laugh.
Posts, they're showing you the high stock price.
I mean, just because they're crowdsourcing the market manipulation doesn't mean it's not like kind of like market manipulation, but it is literally like
after the funny posts, but they're not actually showing you how we got here. Now, in order to explain how we got here, I'm going to try to explain the very concept of short selling and everything else, how stocks go up and down, because you may think this is being overly simplistic, but these articles that are priming people to not hate the hedge fund investor or the institutional investors that are priming you to hate normal everyday people, they're relying on people who don't have a knowledge of the market, who don't have a knowledge of finance, because those are the people who are going to fall for this stuff. So I'm targeting this video for people who don't understand the market, which is why I'm going to explain things very simplistically.
I just want to repeat something. Even if it is literally market manipulation, it's good.
So, stocks go up when more people want them because the companies are doing better or they're going to do better. Stocks go down when less people want them because that company is doing worse or they did something stupid. Just like any other good in life, if 10,000 people want this camera and there's only 5 of them in the store, chances are the store is probably going to raise their price on them. And if 5 of this camera are in the store and they're sitting there for a year and nobody wants them, it's probably going to go on sale and be cheaper. This is the basic rules of supply and demand, which is followed virtually all over the world, except for, of course, New York City real estate. We're just going to pretend New York City doesn't exist for the purpose of this video because New York makes no sense. So, if you think a stock is going to go up, you'll buy it because that means that you'll make money over time. So let's say that you think that GameStop is a good company. You go over to your broker and you ask for 10 shares when GameStop is $10 per share. That means that you have now spent $100 on GameStop stock. If GameStop does
good is not right, is a pump and dump, people will lose money. Yes, they will. But here's the thing. The people that are able to buy into a hedge fund are at the minimum at least buying in with like 250K. Okay. So these aren't like, ma and pa losing fucking money. These are rich enough people who are buying into it, who are able to literally get into a hedge fund losing fucking money. And the hedge fund itself that's losing money. If you are going after a hedge fund that bad take, fuck no, dude. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Are you kidding me? It's trust fund kids and fucking the wealthiest people on the planet. Do you understand how hedge funds work? It's not like you could literally fucking build your nest egg for 30 fucking years and bring it over to a hedge fund. You literally have to have a significant amount of fucking money to be able to get into a hedge fund. I am 100% correct. It's not like your Merrill Lynch portfolio is getting absolutely eviscerated because your money manager decided to put, you know, a percentage of your fucking 401k into GameSpot or GameStop, whatever the fuck. I always fuck it up.
As well and goes to $20 a share. Now your shares are worth $200, meaning that you just made money. And if GameStop does poorly and goes to $1 a share, it goes to 10. Now your shares are worth $10. You just lost 90 bucks. When you're purchasing shares of a stock, this is the very important part here. The worst thing that can happen is that you lose your initial investment. So if you purchase 10 shares of GameStop at $10 a piece, the worst thing that can happen to you is that your $100 goes to zero if they go bankrupt and they are insolvent and they go out of business entirely. The worst thing that can happen is you lose your initial investment. But that's it. You put $100 in, you lose $100. Now, there's another type of investing called short selling, and this is much more risky, and this is something that a lot of the institutional investors and larger investors are able to engage in more so than us, for reasons I'll explain in a moment. Short selling is when, instead of purchasing the stock, let's say the stock is at $10 a share and I think it's going to go down to $1 and I want to make money off that, I will borrow the shares from someone, and then the moment I borrow your shares, I will immediately sell them to somebody else. So let's say it's $10 a share. I borrow 10 of your shares and then I sell those 10 shares to someone else for $10 a piece. I haven't paid for anything yet, so I have $100 in my bank account. And if it goes down to $1 a share, well, I don't have to pay you back right now for the shares. I can pay you later. So I sell the shares. I've sold them. I have sold 10 shares of GameStop at $10 a piece in this scenario. I have $100, and the stock next week goes down to $1. Now, I borrowed the shares, but I'm paying for them later. So if it went down, now I only have to pay $10. So as a result of the stock going from $10 to $1, me short selling 10 shares, I am now ahead $90 because I got the $100 last week, and now when it's time for me to pay the piper and pay for the borrowed shares, I'm paying for them based on the price that they are now, which means that I am paying only $10. This means that I get to make money off of the stock going down. The downside to this approach is that there is infinite downside. Let's say that the stock goes up to $100 a share. Now it's $1,000. So I just made $100, but I have to pay $1,000. Let's say the stock goes up to $1,000 a share. I just made $100, but now I have to pay $10,000. Let's say the stock goes up to $1 million a share. My short sell just made me $100 because I sold it for the $10 a share. Next week they find another planet and invent time travel, and GameStop is now $1 million. Now I owe you $10 million. You see, here's the problem with short selling. You don't just lose your initial investment because there is no initial investment. The potential for loss when short selling is literally infinite. And you can typically only short sell with if you have an account that has a certain amount of money in it or margin. So you usually, at your broker, at least before the Robinhood shit came in and everybody got margin, you used to have to speak with someone, show them documents and all this other crap and go through this process to get margin. It wasn't something that some jackass like me, sitting here in a worn-out Under Armour shirt and a crappy old sweater, could just get immediately. I don't have margin on my account at this point in time. This is something that was typically reserved for expert investors, large hedge funds, or institutional investors. Because when the stock winds up going up, you need to have enough money that the broker is not going to come over to you and demands that you sell your stuff now. You have to have a broker that's going to be understanding that, let's say, no, I really think it's going to go down. Just give me a week or two, because the broker is going to be on the hook if you don't pay him. This is something that it's typically done by large institutional investors and hedge funds. This is important to understand because it helps give you context as to why the money managers, institutional investors, and hedge fund owners are as mad as they are right now and are as angry as they are right now, and why they want to immediately get on TV or Bloomberg or the New York Times or Yahoo Finance and immediately start blaming someone else for what is going on. They are this mad because they're not just an investor that invested and lost their initial investment. They decided to make a very greedy investment that is very risky and very speculative, and as a result of making that risky speculative investment, lost many multiples of their initial investment. So what they were doing with GameStop is they were shorting the stock. Now,
The irony, of course, is that they were making the smart investment in that point. It's a greedy one, but it was literally the smart investment. But the only reason why it's no longer a smart investment is because not looking real smart anymore because the price is fucking shot up as a consequence of, I don't know, a bunch of people getting together and deciding, hey, we should just all fucking buy GameStop stocks. Did I say it right? Is it GameStop? I fucked it up. I'm gonna fuck it up again.
Shorting a stock in and of itself is not the worst thing in the world. Again, you're betting on the stock failing. You're going to cause the stock to go down, so you're kind of betting on people's misery, people losing their jobs. It's not the nicest thing. But shorting in and of itself is not particularly horrible. What happened here is that they shorted over 100% of the available shares. So instead of saying, I think GameStop is going to go down, let me make a small bet on it, they decided to literally bet everything. They bet more than everything, which is why this happened. So had the institutional investors, had the hedge funds not been as greedy as they were, a group of internet kids would never have been able to do what they did. The reason that they were able to do what they did is because these people got caught with their dick in the cookie jar. And you're not supposed to put your dick in the cookie jar. They got caught. It's not that the institutional investors were these kind, prim and proper people wearing their bow tie and doing everything all prim and proper. Were just as they were on their walk home, were robbed by a mob of angry kids.
Damn, bro, this guy's got accents too. I'm losing my audience to him.
No, a bunch of kids saw that adult grown-up stealing from a house, and then they said, no, fuck that, we're reporting you. And then they got reported, and now here's the thing. They don't want to pay the piper. And they're hoping that if they're able to pull the wool over your eyes, they won't get in trouble. See, if a bunch of kids catch an adult stealing from someone's home or breaking into a car, it's really hard to spin that because you know that that's wrong. But if a bunch of kids find an adult going, short selling in a way that probably should be illegal with more than 100% of the float that's available, it's financial mumbo jumbo. And if you don't understand the financial mumbo jumbo, you're not even going to understand that those kids were not doing something wrong. They simply found out that these people were being greedy and doing shit they shouldn't have done, and that, hey, they fucking deserve to get in trouble for it. So, short selling is something that's actually going to cause the price of a stock to go down. Because keep in mind, what I'm saying is I'm going to buy the stock later. I'm not going to buy it now because buying makes the price go up. Selling is going to make it go down. I'm going to sell a bunch of it right now. And if you sell a bunch of it right now, what that does is it brings the stock price down. Further, once the stock price goes down, other people start to get nervous and go, wait, I don't want to lose the whole value of my investment. I don't want to lose all the money that I've made. No! And they get nervous and they cash out. When they cash out, it lowers the price even more. When the price goes down even more, that causes other people to then go, oh God, I need to sell out. When they sell out, the price goes down more, which causes other people to go, oh God, and cause the...
And what happened here is the opposite of that.
And cause them to sell out and the price to go down even more. And as this continues to occur, what happens is the short seller, the original short seller, could just, finish their position, just be done with it. Or if they're a greedy fuckface, they could double or nothing it and say, no, we're going to short sell again and again and again. And that's what happened. Rather than simply be happy that they were able to beat this stock, to absolutely brutally browbeat this thing down from it being worth, $25 all the way to being worth fucking $3. Rather than being happy that there was an over 5 or 7 or 800 or 900% return on their fucking investment, they needed to keep going back and back and back. Because when you're a billionaire hedge fund manager, when you're an institutional investor worth hundreds of millions of dollars, well, let's just keep doing it. Let's keep robbing the American people blind. Let's keep robbing the people who bought this thing blind. Let's keep manipulating them. Let's keep making them think that this is going to fail when in reality it's all artificial. It's all short selling that is going to have to be covered later. And when they cover, here's the thing. Yeah, they drove it down, but they got to buy all that shit back, which means it's going to go back up. So if the company is truly failing, it doesn't matter because you're going to buy it at a low price because everybody else is selling. if the company is not really failing, if the company is not really in complete disarray, and you short over 100% of the available fucking shares, when it goes down, it's actually going to rocket back up. Because again, keep in mind, you're paying interest on that money. So let's say I borrow 10 shares of stock when it was at $10 a share. I borrowed $100 from my broker.
So how much can they push to fucking completely bankrupt this? To completely bankrupt this hedge fund? Like, how much more do they have to push? To the moon? Okay, guys, stop. What are they? It's close already? No. If they're saying 1,000 and GameStop is at like what, 240 or something, that's not gonna happen. I read that it's infinite. If the market opens up at current price tomorrow, they will go bankrupt. Shut the fuck up. When do they have to pay? It already happened? Like, what? How long do they have to hold? Until Thursday? 160 has to hold until Thursday? They would lose their $3 billion. 175 is when they lose their $3 billion investment. No. I'm talking bankrupt them. Like, take their entire money. Because if they're... I'm not talking about their original investment of $3 billion. If they're like, what? If they're worth $11 billion... Options expire Friday. That is their last chance for the stock to drop. Okay. They pay when the short positions expire. 115 on Friday, and banks have to buy big. The first hedge fund involved had to be bailed out by another the next day. And now that one is getting wrecked. Oh, Citadel was the one. Citadel at 0.72 to invest $2.75 billion into Melvin Capital Management. Oh, that's awesome. An exceptional investor and a leader. We're pleased to have the opportunity to invest additional capital. Oh my God. Oh, Mr. Plotkin has also garnered attention for his buy of a stake in NBA basketball team, the Charlotte Hornets. Melvin plans to proceed with his plan to take in more than $1 billion in new money in February. Dude, come on. You can't tell me this is a fucking delicious, juicy story, dude. This is so awesome. It's like fucking 30-year-old mega billionaires getting absolutely fucking cumstered. 35-year-old multi-billionaires from Harvard getting fucking owned by a bunch of fucking random dudes who started up their Robinhood account so they could use like the fucking stimulus money that they had, the first semblance of disposable income that they fucking had, to like make a buck in this permanent growth stock market. And now they accidentally fucking stumbled ass backwards into literally taking billions of dollars from a fucking hedge fund, and maybe even taking down 2 hedge funds along with it. Well, that probably won't happen. The worst part is that, like the banks, these guys will get bailed out from this soon. Oh, for sure. Well, they're not at that position because they're not randomly at that position. They're at that position because they know the right people. These people are all stupid. They try to buy low and sell high. I set my goal to buy high and sell low. Either I achieve my goals or I make money. It's a win-win. Seeing a lot of people laughing about the GameStop Reddit stock thing. And yeah, I understand why you might think it's funny that a hedge fund goes under. But what if it was your hedge fund that they were doing it to? Not so funny then, huh? Yeah. Yeah, starting a GoFundMe for... Bro, we need to start a GoFundMe for these hedge fund managers, dude. Oh, they've already been bailed out. GameStop short seller down 30% this year, gets $2.8 billion bailout from the firm's billionaire investors Steve Cohen and Ken Griffin. Steve Cohen's 0.72 and Ken Griffin Citadel investing $2.75 billion in Melvin Capital. Melvin is down about 30% this year as the short positions are getting hammered. Day traders have bid up the stock prices of GameStop, Bed Bath & Beyond, and other popular shorts. I mean, they have like unlimited funds, right? Couldn't they just keep holding the short? No matter what happens, well, I guess it doesn't matter because now they have to. No, because it's expiring. That's true. I heard that if the stock goes up to 175, they're broke. They expire on Friday. That's true. Analyst equates Wall Street bets with capital insurrectionists. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, this story is so juicy. What the fuck? This is a hilarious story, dude. Oh my God, this is so good.
Which happened on Friday.
Look at these fucking dipshits, dude. Oh my God, they're all so mad. They're big mad. It's like, you know how you hate Donald Trump? We all do, but he really triggered the fuck out of the worst people. And I mean, like, you know, establishment Republicans, establishment Democrats, like people that you fucking despise, right? Like he made them grovel. Like he made them fucking get on their hands and knees and beg. And then he still ritually humiliated them. People like John Bolton, you know what I mean? And that gives you a sense of happiness because while this guy's a piece of shit, he's like literally ruining some of the worst demons, right? And it's kind of like that where I'm enjoying the shit out of, I don't give a fuck about Wall Street bets at all. But the collective action side of things is intriguing to me. The enemies are perfect. But more importantly, I'm watching these like fucking, these people who rely on these tools lose their shit over the game no longer favoring them. And it's fucking awesome.
Friday, which really is, I think, something we really need to keep an eye on as market watchers.
It's so good.
As a data company, which is that, you know, Andrew Leff comes out and he says, hey, the stock's overvalued. There's nothing really controversial in that. But what happened is that this caught the eye of the Reddit army, and they really went after him. They went to intimidate him and went after his family and sent packages. And it was a whole
Wow, I guess this guy only reads one book, huh?
whole height of
What is it? Blame the shorts?
harassing him.
Or is it don't blame?
To the point where he feared for his own personal safety. So this is something new where you see vigilante capitalism go from the halls of our capital to our capital markets. It's something new, and I think we need to really keep an eye on that because it's all about liquidity.
Oh my God.
And it will affect liquidity eventually.
Wait, does he literally have, is this book called Don't Blame the Shorts? Oh my God. His book is literally called Don't Blame the Shorts, dude. Oh my God. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so fucking good. Oh no. You might as well have covered your book behind you, brother. Like that's a story in which like a fundamental problem within shorting is used against the hedge fund, and here you are, hedge fund manager, book writer Andy, literally showcasing your book that you wrote. That is wow. Michael Burry, the guy who famously shorted the mortgage bond market before the recession, has 1.7 million shares of GME. Wait, how did he fucking know?
Bob, of course, no one wants to face threats, and we thank you for raising that sort of attention, but unfortunately, that sort of threat...
I literally never thought that I would be standing side by side with Wall Street Bets and laughing. Like, this is like that fucking Lord of the Rings meme. It's like, I never thought I would die alongside a dwarf. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. Where it's so great. It's so crazy.
Threat online isn't new, and online social media attacks aren't new. What is new, though, is more perhaps how much companies who short certain stocks, or indeed institutional investors as a whole, need to pay more attention to what is going on in these sorts of, perhaps they're retail, but some of them are really rather professional traders that happen to join these sorts of online platforms, because this isn't a new thing that they've been focusing on GameStop. They've been talking about this company almost for years now. It's only now that they're starting to turn the attention of the short sellers. Do you think this is something that short sellers are going to start factoring in?
Well, it's hard, right? So what you're really saying is that if I'm a gamer and I like crypto and I like cannabis, it's a lifestyle. And
oh my God, he's so bitter. Oh, he's so bent, dude. Oh, get fucked. Get fucked, Bob. Oh my God, dude. He is so mad. Look at this. Oh, I gotta run that again. That's so funny. Oh, where did he go to school? Let me see. What has he done? Where? Robert Sloan. Damn, homie doesn't even have a fucking Wikipedia page, dude. That's so sad. Come on, brother. You gotta have something. He's a managing partner at S3 Partners, a global financing specialist firm dedicated to helping its hedge fund clients optimize the best managed prime broker relationships, which he founded in 2003. He worked at Lehman Brothers. From 1989 to 1986, Sloan worked at Lehman Brothers in the equity, derivatives, and central funding unit. Prior to his career on Wall Street, he was a speechwriter and a translator for the Ministry of International Trade and Industry in Tokyo, Japan. Never mind. He got a Bachelor of Arts from Washington and Lee University.
Now, it's only now that they're starting to turn the attention of the short sellers. Do you think this is something that short sellers are going to start factoring in?
Well, it's hard, right? So what you're really saying is that if I'm a gamer and I like crypto and I like cannabis, it's a lifestyle. And, I don't care what the fundamentals say. It's what I know, and I'm going to buy it because I feel like I should buy it. And so you have a whole new sector of investors that use Robinhood, use the WSB, the Reddit thread, to invest in these stocks. And it's this real kind of irresistible object versus the immovable force. And what's happening is that the retail right now is stronger, but the short bets come back and fill in. So it's just a battle that's going to continue. You're going to see GameStop go way higher.
Dude, that's awesome. I mean, it's so awesome. Should I put my life savings in the GME? No, dumbass. Don't fucking do some dumb shit like that. What are you, fucking stupid? No. The best part is that Melvin Capital, the Bears, we are fucking made a bunch of money off of Cyberpunk being dog shit and then got clapped by a bunch of gamers on Reddit. Wow, I just never thought that. I just literally never thought that this would. Is this true? I don't know how reliable this Twitter account is. Melvin Capital is to file bankruptcy as soon as next week, according to sources. The bailout received yesterday from Citadel and 0.72 went poof today as the GameStop momentum continued. The fund was forced to liquidate its Alibaba position after hours. Melvin is down another 25% on GME 7 hours ago. These guys are so fucked. Check out my math. As of January 22nd, 2021 close, they were down 30%. They had 13.1 billion as of March 2020. Assuming this doesn't change, that's a loss of 3.9 billion as of January 22nd. During this time, GME increased 46.95 from 17.9 to 64.85, aka for every $11.95 increase in the GME price, Melvin loses $1 billion. GME price as I'm writing this is at $103.46. That means since the 2.75 billion bailout, Melvin has lost another 3.2 billion or 25%. Edit, when the GME hits 175, it'll be game fucking over for Melvin. 100% loss. They can't restart. We like the stock. We like the stock. We like the stock. It's at $209 right now. Oh my God, this is so good, dude. Oh fuck, I hope this doesn't blow the fuck up. I legitimately think that, dude, I don't know, man. I'm scared that they're gonna fucking, I don't know. I don't want to say anything. If you read about the creation of mortgage-backed securities, the guys who invented them were big, loud, middle-class guys who did epic food challenges and pranked each other. Redditors have always run the financial sector. This guy basically invented bundling mortgages together to sell them as a bond. This is what a Reddit guy looks like. Greek asked you a question, dude. They aren't going to clap you for covering this? Wait, what? What the fuck are they going to clap me for? What are you going to do, bro? What? Dude, I don't even have a credit card, let alone a Robinhood account, brother. I literally don't have a credit card to my name. They're going to clap me for what? Covering this shit? If they're going to clap me, they should fucking clap Jim Cramer's bald ass, dude. He at least has like positions and shit. Yeah, you need to be an insider trader. You need to be trading to be an insider trader. What am I, an outsider trader? They made sea shanty for Jimmy. Funny thing is, the more they cry about it, the worse it gets. No, it's fucking awesome, dude. I mean, I'm fully on board. It's great. Outside trader, retail investor. That's not even a trader. I don't even fucking know. Chatter misunderstood why you didn't want to say this could all fall apart. Oh. Oh yeah, no, I wasn't talking about it from my own personal stake in the matter. I'm more so worried that, like, I don't know. I'm just fucking worried, man. I'm worried. These guys don't fuck around. Like, they have institutional power. You know what I mean? I just, like, Elon Musk just tweeted about the stock, and they're now trading at 192 after hours. If they open at this price, Melvin Capital will go bankrupt tomorrow morning. Yeah, we already talked about that. For all the journalists trying to understand the GME situation, read this top post from the Wall Street Bet. It explains very well what is happening and why. This is personal for all of us. I've never seen anything like what's happening with GME before, and I don't think I'll ever see anything like this. This is a big moment, a tug of war between tradition and the future. Hedge fund managers live in the past and continue to look down upon retail investors. They truly believe that we, the average retail investor, don't know anything about finance or the market, which may be true, and we're just gambling our money away. We don't know any better. We need hedge fund managers to tell us what to do, save us. This is the world they want to live in. This is the past. Remember that scene from The Sopranos where Tony's wife... Remember that scene from The Sopranos where Tony's wife calls to buy 5,000 shares of Weebonics after she was manipulated emotionally to do so? After she was manipulated emotionally to so? What? Institutions and hedge funds want us to be stuck in that world. They're scared of the future. They're scared because so much information is available for free now. There's no more fees for trading. We have large communities that discuss stocks and trading openly. We can think and make decisions for ourselves, which scares the fuck out of old school institutions and hedge funds. Fuck them all. This affects every single one of you, whether or not you're holding GME. TLDR, fuck hedge funds. This is a cross point into the future. We did it, Reddit. For once, Reddit Gold is... For once, Reddit Gold is actually translating to real money, real world money. Wall Street hedge funds literally being rated for everything they have by mainstream memers. We're witnessing tens of billions of dollars go from Wall Street to Main Street daily now. A reminder to everyone reading, while this is funny and very profitable for some, eventually things will come back down. GameSpot's GME is objectively worth nowhere near what they're trading at. Putting money in now is no different than gambling. This is an investment advice. Wall Street is about to put a lot of pressure on the SEC to make stock memes illegal and for it to be harder for everyday Americans to trade. They don't want it to be legal. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's exactly what I was saying. That's what I'm fucking worried about. That they're literally going to be like, they will try to make it so that organizing via social media in this way will never happen again. Because the free market is not fucking free. And a bunch of ANCAP loving libertarians who are on Wall Street Bets is about to come to that realization. And that shit fucking terrifies me. Okay? There is no fucking way where you could like literally raid hedge funds like this and distribute it to so many people. Think about it, guys. The Republican Party literally was like, we will lose this election instead of giving poor people a single fucking dollar. Like they literally were just like, I'm sorry, You're going to get $2,000 and you don't deserve it? I would rather die. I would rather die on the halls of fucking Congress than make sure a person making, you know, $20,000 a year gets $2,000 in direct payments. And that's how they fucking operate. Only they get to manipulate the stock market. Wall Street bets aren't the ones who shorted 150% of a company. That should be illegal. Brother, do not misunderstand me. I'm all for fucking Wall Street regulation. Wall Street bets has written an open letter to the powers that be at CNBC. They threaten to continue bankrupt every last hedge fund. Oh my God, my dick is hard. Since Wall Street has screwed over the average American and always gets bailed out, that actually make great points. Oh my God, this is so good. Before you spend another day hosting your shill hedge fund buddies to come on the air and demonize Wall Street bets, I hope you read this. Your contempt for the retail investor, your audience, is palpable. And if you don't get it together, you'll lose an entire new generation of investors. I keep thinking about these funds that are short GME, like your boys at Melvin Capital / your coverage of the subreddit, and I'm getting madder and madder. These funds can manipulate the market via your network. And if they screw up big because they don't even know the basics of portfolio risk 101 and using position sizing, they just get a bailout from their billionaire friends at Citadel. Then they have the nerve to turn us into public enemy number one just because we believe in an underdog company getting a second chance. Okay, that's bullshit. You didn't fucking believe in that at all. We don't have billionaires to bail us out when we mess up our portfolio risk in a position that goes against us. We can't go on TV and make attempts to manipulate millions to take our side of the trade. If we mess up as bad as they did, we're wiped out, have to start from scratch, and are back to giving handjobs behind the dumpster at Wendy's. Seriously, motherfuck these people. I sincerely hope they suffer. We want to see the lost porn. Damn, what the fuck? Wall Street Bet celebrates Fox News reporting that hedge fund manager says they will continue shorting GameStop. They are rejoicing at the opportunity to squeeze yet another hedge fund into the group. They will keep shorting in order to keep the stock from rocketing to the moon and hope that we give up to get scared and sell en masse. It's a war of attrition. If we blink, we lose. If we hold, we win. It's really that simple. For the people at the SEC who will likely be assigned to investigate this incident and come across this threat at some point, r/Wall Street Press is simply an internet forum and no single entity is organizing this effort. It's just a bunch of memers who like video games and hate Wall Street. The people on r/Wall Street Bets and those betting against the hedge funds on GME, you are all pro Bitcoin, whether you know it yet or not. Okay, of course, William is selling Bitcoin. Reddit, it appears you are in the clear. Oh, someone... Wait, never mind. They're just a reporter for Wall Street Journal saying they cannot do anything. I cannot emphasize enough that there is no crime here. What legal experts have you talked to? Man with Sock Puppet Twitter account. There is nothing wrong with buying a stock because it's popular. It's the essence of stock trading. You should read the rules on market manipulation. Now could they change the rules? Yes. So that was my take, is that they would change the fucking rules. Why don't you invest, brother? A little money can go a long way. Man, I'm fine, dude. I like working for my supper, okay? I like dancing for my supper. And also on top of that, I think it's gambling. I'm very addictive. I have a very addictive personality. I'll fucking gamble it all away, okay? I'll make dumb choices. Do you have a 401k? No, I had one at TYT, but I don't have one anymore. I definitely should have it, though. I mean, it's 100% gambling. Anyone who tells you it's not gambling is wrong. Like, you can make smart bets, but it's still a fucking bet, ultimately. A mutual index fund is not gambling. Sure. That's fair. What would I liken that to? Like, low risk, low reward. I mean, even that's still gambling, but it's low risk, low reward gambling. Low risk beats inflation. Yeah. The irony is that isn't short selling a form of market manipulation because they're purposely making a stock worthless? Yes, that's literally what all these people are saying. And that's why that fucking guy who wrote a book on how short selling is actually not bad is crying on fucking CNBC about how, you know, what these guys are doing is big meanie bobinis and they're hurting people.
For them to lend me those shares.
Hey, let's keep going.
Now I need my broker to loan me money. They're going to charge me interest on that. Now, if a stock goes up from 3 to 5 to 10 to 20 to 30, my broker is going to call me and say, "Listen, man, you know, I know that you're good for the $100 in your bank account. I don't know if you're good for 300, so I need you to immediately cover and pay right now. You're not waiting anymore for this to go down." Imagine how bad this is when the stock goes from 10 to 20 to 30 to 40 to 50 to 60 to 80 to 100 to 120 to 140. That's what happened here. And as a result of that happening, all of these institutional investors are now being forced to close their positions, aka buy the stock that they finally pay for the stock that they borrowed and short sold months ago. So these institutional investors, as the stock went down from 25 to 20 to 15 to 12 to 10 to 8, they didn't sell. They never closed their position here. They waited till it got to fucking 3 and they kept shorting it. So what happens at this point is now a bunch of people found this out because you can see what percentage of the stock or the open shares are short. This is easy to find on any website. So a bunch of people that had nothing better to do because they probably lost their jobs because they're considered non-fucking essential by Andrew Cuomo said, okay, listen, I got nothing better to do with my day. Let me just go through every single stock in the fucking market and see what the shares are available short and compare that to their book value or their total equity or their cash on hand or whatever. And a bunch of people did that because they have a bunch of time to because they have no job to go to. And they found GameStop and they saw, the market cap on this has went down by over 5 times in the past 2 or 3 years, and it's over 100% share shorted. And this is really cheap. If I buy this, it's going to go up because they need to cover. I know that all of these institutional investors are going to need to purchase this stock, or they're going to need to buy shares to cover their short position. So this is going to go up. Okay, cool. I'll buy it. And then they shared the information with everybody else and said, hey, I found out that this company with these details has been short sold by all of these greedy institutional investors. Look at this link where you could see that over 100% of the shares are shorted. Why don't you... Listen, I'm buying. What do you think of this information? Now, do keep in mind the way short selling works. You are borrowing the shares from somebody else in order to sell them. You haven't paid for them yet. That's how you make your money. You're going to pay for the shares later when you give them back once the shares have gone down in price. That's how short sellers make money. So because the short seller has...
Everything you need to know about the stock market is also represented in this conversation. I have heard exactly 0 people talk about GameStop beyond GME. Like, literally 0 people have talked about the future of GameStop. As in, everybody fucking knows the company is garbage. Okay? Virtually everyone knows the company is dog shit. And there is no better example of that reality than 0 people talking about GameStop and its fucking future, or like, you know, how they're going to recover from this. Like how this is a recovery story for GameStop. Wrong, so wrong. They're turning it around. Okay, shut the fuck up. Literally every gamer. You want to know how this is? This isn't about like how much people love GameStop, because, and you can prove this in a court of law. Every gamer fucking hates GameStop. Okay, GameStop is where we went when we were younger to buy a fucking video game for $60 and then return it the next day and get $13 fucking dollars. Okay? I, much like every other fucking gamer I know, was excited at the prospect of GameStop going bankrupt, going bye-bye. Okay? So don't fucking tell me that an entire subreddit full of gamers, an entire subreddit full of people like this are excited at the prospect of GameStop succeeding beyond the fact that they can make money off of it. Okay? Come on, dude. Yeah, in-store credit. Don't make me pull out the fucking old ass. I mean, I literally have them still here. I have these historic monuments, okay? I have them from the bargain bin, the games that I've purchased from GameStop for like $3. Also, digital purchases have ruined GameStop. Like, they can try to fucking give you exclusive skins all they want, but come on.
Borrowed the shares to sell them. They are on the hook. They need to replace those shares. They need to buy those shares back from somebody. And
hey, brother, this isn't the Wall Street Bets Discord. You can't fucking say mongoloid and shit and not expect to get banned. I'm just letting you know, okay? You know, go back to your cave.
If on the open market, more short sellers have short sold shares than shares that are actually available, that means that we're in a situation where there are only 5 cameras available. There are 10 people that need to buy this camera because they broke their parents' camera, and they're going to get in deep shit and punished if it's not returned. So you have 5 cameras on the market, 10 people that need to buy cameras, absolutely must buy cameras. What are they going to do now? They can't just buy it at the price that it's at the store. They're going to have to convince people that don't want to sell their cameras to sell their cameras. And how do you do that? Well, by asking more money. And that's what they're being forced to do. They would not be in this position if they did not try to short more than 100% of the available fucking shares, which probably should be illegal because they are greedy. So if I'm an investor and I'm able to find this information, I may not want to buy GameStop because I see that I know that they're going to have to convince me to sell my shares. So if I know that over 100% of the shares are shorted and the company is not in disarray and failing, I know that if I purchase it, that there's a good chance that the stock value will go up. Not because I'm manipulating it, simply because I am purchasing it and I am making a choice, which I'm allowed to make, that I do not wish to sell right now. It's not my fault that they got stuck with their dick in the cookie jar and are now forced to sell in order to give back what they borrowed and sold looking to make.
Yeah, even this serial killer knows this reality.
A profit off of.
He's talking about this reality from his serial killer basement. Come on, man. Those gloves make it look like he literally does murders professionally. I can't get over misery.
It. So what people are
like
now
literally Hitman Andy over here, Agent 48.
Are doing is they posted saying, hey, look at the amount of shares that were short with this one stock and look at its underlying fundamentals. Then other people came in and saw, oh, wow. Yeah, it's not they're not declaring bankruptcy or anything, and over 100% of the shares are shorted. All right, I'll buy some. And then someone else came by and saw this information and said,
maybe Melvin Capital can recoup their investment in store credit at GameStop. Oh, that's so bad.
And other people came by and said, wow, they're that greedy? All right, cool. I'll buy some. And then they waited. They diamond hands, they held. Now, what the media and what these institutional investors are making it sound like, they're making it sound like all these kids just put guns to these people's heads to rob them blind. No, what you need to understand is that all they did is purchase shares. Why are these people in the position where they're forced to purchase GameStop shares at these insane prices? They're there because they short sold over 100% because they're greedy. And then when the institutional investors are then forced to cover, then they start crying and they start playing the victim because they did something wrong. They know they did something wrong. They know they didn't close their position when they should have. They knew what the fuck they were doing the entire time, and now they got caught with their dick in the cookie jar. And rather than just admit, you're not supposed to put your dick in the cookie jar, they're trying to reframe the conversation. They're trying to trick you because they know that the average person doesn't have a lot of understanding of investing. If you asked me the mechanism through which short selling and all this crap worked even just a few years ago, I wouldn't have really understood it either. So they're relying on the fact that if they get on Bloomberg and the New York Times and CNBC and Yahoo Finance and all these other places, and they present their case, and they show you some pictures of people in this group speaking in a manner that's kind of crass, and again they're talking about someone fucking their wife's boyfriend, and they're using emojis of like gay bear and stuff, that they'll be able to start programming you to think, oh, I should listen to the institutional investors that wear a suit and tie and look all proper, not these people who admittedly self-identify and call themselves retards on this forum. That couldn't be further from the truth. They are trying to cover the fact that what they were doing was incredibly greedy, incredibly damaging, probably should fucking be illegal, that they should probably be investigated by the SEC by pointing the finger at someone else. This stock is not going up the way it is because you have some kids on a Reddit group that are manipulating the stock market. The manipulation occurred before they ever found it. The manipulation occurred when these hedge funds and these institutional investors decided that they were going to short sell it over 100% and keep that fucking position, driving the stock down to where it was over here. The manipulation was not on the way up.
So are there hedge funds that are doing this exact same thing to like AMC and shit then? Like, because I see that people are pushing like AMC and Bed Bath & Beyond. Like, are there currently hedge funds that are aligned against like AMC and Bed Bath & Beyond, Nokia, fucking BlackBerry, all these like dying corporations basically? Because it seems deeply irresponsible to do so beyond like the regular level of, beyond the regular modus operandi of hedge funds. Because this isn't just, yeah, there's no fucking, don't even get me started what they did to Tesla. Please stop talking about UIM. He fights for the right to repair. He makes really good videos and advocates for the low guy. Dude, I was just kidding, man. Fucking chill. He seems like a chill dude, okay? He seems like a mad dog with a fat hog, dude. That's what he seems like. Okay, calm down, you freaking sucker who loves a content creator. He's literally a Trump supporter.
The manipulation was on the way down.
Doesn't seem like
this over here is not the manipulation. This over here was the fuck you to the people who were doing the manipulating. This over here, all this crap going down over here, that was what I would call, in my opinion, the manipulation. And what they're trying to do is pretend that that didn't happen. In your heart of hearts, when you really think down to earth, who do you think is looking to...
Most of those are more just money, more just regards throwing money, but all those companies you mentioned have legitimate positive news out about their future. What? No, he's a both sides Andy most of the time. He's not. Watch his video on the Trump ban. Okay, guys, I don't know everything about fucking Louis Rossmann, who apparently repairs Apple products and stuff. GameStop is scum. They used to scam people they did not know English well by adding extra charges. No, I know GameStop is scum. Come on. Stock going down, a failing business equals manipulation, lol. Bro, do you not understand what he just described for 22 fucking minutes? It's not... Shorting in and of itself is already like on a gray area morally, okay? Like banking on the fact that a fucking company is going to fail and then literally causing the company to fail as a consequence of banking on the fact that the company is going to fail is already risky territory as far as ethics. But they not only did that, but they literally fucking doubled up on that bet over and over again, driving the fucking stock into the ground and beyond. So no, that's the part where it becomes potentially illegal. Well, it's not, but his argument is that it should be. So the company was worth 25, so manipulating to $5 is just as bad. This list is what Melvin is shorting. If Melvin goes down, these stocks go up. A list of Melvin Capital puts in dollar value. Those indicate short positions. If you want to take this bitch down. Mylan, Martin Marietta Metals, Ligand Pharmaceuticals, GameStop, National Beverage Corp, Bed Bath & Beyond. Yeah, but see, none of them are like 140, 138%. A lot of these meme stocks do have legit reasons for people to want to own it now versus the last 5 years, except AMC baby, Nokia, BB, all good news, and a reorganization of business, big changes. You guys are being ridiculous. Like, without additional push from a place where there's enough like day traders or enough like retail investors, I guess, getting together and actively driving up the price by purchasing options or purchasing as the way that they're doing, you would never fucking have like a similar situation with Nokia or fucking BlackBerry, dude. You're nuts. GME has a legitimate claim to be a front runner in the gaming sector in the future, but that's not what drives the price this high. It's only a starting factor to invest. Rule number 3 says no market manipulation. Oh, there it is, dude. Yeah, there it is. So I guess owned. I mean, it's rule number 3. So checkmate, I guess. Blockbuster reevaluating. We are aware of what's been going on in the stock market recently and are evaluating all the alternatives. Ah, good one, dude. GameStop really does have potential, though. Listen to the guy who is up 22 million right now. I can't post link. They get into mailing hard copies they may complete with digital, given skins and exclusive deals. Step 0. Citadel pays Robinhood for order flow. Citadel gets to see RH's orders for a few milliseconds before they're filled. Citadel may choose to front run some of those trades. RH's customers and Wall Street bets start manipulating GME. This is happening in the open. Officially, they're manipulating GME and BB and KOSS because these low value stocks are being very heavily shorted. And if something moves the value of the stock up, like tens of thousands of retail investors acting in near unison, those short sellers may be forced to sell to cover their borrowed shares. If most shares are held by retail investors who won't sell, the price will skyrocket supply demand until someone does. The bear hedge funds and such will still have to buy cover, which may cause a bit of liquidity crisis for the funds, as it did already. The concept of screw the hedge fund vampires who exist only to destroy companies like GameStop is a big part of why r/Wall Street Bets messaging. It's a compelling message and a decent secondary reason for this. The primary reason to manipulate markets for profit, though. HFTs buy shares on step 2 ahead of Robinhood users. Remember Citadel, the firm who can front run Robinhood trades and go to see that RH data a little early because they paid for flow? Yeah. When do you think they started buying GME in front of RH traders on momentum? Because the volume of shares exchanged suggests that the HFT folks were all over this, all the way to 150. The message on Wall Street Bets might be lots of little guys screwing big Wall Street. But the truth is that HFT robots were screwing everyone while paying Robinhood a kickback. Step 3, hedge fund becomes insolvent. Today it was Melvin Capital Management. It very likely won't be the last. Melvin immediately sells off a position of itself because it needed the influx of cash, or it will vanish in a poof of smoke, vaporizing $15 billion in the process. Step 4, who's the lead investor picking up a part of a usually successful fund at fire sale prices? Right, Citadel. Probably with some of the cash they made by repeatedly profiting in the milliseconds before filling the trades that collapsed this fund. Wait, so Citadel bought in alongside? No way, right? There's no fucking proof of that. So is the argument here that like Citadel literally bought in and then no, but then that would mean that they'd have to sell their position. Step 5, Citadel still has access to Robinhood order flows, is still allowed to front run them and or pocket the spread, and can use that and other information to determine the next over leveraged fund that is going to get squeezed. They might even be able to accelerate the squeeze. Holy shit. Is this real? Wait, that's definitely illegal, dude. You definitely cannot do that. There is no fucking way. No, that's actually like very highly illegal, right? That has to be illegal if that was... Says you? Dude, you're looking at order flows ahead of everybody else, and then recognizing that potentially there is a subreddit out there that's like pushing for a lot of these orders, and then ahead of it, you yourself could literally pump it up way further than anything Wall Street Bets could ever do, and then knock out other hedge funds and then buy them out at fucking bottom of the barrel bargain bin prices if you wanted to. As like technically, if there is any sort of collaboration or if Citadel did this on purpose, if Citadel did this literally on purpose, then they're basically offering a helping hand to... Yeah, now they're partially an owner of a hedge fund that they helped destroy. Citadel profits by microtransactions by front-running people when reselling for small cents in milliseconds. This person is an idiot. Front-running trades, as this theory suggests, is 100% illegal, no question. Yeah, I don't think that this is... So the next time you discount the impact of 4chan with the Bloomberg terminal, remember that they are not the only ones who stand to benefit from intentionally screwing exposed short sellers. The professionals are all too happy to amplify the efforts of the amateurs for profit. Because if amateurs manipulate the market truthfully, then nobody loses their license. I, retail investor, bought because I hate Citron and hedge funds, and we're going to screw them for profit. Join us. Do your own due diligence. YOLO. Might just be legal. If a licensed broker dealer did this, they'd lose their license and probably go to jail. Martha Stewart did time for less. But Citadel, by paying for order flow and sitting in the middle, gets to legally ride along, printing money the whole way. There's no fucking way that if Citadel saw the order flows and then started acting with that information, that would be illegal, right? You can't... I don't think you can do that. There's no way. Like, that's insane. They aren't front running. Robinhood is actually telling them where retail investors' order flow is going, but not exact trades. It's how Robinhood makes money. The trading app Robinhood takes from you and gives to the rich. The startup trading app Robinhood invoked occupies a promise to fix a rigged financial system, but the firm now faces class action lawsuits, scamming its millions of novice customers, showing that democratizing finance is just a way of finding more people to prey on. I mean, this is... don't get me started on this. No, it's not illegal. Wall Street literally bought up buildings next to stock exchanges so they can react to price action faster than everyone else. Oh, you're talking about when they laid down fucking specific wires so they could have a...
that we're going to hear. Even though this firm trades more inside Citadel's Chicago headquarters, it's eerily quiet. Even though this firm trades more stocks every day than the New York Stock Exchange.
No. Yep.
It's the same. Are they saying this is the same principle as? Oh, I guess that makes sense. It's kind of like the same principle as like fucking putting down fiber optic wire or whatever, directly laying down fiber optic wire so the information is coming in by like literally 1 fucking extra millisecond faster or some shit, which when you're engaging in what, like high frequency trading, you could literally make millions of dollars more.
2 minutes they open, so
Especially because there's like it's bots that are doing the trading.
going here.
Is there any equivalent of a bell that we're going to hear or see?
I have a world clock up there. That's about it. We're just going to hear the air conditioning above us.
The equivalent of the NYSE's opening bell is just this. Millions of orders that have been waiting all night for
Trading derivatives like options and futures will probably require some kind of license in the future. There's no way the rich are going to let this happen again. No, I don't think so.
markets to
You're
open
crazy.
are rapidly filled by Citadel's computer programs.
How do the books look, guys? So we're pumping through a lot of volume right now. You can see how quiet it is. The phone's not even ringing. Clients are happy. If there was ever an issue, obviously you would spot it first and the phones would light up. We have executed 21 million shares already.
Wow, and we are not even 3 minutes in. Meet the new Wall Street traders. Here, computers like these do the heavy lifting. Citadel's employees with PhDs in applied math, physics, and engineering build and refine the computer programs. And the people who manage the trading floor here mostly look for computer glitches and talk to customers.
They are not making trading decisions. Those are all made by the computers. So they're not making any decisions with respect to whether an order should be filled, what price it should be filled. That's all done in an automated way.
When you click send from your TD Ameritrade account, there's a good chance that Citadel's computers see it. Then they either fill your order or send it out to the Byzantine network of 13 exchanges and 20 plus dark pools to execute it.
Dark pool is really, it's an unfortunate terminology that the industry created. And really, a dark pool is nothing more than a crossing engine. Now, it's called dark because the whole market doesn't know what you want to buy or sell.
We've seen these market dislocations. I mean, is it fair to think of it almost as a technological arms race?
Yeah, I think it's no different than any other industry. 100 years ago, there were literally hundreds of car companies across the U.S., and there was a lot of smaller companies. Over time, manufacturing became very automated. You had factories, and you had the cost of building a factory went up. We are a technology leader. We make.
There is one difference, Guy. And I know all the Wall Street Bets boys and finance bros that are in here right now watching me are going to get triggered by this. But they were building a product that you could, ride on. They weren't operating as like a middleman that adds more money to your non-existent pool of money that didn't belong to you in the first place. So that's the big difference, is that I'm unsubbing. Okay. But that's literally the difference. That's a huge difference. While outright front running is illegal, the SEC has a gray area for high frequency trading. The algorithm front runners orders coming in, placing an order right before, which raises the stock price slightly before selling into the incoming order. The SEC has deemed that this is okay because it increases the speed of a trade and market liquidity, and the algo holder earns a fee for their service. I've just come to accept you're an idiot. Okay. All of this is literally make-believe? Yes, that is also true. Their website. Finance bro already gave his $5 to you unsubbing LMAO. Yeah. Isn't their product the algorithm, services, and AI? Yes, they are a technology company, technically. But what they're doing is... They're a technology company, technically, but what they're doing is adding a technology that's literally just... They're not really doing anything with that technology. It's just basically a middleman that that makes money for itself. They add liquidity and market efficiency. LMAO work as a finance bro, can confirm I can't unsubscribe with Prime. Good. Oh, is this real? Shut the fuck up. Dear, what Citron has experienced in the past 48 hours is nothing short of shameful and sad commentary on the state of the investment community. We will no longer be commenting on GameStop, not because we do not believe our investment thesis, but rather the angry mob who owns the stock has spent the past 48 hours committing multiple crimes that I will be turning over to the FBI, SEC, and other... No, that's not real. This is fake. No, that's fucking fake. This is 100% fake. There's no fucking way this is real, dude. No. No one would write something like this, dude. Like, no, they're like, they're fucking crying and saying, I'm gonna... Yes, that was after the live stream on Twitter failed. Yeah, the logo looks weird. Dude, they're real. They mentioned them in the last video. Google Andrew left. He's literally the only employee of Citron. Andrew left to end commentary on GameStop short call following harassment from angry mob. Famed short seller Andrew left of Citron Research will no longer publicize his bearish commentary on GameStop after he and his family were harassed by an angry mob of GameStop investors. According to a letter from the left, or a letter from Left explained his case for why GameStop shares should trade down 50% from its current levels of $20 in a video posted on YouTube on Thursday. This is not just name calling and hacking, but includes serious crimes such as harassment of minor children. What? The left. Hacking? So they did... Robin Hood story in 2, deal breaker. What? I don't want this shit, dude. Robin Hood's making millions selling out. Their millennial customers are high frequency traders. Watch this video for consequences of stock market and its fragility. Yes, breaking stock news. Business money investment products. Hong Kong finds Citron Research guilty. Wait, what? Hong Kong finds Citron Research Andrew left guilty of issuing false report in 2012 on Evergrande short seller, maybe barred from short seller, maybe barred from trading Hong Kong equities for up to 5 years. It's old. I mean, that didn't happen recently, but he looks pretty sad. Citadel is a market maker. Brokers usually pay market makers to fill their customers' orders at an advantageous prices to the customer, but instead of paying Citadel like most brokers do, Robinhood gets paid by Citadel, but allows Citadel to fill the orders more at their discretion.
Hey, this is Andrew Left at Citron Research, giving you 5 reasons why GameStop is going to $20. I've never seen such an exchange of ideas and people so angry about someone showing the other side of a trade. And not just saying a company that, let's just say, is supposed to make the world a better place, maybe a Tesla or security problems or COVID. This is a failing mall-based retailer. So the amount of people who are so passionate about putting GameStop higher, not based on any fundamentals, it just shows the natural state of the market right now. Or as Seth Klarman said today, a bunch of frogs in a pot of boiling water. So let's...
Thank you, Noodle Pains, for the 20 gifted subs.
Let's just get right to the 5 reasons why we believe it's going back to 20. Number 1 is the elephant in the room, most obvious, how people believe we are in the middle of a short squeeze. Noted, there was a very high short interest in the stock, and there still is. Your first question you have to ask yourself is, why is there a high short interest? But moving beyond that, a stock at $40 right now has an open borrow on it. You can borrow it for a fairly decent rate. There's plenty of options on the stock. And it's no longer, now we're looking at a trading phenomenon. Is people just keeping it up by a lot of call volume. There's no short squeeze that is happening as we speak. Me personally, who is short the stock, I have no problem selling the stock higher. You're not going to change the story. You're not going to change the underlying fundamentals of this company.
Oh my God, dude, that's so sad. How much does he have riding on this? Like, he's like, come on, please believe me over the subreddit. Dude, please, come on. There's no fundamentals there. I mean, he's right, but there's no problem. Yeah, exactly. There's no problem with the stock. Here is why I made the video, to tell you that there's no problem with the situation at hand. So you should short it, definitely, like I have.
Therefore, as long as the borrow is available and insiders are still selling, and the company needs money.
Insiders are still selling?
You won't see a squeeze from here on in. Number 2, numbers don't lie. People lie. I know everyone on Twitter never has a losing trade. Everyone on Reddit is a market genius. I hear it all the time. That's fine. Those are people. Let's look at the numbers. Let's look at the numbers for GameStop.
This company's worth $13.1 billion. Not anymore after today.
Now understand, as a short seller, I was the first short to actually come out and go long Tesla. Once I saw the story changed, the numbers changed. They were eating from the top and they were eating from the bottom. And I identified the fact you can't be short this name. And it's up, I think, 90% since then. It's the opposite when it comes to GameStop.
The funny part about it is, like, and I see some people in the chat saying it too, like, brother, these people are literally doing this to fuck you. And enough people got together to fuck you and literally caught you with your pants down. And now on top of that, what is even worse is it's literally profitable to fuck you after a certain point. Once there's enough momentum to fuck you and your pants are down and you got caught with your pants down, you can double down, triple down all you want. But now it's also profitable to fuck you. It's a bukkake after that point. Like, nobody gives a fuck. There's probably other, as other people were speculating, there's probably other fucking hedge funds that are literally right now inside of your asshole and you're not even aware of it. You are literally getting fucked by the homies down the street alongside these rando fucking retail investors with like the $600 they got from the government, okay, with the crumbs they fucking got. You are literally getting bukkakied while you're simultaneously talking about like, oh, these are just the fundamentals, dude, the fundamentals. It literally does not apply in this instance.
NPD is the gold standard when it comes to gaming reports. On January 14th, they put out their analysis of what December looked like in the video game season. Hardware sales had their best month ever, up 23% year over year because of the 2 cycles. Over that time, GameStop was down.
He's like still, it's so funny because he's like still talking about how like, no, I promise, dude. Look, the fundamentals are there. Just believe me.
9%.
These people
Now
don't give a
this is with
shit,
physical
dude.
locations.
This is why I literally said like, everybody knows gamers fucking hate GameStop, dude.
Forget about all.
Nobody likes
future, what
GameStop.
they're
That's
going-
why that one fucking Wall Street Bets dipshit who was in here calling me a mongoloid is a fucking idiot. He's like, nah, dude, it's because the Chewy guy got on their board. Yeah, okay, bro.
To lose to downloading and streaming. Their physical locations were actually down during the best month. They were losing to Amazon, Best Buy, Target, and Walmart. And the reason why? Because people are not going in to exchange their old discs anymore or old games for new games. That model has become dead and antiquated, and that was a cornerstone of GME. So
Jimmy was $40 when he made this video. Oh no. Oh, it says 121.20. Oh no. Has he done another video since then? Oh God, that's so good.
The stock market.
That's so fucking
with those
good. I didn't
numbers that
even
we saw come
notice.
out of NPD, it shows that before they might even try to turn the company around, their current business is just drowning. You cannot argue against that. Number 3, valuations matter. This is not Tesla. This is not a company with a blue sky. This is a retailer. You must look at valuations. This is
not Tesla. Another company that's I don't wanna. Okay.
no one's looking at on your Reddit forums. So forget about the fact that analysts have a consensus $12 target on the stock. Let's just go look at Hedgeye.
Guys, the fundamentals matter, which is why Tesla is definitely not. The Tesla is appropriately valued because of the fundamentals. Yeah.
And I like Hedgeye. I think they do great work. We're fans of it. We use them. We speak to them. They're smart guys. They recommended GME when it was 14. And if you bought it then, you would be making money. At the time, it's before GME reported their numbers, they were expecting 2021 EBITDA to be around 333 million. Now the street is at 71 million. And we think they're going to have negative EBITDA. If they did 330 million, which seems like a completely offbeat number now, then they had the price target Hedgeye at $26. The model just does not work. And when you want to talk about valuations, think about it this way. This is a retailer. Even if they fix it, they're still a retailer. Trading at 40 times next 12 months EV to EBITDA. 40. Apple is 23. Best Buy is 7. Walmart is 13. So if you like the company, the fact that GameStop has actually become an expensive stock is just beyond. Number 4, know who's on the other side of the trade. I know who's long GameStop right now. The people who are ordering pizzas to my house or signing me up for Tinder or doing all those cute things trying to hack my Twitter account. Now, I know you've been going after a specific hedge fund, no need to name, that's been short GameStop. People believe they're short. This particular hedge fund happens to be one of the top consumer discretionary funds out there. So you should actually listen and see who's short the name and why they're short the name. As someone who does go short, I always look who owns it. Ryan Cohen owns the stock at $9. Very smart guy. If Ryan sells it at 20, he doubles his money. If Ryan sells it at 0, he still has more money than me and more money than you. So where is the stock today? Who owns it? And why people are short the stock? These are the names right now. And last thing is the company can become your biggest enemy. We're looking at a company with $1 billion in debt. If the stock goes any higher, they should just sell stock right into you and raise money and pay off some debt. More importantly, if they want to make an acquisition in the gaming space, acquisitions start in the billions in this place. And they're going to have to sell a lot of stock to do that. Me personally, I think you can have...
Nah, dude, I think gamers just really love GameStop. They just wanted to invest in, you know, the nostalgia of how hard GameStop fucked them when they were growing up. So they love the investment.
Pickup. This is either going to be JCPenney that brings in, when Bill Ackman brought in Ron Johnson, people got excited he was going to turn it, but you just can't change a bad retailer. Or it could be Blockbuster Video that never adapted the technology. You know, I look at Ryan Cohen's letter, which was well written 2 months ago to GameStop management, how they completely dropped the ball with what they were doing. It's the same management right now. The stock was $20 before we saw any holiday data. There's no reason it doesn't go right back to $20. There's nothing in place there. You can get mad. You can hack my account. You can go to Twitter. You can sign on. You can call me every name. If you want to save the company, take your energy, go out there and actually buy something from GameStop, because that's the only thing that saves it.
Nah. Wait, does he literally not understand what's going on? Because it seems like at this point he was just unaware of what was going on. Because he's like, actually, I guess he thinks that like people are literally doing it because they want to save GameStop or something. Come on, dude. You're fucking up my short. Just go buy stuff. 5 years from now, I'm going to be watching you from the GameStop living streaming lounge, eating Doritos and drinking Duke Copium. Hasan was trying to trick people, knew the squeeze was imminent. He started with that, but said move beyond that. He does not touch their friend and hedge fund short it more, that 100% for no reason other than profit. He was debating Wall Street bets the whole time and triggered the whole short squeeze. I mean, dude. Scroll down the article. He deleted the tweet. Oh, he did actually post this. What Citron is facing in the 48 hours. We hope the government enforcement will eliminate this future problem for all market commentators who family get terrorized by people who naively think they're anonymous. Family first. Like, what are you gonna yell to the SEC about? Like, if you say you're gonna report crimes to the FBI because your family is under threat, that's one thing. Totally unreasonable for people to do that. Fuck them, and you know you're in the right. But if you're like, I'm reporting you to the SEC because Redditors are buying stock that they say they like that I shorted, like, you can't. Like, what are you gonna do, dude? Come on, they're not letting me make money by shorting this stock. SEC. The fundamentals. He's gonna do a PowerPoint presentation about the fundamentals and how they're not there for GameStop, and it's supposed to go down. Come on, dude.
To the record high. The economy is growing. I mentioned a moment ago, 5 million more people at work created in his presidency. We have a record high employment, record low.
What is this? No, this is the vilification of billionaires makes no sense to me. Oh my God. Oh, this is an old video, dude. I'm not going to watch this. Why do you think the Redditors are buying the stock? Just confused? They're buying it because they noticed that this hedge fund shorted GameStop like an insane amount. So if they were to push on it, they could make a fuckload of money. They shorted 138%. So if they were to push and the stock prices would increase, because when you short, you only make money when the stock prices decrease, then that hedge fund would lose the billions of dollars that they'd put up for that position. And even more than that, actually. The more the money goes, because it's an infinite amount, the higher the stock price is, the more money that fucking company loses, and they could literally lose an infinite amount of company, and they have functionally bankrupted this hedge fund and numerous other, I guess, people that are also, this guy, including this dude who shorted it. No, they are buying it because they know if they can force the squeeze, they will make a ton of money. This isn't only about trying to take down the big guy. Trust me, there's an incentive here. That too, yes. So in a weird way, wait, S-Fan is getting in on it and he's buying AMC stock. I promise you, you just missed content. What? S-Fan stock research.
But AMC.
Wait, what is that background? What? What is that? That's how you know what my interest is in the fucking stock market, dude. I am way more interested in what's going on here than...
S-Fan, you should have bought...
Where is it? Let's go back to the... Where is it? Oh, there it is.
But AMC.
Only buying documents? Yeah, dude. My interest revolves around documents, baby. That's what I like. Jamie VTuber with an important message.
GameStop stock VTuber here to remind you that everything that's happened today, totally normal, totally cool. This is actually the free market working as intended. So keep the faith in financial institutions, keep trading, keep selling, and most importantly, keep stocking. This is all really normal and actually good for the economy and society. Anyway, this is the GameStop stock VTuber signing out. And remember, keep stocking.
He's right. Keep faith in financial institutions. I mean, it's a perfect story because it's literally like... It's literally a flaw. It's like glitch hacking. It's an exploit. Like they're literally abusing an exploit right now that exposes a fundamental flaw that is allowing people to fucking literally take money in the billions of dollars from a hedge fund that was unironically fucking doing the exploit and giving it to a bunch of random people. It's great. Not an exploit, just a clever use of game mechanics. I legitimately hope that there are... I legitimately hope you can do that. You can keep taking down a bunch of other hedge funds. If you find any further ones with like within AMC or Bed Bath and Beyond or fucking whatever, dude. Like if there are other hedge funds that are similarly like over shorting, and you take advantage of this and take them down a couple more billions in wealth redistribution, like straight up, it's fucking awesome. Update patch? Yeah, update patch in the form of SEC. The face of a man days from bankruptcy. You're laughing. Hasan, you're laughing. I have to sell this ugly ass piece of art behind me for $10 million along with my wife's boyfriend's summer home, and you're sitting here laughing. You think this is funny? GameStop shorts don't deserve all the schadenfreude. Messing with traders who bet against stocks has become popular and lucrative strategy. This isn't healthy. Oh my God, the guy literally wrote the article. This is not healthy. This is all wrong. The artist is actually cool. His name is Cleon Pedersen. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, my bad. The art was actually fine. Just imagine. I want you all to close your eyes for a brief moment and walk a mile in my boat shoes. Okay? I want you to think about losing your hedge fund. Yeah, not so funny now, is it? Now I have to sell some of the yachts in my fleet of yachts that I own. Where will I land my helicopter? If not on the yachts? Unacceptable. Unfucking believable. I want you to ride a mile in my yacht. Yeah. Hit those Mediterranean waves. You've literally never experienced the pain of losing 3 billion? Yes, and I will never, ever. It's not funny. He has gotten used to a certain standard of living, mostly consisting of yacht parties. I can't believe you made fun of his Cleon Pedersen piece. Trash take. Okay, shut the fuck up. I didn't know, okay? Give me a break. Short selling involves borrowing a stock and then selling it. If it goes down, the short seller can pocket a permanent profit by buying it back for a lower price and giving it back to the owner. If it goes up, the potential losses are infinite. As stocks tend to go up over time, blah, blah, blah. We already talked about this a million times over. Shorting still plays a critical role in maintaining market hygiene. At a broad level, short positions can be a part of risk management, and they can also help to amplify the skills of quantitative stock pickers by pairing under and overvalued stocks and betting on the difference to narrow. The possibility of short selling also helps keep the market honest by giving some investors an incentive to find companies that are too expensive and bringing their share prices down. Short sellers can often be essential to revealing fraud. Despite this, short sellers tend to be unpopular. Back in the week that Lehman Brothers collapsed in 2008, for example, there was an outcry, and one of the regulators' first act was to ban short selling on a range of financial companies. In the long run, those stocks still fell a lot further. And now that authoritative histories of that era are being written, it's noticeable that almost nobody puts blame on short sellers. Because that other guy from S3 Capital wrote that book, Don't Blame the Short. Random as fuck, but would you bring Kyle back on the stream sometime from the panel from when you had him on? Yeah. Billionaire investor Shamath Palihapitiya wants to give Wall Street Bets $10 million to play with. I can't post the link, but someone else will find it. What? You can't do that. I will blame Obama for the stock market if I want. Fuck these chuds. GameSpot is kind of like a late millennials Toys R Us, and watching a bunch of day trading Reddit bros toy with it like Orca play with Seal's corpse is kind of grotesque and violating. Oh my god, dude. Commentary magazine. Commentary magazine is upset. Bunch of day trading Reddit bros toy with it like an Orca play with a Seal's corpse is kind of grotesque and violating. What the fuck, dude? GameSpot. Wait, it's GameStop, isn't it? What up, Austin? GameSpot is the magazine. Dude, it's fucking bullshit, by the way. Like, the names are too similar to one another, okay? They got a billionaire on their side. Some of the kids are getting rich off it. It's like looting in a riot. We bought February 150 calls on Jimmy this morning. Let's go. Tell me what to buy tomorrow, and if you convince me, I'll throw in a few hundred Ks to start, ride or die. Why do I follow this guy? Oh, this is the fucking billionaire dude who's like kind of woke, isn't he? Yeah, he's the guy who was like fucking absolutely unloading on CNBC. Like, he was also on CNBC and said, let them fucking go under, talking about hedge funds during COVID. Yeah. Yeah, and now he's running for governor of California now, I think. Oh, God. That freaks me out, dude. It was great when he was on CNBC unloading on fucking hedge funds, but... No, not Tom Steyer. Anne! 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 Are the windows open? It's cold as hell in here. Why is it so cold? It's so cold. It is literally cold in here. What's going on? No, it is. The AC's cranked out. It's like at 78. I am a little baby. Lots of GME talk, so we bought 115 calls at GME this morning. This is the guy who said, let Boeing fail. Yeah, I know. Dude, it's so cold in California. You guys are crazy. No, I cranked up the heater to 78 and I'm still fucking cold. Dude, you want to know how cold it is right now? It's 48 degrees, dude. Dude, that's so cold for California. It is 48 degrees in Los Angeles. It is very cold right now. And I have my heater up to 78 and I'm still cold. I don't know what that is in normal degrees. I mean, 32 is 0. Right, I live in San Diego, went sub 51 single time and everyone acted like it was the apocalypse. Yeah. No, Anna means mom. Reddit founder suggested Chamath by GME. Dude, it is not fucking acceptable how cold it is. Okay? Y'all are fucking nuts. For California, it's just not acceptable. Okay? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it. What is this nonsense? Everyone's like, oh, dude, I'm in like minus... dude, I'm in fucking minus 20 degrees, bro. Like, okay, sick. Well, I didn't fucking ask you. Oh, is disclosing the source of half our revenue on a page called How We Make Money a big deal? Because Robinhood's got to plead ignorance and probably 10 million plus settlement on this one. I don't know why people think that like being cold or like living in the cold is a flex. It's very weird.
To pull the wool over your eyes.
I still haven't been able to finish this fucking video. Holy shit.
Screw you over and take your money more. Average dude on Reddit that probably lost his job, multi-billionaire hedge fund manager. Like, just think about that for a moment. Just think about that. Who do you trust more? It's like on a guttural level. And you have to understand, Short selling in and of itself is not necessarily the worst thing in the world. When it comes to companies like Enron, the people that figured out that Enron were a scam were short sellers. It's good to have a financial profit motive where an investor can make money off of a company going downhill, because what it does is it balances things out. So let's say that I were invested in GameStop, and I would make money if GameStop became more valuable. I now have a financial incentive to lie to you and tell you that the company is worth more than it is, and to pump it and to talk about it as if it's the greatest thing in the world when it's actually a pile of shit, because I make money if it goes up. This is then countered or balanced by people that are short sellers, because short sellers make money when a stock goes down. So a short seller is going to say, I think you're being a little bit too overly optimistic there. Or you see this area where you say you can make 10 million in revenue off of that, you actually can only make 100,000, and here's why, based on what your competitors are selling and what you're selling. So the short sellers and the people who are more bullish, the people who are hoping that the stock price goes up, they balance each other out. The problem is when this goes out of balance, and it goes out of balance when you have a stock that is shorted over 100%. You have to understand, when you're shorting a stock, you're not just betting on the company going down, you're betting on their employees going out of work. If that company is actually in trouble, they could use their share price, they could use their valuation to, potentially leverage or borrow money or some shit like that, and to be able to borrow money that would be able to help them out. But they're not able to do that if their price continues tanking and their valuation continues tanking. So by shorting in this aggressive manner where over 100% of the float is shorted, you're kind of creating this self-fulfilling prophecy where you are betting on them failing. Now you're actually helping them fail. You're actively causing them to fail, and then you put them into a death spiral. Once you're able to drill the price of the stock down so much, you're able to encourage other people to sell. When you encourage other people to sell, the price goes down more. If the company actually then starts failing, they're not able to get access to capital the same way they would before, and it gets worse and worse. You're betting on people losing their jobs. You're betting on people losing their life savings. And when you short a stock, let's be real here, it's not your average person that are shorting stocks to tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. It's institutional investors. It's not you. It's not Paul Daniels. It's not Jesse Jones. It's not me. It's not Paul that's doing this. It's institutional investors. They have the power to do this more so than your average person that is using Reddit, because they are the ones that are going to get access to margin. They're the ones that are going to get access to large amounts of margin that your average person on Robinhood doesn't have access to. They're the ones that can actually have the power to manipulate the market, and they're the ones that are doing it. And what they're going to do is they're going to pretend that that didn't happen. You're not going to see the articles that are being discussed when they show up on CNBC. You're not going to hear the people who have a financial stake in seeing companies like GameStop fail because they shorted them. You're not going to see them talk about how it was over 100% of the float that was short. They're not going to start with that. They never start with that, because if they started with that, it would change the narrative. They want you to focus on the comments in the Wall Street Bets forum. They want you to focus on their silly vocabulary and pretend that their rocket emojis have more power than someone with hundreds of millions of dollars of margin available when it comes to being able to manipulate the market. And that's, in my opinion, complete and utter disingenuous bullshit. What you are seeing right here with this stock doing what it is, in my opinion, a true representation of the app's name, Robinhood. What they're doing over here is the people that caused this to happen, that were responsible for this happening to the extent that it did, for this stock being shorted over 100%. They are taking that money from those institutional investors and then returning it to the average retail investor, which is normal schmucks. I was listening to CNBC earlier today, and there was this one fuckface on CNBC that actually said, what if this is a foreign power doing this? And they're just like, I almost lost my shit. You really think that if Iran or China or Russia or North Korea wanted to fuck with us, they wouldn't plant spies in our government. They wouldn't they wouldn't run disinformation campaigns. They wouldn't have terrorist cells installed in the nation. They wouldn't bomb us. They would buy shares of an aging video game retailer. Really now? That's your argument?
Yeah, seems legit.
I don't know. You let me know what you think in the comments down below. As I said in the beginning of the video, this is not financial advice. This should not be construed as financial advice. I have not been a shareholder of GME up until today, where I bought a very tiny amount solely so that I could say I was a little bit, over the course of history, when I'm a grandpa or a great-grandpa, I can look back and say I bought a few shares of that meme. But this is pretty much it. So that's it for today.
There's an updated video? What?
Needing to get bailed out for billions of dollars. And after getting bailed out by billions of dollars, they're going back to the casino and continuing to short it. Hey everybody, how's it going? So yesterday...
Wait, so he's not a murderer?
I did a video on a GameStop. I can't believe I'm going over this for a third time. It is a stock that went from about 10 or 20 bucks all the way up to $144. It was actually at 144 bucks when I opened OBS and sat down to do this video, and is now sitting at $149. It was $148 before I hit the button, and I just wanted to talk a little bit more about what's going on.
Dog, you should fix your OBS to fucking screen cap the actual number, brother. I mean, there's a lot of empty space over here.
On here. So the TLDR, I did a 30-minute video explaining the entirety of this yesterday. Long story short, a bunch of hedge funds and institutional investors bet on GameStop failing. Rather than just, take some of their money off the table after they made it, they decided to keep shorting it and shorting it and shorting it. When you short a stock, you are selling it immediately after you borrow shares but don't pay for them, but then you need to buy back in later. If you think the stock's going to go down, you sell it and you get the money for its current price, and then you buy back in later at the low price. That's the whole point. If the price goes up over time, you lose. And since a stock, when you buy shares, can just go to zero, there's a limit to your loss. With a short, there is no limit to your loss. A stock cannot go negative. It can't go past zero for the most part, but it can go up infinitely. So if you shorted this stock at $4 to $10 and now it's up to $148, that's over 1,000% loss actually. And apparently that's not enough. So what we are seeing here is the price continue to go up as they continue shorting it. So this is from Bloomberg. Again, this is not from Wall Street Bets. This is not some random crap on some shady news site. Bloomberg.com. GameStop short sellers reload bets after $6 billion loss. GameStop stock equal to 139% of its available shares has been borrowed and sold short. Now, what does this mean? Well, if there are available shares in the market and you've only shorted this much, well, you'll be able to buy back in later when the price goes down. However, if there's no shares available for you to buy, then once you finally go to buy the shares that you borrow or pay for the shares that you borrowed, you're going to cause the price to do this because there's nothing available. As I said yesterday, if there's two phones available and two people who want a phone, well, you'll be able to sell the phone. If there's two phones available and 20 million people who want a phone, the price of this phone is going up because there is a limit. More people want it than the people who can buy it. And that, as there's more demand than there is supply. As a result of that, the stock is going up insanely. There is a $10+ billion market cap on what is, in my opinion, a soon-to-be blockbuster, obsolete-ish retailer. I know they have a new executive team, the Chewy guy, and they want to do all this new crazy shit. I don't have as much faith as others. But
you're wrong. You're wrong, sir. Look at the stonks. The stonks say that it's going to the moon, dude.
My point here is that this price over here is reflective of the fact that the people who are shorting the stock need to buy back in. Now, as they buy back in, not only are they losing money because they sold at 10, they got the money from selling at 10 or 4, now they got to buy back in at 149, but as they buy back in, remember, the more people bidding for something, the more people trying to bid a price of something up and there's a limited quantity, the more it goes up. And as you can see here, they have, what was the cost of interest here? Yeah, the stock borrow fee is currently 23.6%. That is one hell of a rate, which is going to cause them to lose more and more money and bleed out more and more money the longer this goes on. Now, what I find to be interesting here is that I don't think that the people who are doing this...
That was at 149. It's at what, 209 or something now? It's like above $200?
At least the people who are purchasing this actually care about their own personal investment. I don't think they care about their bank account. I don't think they care. Even though they say they want it to go to the moon so they can make money, deep down, I don't think the people who are buying GameStop right now, not the shorts that are covering, the normal retail investors, I don't think they care about the money. I think what they care about is sticking it to the people on Wall Street that have been robbing the American people blind for over 13 years, who every time they fuck up and destroy the economy wind up getting bailed out by taxpayer dollars. I think to them this is a form of revenge. So everybody who buys and holds GameStop, if you buy whole GameStop and you hold it and you refuse to sell that GameStop share, that's going to bid up the price of GameStop when they are forced to buy back in. And if they have to buy back in at a higher price, that means they're going to lose more and more money. Now, to be clear, short sellers are not always bad people. Yes, you are betting on the company going down in price. You are betting on them failing. And if you have enough power and swing in the market because you're a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund, you can actually crash the price as you're short selling and screw them all over. But the point being, short sellers do have a purpose in the market. As I've said, short sellers are some of the people that figured out that the housing market was a bubble. Short sellers are the people that realized that Enron was running a giant scam on their books. You have an incentive to see the price go down, meaning that you are going to dig through every single piece of fine print to find all the bullshit that a company is putting out there. So if a company says something that's not true, if something seems funny about their books, you have a financial incentive to say, that's not true. I think you're going to fail. Here's why I think that you're scamming everybody. The problem comes when you short over 100% of the available shares. Once you're shorting over 100% of the available shares, and doing what, again, I don't have evidence of this. I'm just saying in my opinion, there is a chance that there's some naked short selling going on here. Don't have any factual basis for it. Just throwing it out there that this could be a possibility. This shit is incredibly greedy.
You think that Citron guy, if he loses all of his billions, does he like go back to becoming a worker? Like, how does that work? Or do you think he gets bailed out because this is like a one-off? I mean, how can you bail out that level, though? No, dude, you can't. You literally can't fucking bail out 13 billion, though. No, like, no, the Citron guy, I don't know how much he had, but you can't fucking bail him out because how are you going to repay all of that money?
Instead of just saying, okay, the stock went down, let me take my chips off the table, I've made enough. No, I gotta always keep adding a fucking zero to the end of my bank account. Again, if you're adding a zero to the end of your bank account,
It's crazy how you care more about your chains than what's happening to the farmers in India. Yo, do I have like a group of people that are like, are you guys on like a fucking DM group or something? Like, I just keep hearing people being like, yo, what's happening to farmers in India, and you're not covering it. Like, I just keep hearing that. What's going on? What's happening? Are you guys? Did you guys stop the protest for a second and like decide to hit the internet cafe to DM me at the same time, or what? What's going on? No, I know it's a very pro worker protest. It's literally the largest fucking worker protest in the world. Right now, but I don't know why. I have talked about it before, but I don't know why you're like yelling at me right now, 8 hours into a fucking stream, where we're like looking at some irrelevant shit. Anyway, here is what I will be giving you. Maybe not the protest that's happening in India currently. We might look at it, maybe not tonight, but tomorrow. But what you can bank on right now is the fact that I forgot to run an hour at the top of the hour, the past hour, but I will be running one right now. A 60-second ad break is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. All you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Here's the 60-second ad break. If you want an uninterrupted, ad-free broadcast experience, you can connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the ad.
doing something that is productive for society, if you're getting rich because your company is providing services that are valuable, that people need, that people want, that people love, by all means, make as much money as you want. I'm not going to complain about you being a billionaire and me being a thousandaire. The world is not supposed to be fair, and you're not supposed to complain about the fact that the world is not fair all the time. I appreciate the fact that people out there that provide goods and services to people that make our lives better make money. Shorting over 100%.
Oh, I missed it. Someone said runs ads instead of talking about actual lefty issues. Are you going to give the Pools editor the means of production by giving the equipment? Dude, the OB on the left looks like the guy from Hannibal fed the pigs. Covering this instead of talking about the largest protests in the history of free market policies in India. Run its ads instead of talking about actual lefty issues, typical Hasan shit. I'm Punjabi, cover it, you cuck. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to cover it anymore. I'm not going to ban you either. You can sit here and contribute to my advertising revenue. You bitch. Thanks for your participation.
Of the available shares of a...
It's so funny. It's like, dude, Hasan does news for 8 hours. But in that 8 hours, if he doesn't get to my story that I wanted him to get to, well, then again, that must mean he is a fake and a phony. His principles are not all there. Of course, you are a real lefty when you cover the news story that I, out of 38,969 viewers watching right now, my story, when it gets covered, that's when you're a real lefty. The less you cover the story I want, the singular chatter, the less lefty you are. Now, many of you make these sorts of demands by giving me 2 cents an hour. That's what the math worked out to last year in 2020. If you were a subscriber, you were basically subscribing for 2 cents an hour for the amount of content I gave you. On the other hand, that dude hasn't even subscribed, so he's doing this for free 99 an hour. Claims to be a lefty. Criticizes. Only getting paid 2 cents an hour.
Stock, and then doubling down on it, and then no, this is an immoral way to make money. And the people who are responsible for this, the people who are behind this, are typically the same people that are behind all the other financial crashes that the taxpayer winds up bailing everybody out for. And what makes this so beautiful is just watching people get beat at their own game. Again, it's not like someone is being edgy and putting a guillotine in front of Jeff Bezos' house or some crap like that. This is their own game. They cornered themselves. They shorted it over 120%, and now they're losing at their own game to the point where they're needing to get bailed out for billions of dollars. And after getting bailed out by billions of dollars, they're going back to the casino and continuing to short it. And you have to look at the last year. We've had this K-shaped recovery where you have hardworking Americans and hardworking people all over the world that get fucked. You know, again, you're not able to pay your rent. You're not able to pay your mortgage. You have Cuomo sitting there saying,
You want to go to work? Go take a job as an essential worker. Do it tomorrow. Right? You're working.
I am.
You're an essential worker. So go take a job as an essential worker.
But the people aren't hiring because of...
You're literally not allowed to work in the career that you work in, and you're not able to get an education because the institutions that would teach you how to get those essential skills are fucking closed, as if... Let's leave Cuomo for another fucking video. But you have all those people that are normal everyday workers that just got completely and utterly fucked by everything that's gone on over the past year, while the people at the top of the hedge funds are the people who are benefiting the most from the $4 trillion increase on the Federal Reserve balance sheet. So this is a way...
You think fucking people at Apple hate this guy? He's like a big Apple fixer guy? Is that what it is? I wonder if they like know about him and fucking hate him. Oh, they've sued him? Damn, that sucks.
For the average everyday person, in my opinion, this is what they're thinking. This is my way of sticking it to you. Because the longer I hold this share, regardless of what happens to me financially, the more you're going to have to pay.
You once leaked some of their IP and sued him for it? Oh, really?
You got to pay that stock borrow fee of 23.6%. And if we hold, you're going to be forced to buy back in at an insanely high price, and you're going to lose money. Good. I think that's what's going through people's heads. I think there's this cultural moment happening where this is an incredibly entertaining way to solve the problem of wealth inequality. Again, it's not a full-scale solution. I'm not saying this is a full-scale solution, but you have all this talk about income inequality and corruption in the system and the Wall Street people that rob everyday working people blind. And this is just a very interesting way to go about dealing with that. And now this is starting to finally hit peak meme status. I thought peak meme status was several days ago. Then I thought peak meme status was yesterday. No. When an ex-executive of Facebook buys a bunch of, that is, I think, a billionaire, buys a bunch of calls, this is where you finally get peak meme status. You have Chamath here say, we bought February $115 calls on GameStop this morning, let's go. Because this picture is not a high-quality picture, I can't tell if that's a comma or a period. Did he buy 50 calls or 50,000 calls? I can't tell. Either way, you have billionaires here buying into GameStop, and one person here said it's not Reddit versus Ken Griffin, it's Chamath versus Ken, and Chamath, who is on the...
Isn't Zero Hedge, like, literally that alt-right shithead, by the way? It is, right? Zero Hedge is like that fucking alt-right shithead, that limp dick alt-right motherfucker. What are you doing, Chamath? Fucking retweeting dumbasses without realizing it.
On the side of GameStop said, I will win. You have multi-billionaires right now that are saying, you know what, fine, fuck it. Even I want to stick it to Wall Street, which I find to be absolutely hysterical. This is going to be something that I wind up showing to my children. Okay, so 2 days ago, I bought a teeny tiny bit of GameStop. Like it makes up, let's see, if I were to do the math on this, it makes up about like 1 or 2% of my portfolio. Not even. Like I'm not going to invest in this big time because obviously this could all come crashing down completely. To be clear, that's my position here. Less than 1% of my portfolio.
He done a video showing the internal schematics of an iPhone to show people how to fix their own phones. Apple claimed it was illegal and sued him. No, that guy lied. He didn't leak IP. Oh.
Portfolio is GameStop, but I wanted to be able to say and show my grandkids at some point that I was that I was a part of this. Now I know what people are saying about the valuation of the company, and I agree with them. Again, I'm not a financial advisor. Do your own research. I'm just a MacBook repair person sitting behind a bunch of fake flowers. This is ridiculous. There's no way it's worth $10 billion. I agree. That's why I would never let this meme take up more than 1% of my portfolio. That being said, what is value? Things have value because we believe they do. Why is it that I can get you to work for an hour or two on my roof in exchange for a crumpled up piece of paper that has 100 written in the corner? It's because you believe that has value, and other people believe it has value, even though paper itself, this piece of paper fundamentally has no value. GameStop, when you look at the earnings, when you look at everything else, it may not have value to you.
Is this gonna like get fucking people to like radicalize or something? Is this story?
But apparently, a lot of people like the stock. And because they like the stock, they say, we like the stock. And then they buy the stock. And then once they buy the stock, it then has that value. Now, since all these people like the stock, all the people that didn't like the stock, that decided to short it, who were responsible for there being over 100% shares shorted, need to get those people to sell. Because if they don't sell, then they're just going to keep bidding it up and up and up and up and up. And you have a group of people that they like that stock so much they don't want to sell. And that's why the value is where it is. This has nothing to do with fundamentals. I don't think this has anything to do with fundamentals, at least. It has to do with what people are valuing it at based on their own subjective interpretation of what value means. To some, and this is just speculation.
I really hope, if you like the stock so much, we're going to sit here while you smoke the whole pack. I really want them to fucking rip like 1 or 2 more hedge funds before the SEC steps in. It would be so sick.
Value does not come from net profit. It does not come from gross revenue. It does not come from users. It does not come from patents owned by the company. It does not come from potential for future revenue. It does not come from intellectual property. To some, the value in a stock might just be its potential to make corrupt, naked short-selling billionaires cry. To be clear, nothing in this video should be construed as financial advice. I am not a financial advisor.
If they fucking pump AMC and like take down another hedge fund that's like over shorted, that would be insane. That would be so awesome. It's like better than fucking, I mean, at that point it's like literally I'm fully on board if that happens. I think it's gamer time after enough stock. Honestly, it's been the same news for the best half hour. Also, can you queue up Ben Shabibo, HasanAbi? Queue up Ben Shabibo, please. Wait, what?
The most obvious example of this, of course, is the teachers' unions. So teachers' unions.
Reddit redemption arc? Yeah, I take back everything I said about Reddit, about how fucking degenerate they are. Wall Street bets aren't altruistic and just on a moral crusade. They want to make cash too. However, I'd rather they win than hedge funds. Whole thing shows how broken the market is. Yes, no, I that's exactly where I'm at. Yeah. Listen, man, the Democrats aren't going to give it to you. Take it from the fucking hedge funds, baby. This is not a quote. It's literally it's a blankie. I'm very cold. Make sure you say you're not giving financial advice. Man, I don't even have a credit card, man. Let alone a fucking portfolio. Of course I'm not giving advice, dude. Series 69 Andy over here. Just curious, I'm going to play a new character on the Rust server. I was going to. I started the new Rust server this morning. Actually. Bro, what do I do with motherfuckers like this, dude? Look at this. Look at this. I want to debate you and I'm conservative. I would win. Answer. Calls me. Debate me. Debate me. Calls me. Calls me again. How about you get blocked, motherfucker? Dumb fuck.
Oh boy, it's my monthly chance to talk directly to my favorite streamer Hassel. What should I say? Should I spam Arjan Pogo to make him mauled? Should I say a funny term like Papella D or Papella V to make chat laugh? Oh,
Debate
no,
me,
I'm
debate
running
me,
out of
debate me,
space.
debate me. Well,
No
guess what?
Ben
You just
Shabino.
lost the debate, bitch. Why don't you debate some bitches, dude? The protest in India got clapped by the police. A farmer died too. The government will be coming down hard on the protest now and shutting it all down. Sorry if this is derailing the conversation, but maybe the chatter was a bit frustrated, especially as the media is on the government side. Sorry for the spam.
Why do you hate
No, I
Bitcoin?
will look into it tomorrow. I will not cover it tonight. But that other chatter doesn't give a fuck about what's going on in India. I don't know if he's actually Punjabi or not. That other chatter just gives a fuck about showcasing how fucking woke he is. And demonstrating how much he hates me by using like fucking antiquated DGG talking points and shit. So, oh no, not the Trump first guy. I'm talking about the other guy who was like, "You're gonna give Tim Pool's editors the means of production." That guy was who I was talking about. Wait, I'm confused. Won't people who have money in those hedge funds lose it? Isn't that a bad thing? Okay. So people who put money into hedge funds, of course, outside of like some circumstances where like you literally have like pensions putting all their funds into hedge funds. Outside of that, it's mostly just incredibly wealthy, like incredibly wealthy people. For the overwhelming majority of hedge funds, these are Not just like regular wealthy people, like super wealthy people. People that can drop 250 racks to join the hedge fund to begin with. So it's not like you're literally taking money from poor people. It is exclusively like the worst hedge fund you can get into is like 250 minimum. So the money that you're taking away is from people who are able to drop 250 on a book. Okay? Confirmed HasanAbi hates retirees. Dude, come on, dude. Come on, dude. You're talking about $250,000 that people are dropping, not motherfucking mid-level managers who retire after fucking 60 years of service with their 401ks. Like, no, 250,000 minimum. 250,000 minimum. And even then, it is very difficult to get on a hedge fund. Like, you can't just get on a fucking hedge fund. Also, 401ks are not shorting stocks. That's the other one, but...
You're laughing? I'm losing my 3
You're
yes and
fucking dumb.
laughing.
250,000 life savings is nothing. Bro, people that dump $250,000 into fucking hedge funds are not dumping their life savings into the hedge fund. That's the point I'm trying to make. But you are failing to recognize it. You can't even... Just because you have $250,000 that you can give to someone doesn't even mean you can get into a fucking hedge fund to begin with.
Use logic and reason to beat Reddit. It's Reddit, they'll screw
Yeah, you have to be an accredited investor to get on most hedge funds and have over 1 million in liquid assets. Like, you're fucking nuts, dude. You're literally nuts. Hedge funds aren't like regular money managers. You get it? Hedge funds are like, there's like a minimum amount that you need to fucking give, that you need to give them to gamble with. And then on top of that minimum amount, they literally take a percentage. They charge you a fee, usually. And then also on top of that, they take a percentage of the fucking capital gains, too. It's an insanely expensive endeavor because they are supposed to outcompete the market year over year, which is still, it never happens in a long enough timeline. I think over the course of 5 years, no hedge fund like ends up beating the S&P index, but still, like, hedge funds are showing like 30% profit. I didn't say S&P. Yeah, the S&P, like simp. That's not what I said. No, I didn't. Anyway. Okay. Why won't someone please think of the poor hedge fund? I know. It's really fucked up. Okay. Okay, let's see what to do here. Let's see what I should do here, because we're already on 8 hours and 30. I'm done. I'm done with all this shit. There's some cool reacts, but I'm done with the reacts, dude. We can't do reacts all day. Reacts don't put meals in the bellies of gaming frogs. Do you understand?